myself. I'm cold, steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said, don't suffer no fools. Serpents, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. I'm gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. my baby, and I like new silky sheets every night. He buys me fur and whiskey neat and keeps on coming every week. Ooh, he wants the suburbs where schools are for summer, and we live by his mother. I keep my drugs in the cupboard, 'cause I'm only sweet when I'm high. 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 In class, I learned a lot. Two pretty boys to pass the time. 'Cause I got that good shit, American pride. Kiss the kids goodnight and take the Harley for a ride. Ooh, he wants the suburbs where schools are for summer, and we live by his mother. I keep my drugs in the cupboard, 'cause I'm only sweet when I'm high. 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 I get so bored, scrub the floors, then get drunk while doing chores. Does he even know me? Ooh, I'm never sure when he'll be home. Get into trouble on my own. I don't get lonely. Ooh, he wants the suburbs where schools are for summer, and we live by his mother. I keep my drugs in the cupboard, 'cause I'm only sweet when I'm high. 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 There is nothing that they can do to protect a king and his fool. Caught in the fire, watch it burn. Ash to ash, now it's our turn. Take their kingdom down and smash it to pieces. Turn their feet around, they will leave defeated. They will crumble at the sight of our legion. If you want the crown, then you've got to break them down.
Good afternoon. I hope everyone is staying safe out there as we march onward with week 3 of the SPL. Finch and Gormizer here on the analyst desk. I guess you can call him desk. We don't have a desk anymore. And Gore, the one word that I think of when I think of season 7 is competitive, man. It feels like anybody can win, any team can win at any given moment.
Yeah, it's been ridiculous so far when you're looking at the way things have been going. There's only one team right now still looking for that first one, that is Obey. So, hey, they have their chance today. But
That's
the
right.
fact that you could look at, later on, Renegades and Sanguine and be like, oh, anybody could win that one. You look at yesterday and you're like, Sanguine Rival, anyone could win that one. PK and SSG, anyone could win those. Like, the way these games have been going, it's very difficult to make a call going into the set who's going to win. And that makes it just so much more interesting, especially when you're like, oh yeah, maybe yesterday you were looking at it and said, Knights have this, no problem. It's nice being wrong in those cases, at least in my eyes, because it keeps things fresh, keeps things interesting, and it's making Season 7 something different.
Yeah, I kind of have to say it this way, but I'm glad that my predictions are not always correct. See how I'm able to cover myself and also enjoy how competitive the SPL is all at once. And I think that what's really interesting here, Gormizer, is that coming into this one, both of these teams have kind of had weird paths towards getting here, right? United defeated Rival. They were my number 1 seed kind of coming into the year. I think that they're a really strong team to look at, but then they lost to Radiance and they lost to Renegades. And for Obey, right, they've lost, but they've lost to some really good teams. They lost to Sanguine, to the Knights, to Radiance. So it's like, I don't know how much you can hold that against them either. I think with E United in particular, though, here at Gormizer, and I really want to focus in on Scream in the jungle here for this roster. It's just variety. Scream is the kind of man, and I don't mean variety of the soul inner, Scream is the kind of dude who will play whatever it is that he wants to in the jungle. He'll take whatever pick that he thinks is good, and then he will beat you with it.
And that's the best thing about it. One of the things that we've noticed, specifically in a lot of these last few weeks, but a couple of jungle picks that have maybe gotten to shine a little brighter than everything else, but being able to have that, variety is the spice of life. Bringing in a very wide god pool makes you not only better for anyone, but better for your team, better for setups, better for ganks, and better for team fights, right? When it comes around, I expect to see a lot out of Scream, specifically as he's making rotations throughout it, and it's also going to maybe help kind of keep Weekend in check. If Scream gets ahead and starts getting aggressive, then Obey, that's a big counterpoint. Like, if Weekend is not able to get his buffs, get his farm, we've seen, at least in all 3 of their sets so far, the jungle be a point of contention where Weekend has fallen behind, and Scream can abuse that.
And I think that what's really important here, Gormizer, is that you really... is that Weekend has been slow to start, right? And what I mean by slow to start is that he likes to wait on the sideline, kind of. He doesn't always get in aggressive right from minute 1. I think if Scream can disrupt that rhythm, that'll make life really, really tough here for Obey in particular. But we've been talking all this time about Scream. I think it's time to hear from the man himself. Scream standing by for the interview.
All right, joined by Scream, jungler for E United. Scream, obviously not the week that you guys wanted last week. What's the team's mindset trying to bounce back from that tough 0-2 loss in both games last week?
Well, we're not too upset about the Radiance games because we were down. We had a really big deficit in game 1, and we came back and played hard in the first and the second game, and we were in position to win both those games. The Renegades games were actually generally worse for us because the first game was fine, but then the second game, we kind of just got rolled over. And it happens. It's the first few sets of the season. They don't really matter a whole lot, but we still have to improve from them and get better.
Now you've got Obey Alliance, a team that has been struggling so far. Is this the type of team you want to play when you're trying to bounce back from a couple tough losses, or do you want to try and get the ball rolling against one of the higher tier teams? Is that a concern for you at all here?
For me personally, I pref playing one of the higher teams because I think that we have the ability to beat them, and I think that beating a top tier team is definitely better for morale, and it helps you you learn a lot more from the games generally. But I don't think Obey is going to be a pushover. I mean, I still think that if you mess up versus Obey, they can take games off you. That pretty much goes for everyone in the league. But yeah, I just pref a higher team personally.
Scream, have you been playing to where you thought you would up until this point? I mean, obviously you're the GOAT, right? I mean, that's the bit, right? Hey, it's the GOAT coming into the jungle. But is this where you expected to be so far this season?
Like for me, I think that I should be playing better. I haven't really been playing to my expected standard, I feel like. I think that might have a little bit to do with new year and new meta, new teammates. I think it all like, it's like they're all factors in it, but I just expect more of myself personally, and I'm trying to pick it up lately. So
Well, we'll see if you can do that today. Scream, good luck up against Obey and into the rest of the United as well. And we'll be seeing you soon. Thanks for stopping by.
thank you.
Well, if Scream doesn't think he's played up to his potential yet, that might be trouble for Weekend and the boys of Obey. And I really do think that their matchup against Scream and really that whole 3v3 in particular, it's what's going to be important here in this one, Gormizer, because I really don't think that the 3v3 from this team has been up to the level that I would have expected. I'm talking about Inbound, Wolfie, and Weekend on the side of Obey. I think that Weekend's been too passive, Inbound has been too aggressive, and Wolfie has been on kind of some odd picks here too. What's your read on the current strength of this 3v3 for Obey?
Well, it's really weird because early on in the season, talking to Obey, they said they kind of wanted to play through Wolfie, right? Like they wanted him to be the front and center for the team. And like you said, some weird picks that have come through. Some that I would even argue are more utility picks. Things like a new Wah, I think in week 1 that we got to see, like where it's just like, okay, that's not exactly where I'd put someone if I wanted them to carry. It's definitely going to help. And that's where the dynamic, I think, has shifted, at least in my mind. Obey, their 3v3, their mid-fight isn't where they're strongest. It is those side lanes. It is like Wowie and Ducky being able to kind of lead it. Inbound, when he's over on the side with Wowie, has been playing aggressive. Sometimes, like you said, maybe a little too aggressive. But in a lot of these instances, it can give them a lot of potential for kills. If you get Wowie ahead, or if you can get Ducky ahead, depending on which side of the map you're looking at, those side lanes can start to dominate and maybe assist that 3v3 in mid, kind of come in, get Wolfie ahead, and then the entire team just starts rolling.
I agree that that Wowie and Ducky have looked like the shining stars, but that's only because the 3v3 just kind of has struggled. I think that if they can get off to even a bit more of an even start there in that 3v3, not only are they giving Wowie and Ducky a better chance to potentially be carriers, but then we can start to see some of that carry potential that we know that Wolfie has. I think people forget how dominant that rival team he was a part of for 2 years really was across a long stretch, and Wolfie was a huge part of that. This man is obviously a top-tier SMITE talent. I think that any of the Obey guys would tell you themselves they have not quite played at the level they know they're capable of. I don't think the squad's maxed out. I think we're seeing 60% right now, and this squad has a lot more top end to show us. That's why I'm excited for this match here, man. I think that Obey really could turn some heads.
And I'm really curious to see how they tackle today specifically. When they were playing against Radiance last week, they were the top 3 for both of their games. They went for the Jormungandr, the Raijin, and the Hu Yi. All things that we've seen be incredibly potent and powerful for them in the past. But, if I'm looking at it, it hasn't been enough on their own. And it gets them, the essentials, right? You get your solo lane, you have Ducky on something he's comfortable on, you get Wowie on something he's comfortable on, and you have Wolfie on that Raijin that we've seen being at least a high pick lately and high potential for a carry if he gets rolling forward. But I'm wondering, where their brain is going to go for this one, right? Are they going to look at the Merlin that we've seen be so powerful and show so much prowess for a lot of these other teams?
Yeah, man, I think if Merlin's open, I think I want Merlin. But here's another god that's been really strong right now, and that is Ullr. And for me, I really do see this in the hands of Snoopy, right? I don't know that we necessarily see Herwin do that much Hunter mid, but if Snoopy gets this pick, I wrote this down in my notes here already. Both of these teams are kind of scrappy teams. That's why I think Obey has a chance. They like to take fights, especially Snoopy and Scream. And this Ullr says that to me. This could potentially be trouble for Wowie if he picks something more passive like a Jingwei. He's got to make sure that he gives himself some strong tools. But Gore, these first 3 picks might be trouble, man. Ullr's good. I don't know if he's Merlin Yamoja good.
And it's been a while. Yamoja's like on that pinpoint, right? Where it's just like, okay, yes, she's been nerfed in her scaling of all things. There's a little bit of the stun nerf that came through, but healing and shielding is still really potent and really solid. And I think what she's going to be able to bring to the team, along with the fact that we already see lifesteal playing a pretty big role, especially for like the carries, it's just going to force E United to go for that anti-heal almost as soon as possible. I'm like, Divine Ruins, I need Brawlers, I need Onks later in the game. Like, I need something to help shut her down, because I feel like if this Yamoja can get off onto a ramp, and not the same ramp that Inbound is usually looking for, but just onto a ramp of comfortable support play, then she's going to be almost unmanageable.
Well, the Baron Somdi gets locked in for E-United. This is a bit of a different pick, Gormizer. We said that back at the top of the show, didn't we, that E-United like to kind of draft their own picks. I'm wondering if this is going into the solo lane. They already have the Hobwa that could be mid or jungle, so I got to think Baron likely at this point going into the solo lane. And Baron can do well there. I think if he catches you off guard, he can do a lot of surprise damage. His team fight presence isn't bad either. Do you like the Baron pick here?
It's not something that I think is the same level, but it is something that we got to see in the Challenger Circuit. I think in the qualifiers where there were a couple teams who were pulling out that Baron Samedi over in the solo lane, and it brings a different play style to the solo lane because you still you want to build him bruisery, but he doesn't build bruisery the same way a lot of warriors do, but his clear is still that of a mage, right? So he's still going to be able to melt you. He's got a lot of sustain for himself as well as clear. But the main thing I always look at, and it's going to be how he translates for ganks, and it's his ult. And that is going to be incredibly powerful for solo kills, for 2-on-1 fights. It can keep him alive and keep him safe, and it could also turn things over in his favor.
Yeah, and sometimes Flicker doesn't quite feel like enough to get away from that life of the party from Baron, right? So I think that Merlin could potentially be in some trouble depending on that ability. It's the same for Yamoja. If she's not able to kind of bounce her way out of there, then she's a bit of a sitting duck too. So this Baron might be able to do well here this game. They'll add an on her to the mix. I got to think that's for Wowie, and certainly can stand toe-to-toe with that Ullr. I expect some fireworks over there.
I want a Wheelish right now. There's already too much on the table to potentially go into that jungle, but I mean, you've got Yamoja who's going to be able to, you could utilize your ult against the same thing for Hunbats and on her. I mean, that's just a really good pick, I think, that could come into this, but you've already got the Hobwa, you've already got everything else on your team. It's so difficult to try and get all of these counter picks, but I like what E-United have gone for. It's just a little squishy on paper, right? I mean, it's not going to be the tankiest team in the world. So I think Obey, especially early on, Hunbats and on her, in my eyes, with their passives, can absolutely abuse how untanky E-United will be and try to get a lot of early kills.
But you can see the mentality, right? If they're going to run a double hunter composition, that's why you put Baron in the solo lane to try and make up potentially for some of the magic damage you're losing, especially with a warrior support as well with this Horus. So I like the way that United have put this composition together. It's clearly well thought out here, Gormizer. Game number 1, Obey in search of that first win about to start.
Thank you, Finch. Thank you, Gormizer. It is certainly a bounce-back opportunity here for both of these teams. Dolson and Aggro on the call for set number 1. And I'll admit, Aggro, I mean, I'm watching what Obey have drafted. We talk about how the solo lane and the long lane for them, Ducky, Wowie, have been maybe bright spots, and the reason for that may be up for some debate. But I'm not sure how I feel about the Wukong being handed over to Ducky. I don't know if that's going to bring the power that they may need there in that short lane.
I think that Ducky just wanted to make sure he was on a warrior that isn't susceptible to getting life of the party really early on in this lane. As soon as you hit level 5 as Baron, if the enemy solo laner doesn't have a CC immune ult, it's really, really easy to just pull him under tower and get a solo kill or call your jungler over and make sure you get a kill. Wukong has enough bully potential. Baron's really not going to be able to poke you out too heavily. Depending on how Variety wants to play this early game, I'd expect him to play it a little bit slower and just try and clear out some of these waves. I think that Wukong is the exact type of annoying that can deal with double Hunter, which we have here for E-United.
And I like E-United now starting to pivot over into this kind of Horus meta that we started to see. Sanguine has obviously worked with this Horus and made it look good, fell a couple of times in their matchup yesterday. But you can tell a lot of teams really have started to put in work on this god in early aggression already in this long lane. Ionic running the blink. He's going to blink in early and often. I think you do have to be careful here if you're Obey. I mean, they have plenty of counter engage, I think, with the Yamoja and then a potential jump backwards from Wowie. But the kill potential certainly there, and they're going to look for it as Wowie will jump back beneath his tier 1 tower, so no kill just yet. They do have some lane pressure as Scream is just around that purple.
And this is exactly what you want to do with that Horus in lane. And I think that when you think about gods that will see play at a competitive level, one of the big keys to it is actually Screaming some trouble here. Weaken's already jumped on him and slowed him down.
He has to burn the beads, but it's not going to save his life. Weaken in for first blood. Wolfie gets some body block assist from Weaken, but Hurrywind immediately answers back. So first blood for Obey. That's a kill for United. Weekend actually very low here. Luckily has the leap and had just enough mana for it. So Hurwin answers back with a kill of his own.
Really good pathing there by Weekend. Just didn't show himself to Scream. Scream thought he was all alone right there and didn't look like he had the water carpet available and put 2 points in the water cannon, which is very common for Hebo, whether he's in jungle or in the mid lane, to not put a point in your 2 at this point in the game. So that slow can really be deadly, and Wolfie all in commits, loses his life for it, but certainly worth Obey's time as they got the first blood bounty. But going back to what I was saying about Horus, I think that one of the things that when you look at a character and why or if they'll be paid at the highest level, the ability to do something that no other character in the game does is a huge boon for that character, right? I mean, that's the reason why Giannis, despite having horrible stats for so many different levels of play, including the SPL, is still so attractive to top-level players, is because no other character gets you out of situations like Giannis does, or moves you around the map like Giannis does, and that's really attractive. And Horus ult is very much the same. No other ultimate provides that level of backline dive instantly.
We'll talk about dive. Scream catches a Fear No Evil straight to the jaw and is able to make his way back beneath the tier 1 tower alive. So aggression from Weekend. Aggro, I feel like this is kind of a different look. I mean, Weekend had been slow playing some of these games maybe throughout the first couple of weeks, but he's already found first blood in this game and looking for more on the Scream.
And I love it. This is what Obey should be doing at all times, it feels like, is just going for these early game pressure compositions. And I think Hunbats fits that really well. Weekend has looked good so far. He's picked 2 good fights. The fact that they don't kill Scream there is a disappointment for sure, knowing that he has no purification beads. But Wolfie didn't have the 2 off cooldown, it looked like, at the time. Maybe that he didn't want to just get close enough to make sure he didn't get hit by that crushing wave. But it still puts pressure on Scream, still forces him to use his ultimate defensively. This is, and you'd much rather see your jungler be proactive than try and just wait around and wait for the right opportunity to come to them.
And this is something I did want to revisit, the second purple buff of the game stolen away by E United, and I was curious if Obey was maybe even going to be able to get themselves one here in this early game, and for the moment they have forced E United's duo lane back and look to confirm the first purple buff. There is a stun down. Wow, he might trade his life for it though. So going to leap away and stay alive here, but you're playing with fire there as another purple buff drops to the ground. It looks like Ionic was able to pick it up.
And it's just such great pressure on this left-hand side. So much of the meta these days, in my mind, has been centered around how well your duo lane pressures and how well your 2v2 fights against the enemy 2v2. And I think that's a reason why Yamoja is starting to see a little bit less heavy prioritization, because her 2v2 can be really good, but if she falls behind, it gets a little bit difficult to step up and just chain stun, because they just will ignore your stunning and kind of run at you that entire time. She's good for her sustain, and that's where she's been really solid here for Inbound and Wowie. But as good as Yamoja is at level 1, as soon as Ionic and Snoopy hit level 2, they just have such better all-in potential that makes it really difficult to really fight into, and they've leveraged that very well. Snoopy hasn't even backed yet, so he's going to back and be able to grab a full set of Devos and probably Boots 1. He might be able to even go full Boots here if that's what he wants to do, instead of starting to stack it up, knowing that Wowie has gone with the slower Devourer's Gauntlet start. Wonder where Snoopy's going to go. I think that either way is fine here.
And I think that's got to be a small win here for E United, where I think Weekend, again, we sort of touched on it. I think a different look from Obey here in this early game, where they've tried to be aggressive early and often. But at some point, you know, maybe you're concerned by the way that this long lane is going. I don't think they've gotten a single purple buff after maybe even just the first one. It's been Ionic, Snoopy through and through here, and now you're going to bring that presence over here to the middle lane, maybe leave Wowie alone, and maybe that's where you look for Inbound to find some pressure now. Just rotate out of that long lane if you're not going to be able to do much when you're there with Wowie.
Yeah, I think that that's going to be the key here for Obey, is using their great team fight that they have. And it's all going to be centered around this Yamoja and the Hun Bats and how effective those two ultimates can be in this game. And I'm looking for Inbound to really focus trapping Scream and Variety into those ults. If you get Hurwin with his jump down or Snoopy with his jump down, that's going to be good. But this Baron's going to be critical to the team fight for United.
Inbound dashed on and Stunbreaker will crash down and inbound back to base. That's a first kill for this long lane. Snoopy catches Desert Fury. Wow, he just needs a few more autos, but Ionic, brilliant body blocks here. Wow, he just trying to round the corner, finds the spear. Snoopy takes a back seat, but Hurrywind is here. It's a 2-for-1 trade with E United out on top.
Wowie has never been happier about a change to a character than Impale making that you still do damage all the way through, because Ionic was doing way too well with those body blocks, and at least Snoopy buys enough time to make sure that Hurwin can rotate over and get that return kill and make it a 2-for-1. But that was a sick play by Wowie, because I think he actually interrupted the ricochet coming from Snoopy that would have all-in and killed inbound instantly. Because that pillar came up, it stopped the ricochet, and he found a great impale on the top end. So not only did he force the beads out from Snoopy, forces him to dash in an awkward way later on, but it keeps inbound alive a little bit longer, keeps Ionic away from the 1v1 that the Hunters are going to have after the fact, and his Desert Fury was pretty accurate afterwards as well. So that, despite going 2-for-1 in United's favor, Wowie played that very, very well.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree, and I think that given how this early game has been in this long lane, I think Wowie maybe takes that as a small win for himself. You do have to be concerned, though, I think, if you're Obey, at where Hurrywind has been able to rotate through here. Wolfie has an assist on the board, and maybe we'll catch a death here as Ionic, now starting to rotate out of the long lane, is going to find some pressure there. But a kill onto Wowie, I think, is maybe a win here, depending on how that gank could have gone worse. But when you look at Hurrywind on this Uller and the rotations that he's already had, I think United will be happy with it. There's a big waterfall that goes up and traps down Ionic. Wolfie, just as I mentioned him, rotates over, grabs his first kill of the game, and suddenly we're all tied up, but Scream is here. Inbound gets knocked down. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Weak and low. Sunbreaker trying to just chip away at the Hoonbats. Snoopy is in range, looking for the back, dashed right on through. Just need one auto to connect, but Snoopy doesn't hit it. He might just get out alive. Scream continuing, though, on Wolfie. Low health bars all over the map aggro, and somehow we ended a 1-for-1.
Man, that is close, but no cigar for multiple members of E United. And the fact that both Weekend and Wolfie survived there is massive for keeping this game closer to even, because already E United get way more XP and gold during that period of that fight. But to end up not losing 2 more members could have been a Gold Fury after the fact, because you know United can't do it with how low Hurwind was, how little mana Scream had. But if they know that there's nobody on the map at that point, then it's not too big of a deal. Wouldn't have been such a bad call, but having those members survive even without them having to go back to base most likely, it makes a pretty big impact.
No, and I think we've talked about it a little bit, where Obey seem much more in this game than maybe a time or two we've seen them so far this split. I mean, I think you've got to be happy with the way this Obey team has looked 10 minutes into this game.
All you can ask for is that Obey is improving every week, and I think it's very, very clear that they are. Now, there's a discussion about whether or not it's improving at the right rate, all this kind of stuff. All of that isn't super relevant right now. The fact that they're improving is really the big news, and that's a good sign for them.
Well, Inbound is going to just try to self-peel a little bit. Weekend, he's found the second kill of the game. Snoopy, though, over in that long lane, has finally traded out one onto Wowie. Life of the party, and Inbound is the guest, but he's able to walk away. Weekend unable to say the same for himself. There is still a 3-man chase. Tier 1 tower might be a safe haven, but Hurrywind kicks down the door. Weekend back to base. He's 2-1-1. Best look early game we've seen here from Weekend, but E United, they continue to find these trades. Just a 1-man advantage again. It is a 2-for-1 as Scream falls, but these slow, small leads for E United starting to grow a little bit bigger.
They are, and Obey has to be worried that they're using a few too many resources on getting their initial call. Their initial target call has worked out well. They blew up Ionic on this purple buff a little bit ago with a Hunbat's ult and a Umoja ult together. And again, that's an improvement from what we saw, where that was not happening effectively previously. So you've got that as a boon for you moving forward, but you still have to have the next level of what's going to happen after we use everything on the first person. Can we still take this team fight? Who's our next target? What's happening when the comms are a little bit more cluttered? All those things still need to be worked on.
Whoa, Inbound catches the stun. Be careful. Hurrywind is 3-0. He hits you with that axe. He's going to turn and pour plenty of damage into you, and Inbound learns that the hard way. Wowie has been able to leap out, but the water carpet from Scream, well, will allow him to digress, and the rest of E United maybe as well. And at this point, Gold Fury is up, and you kind of get those vibes. All of United has started to rotate over to this left side of the jungle.
But Herwin doesn't have his beads. He used it when Weekend jumped in to get rid of that slow. So Weekend's ultimate coming up means that might be an opportunity here for Obey.
Variety burns life of the party just to try to pull in Wolfie. Gold Fury chipped away, 10% HP. United has grabbed it, but can they get out alive? Ducky might even fall as well. That's the stun down onto the Wukong, looking for a bit of re-engage as you leap off of the cloud back behind his Harpies. So it's a Gold Fury for none, and United expands their lead.
I really like this adjustment that United has made, because we saw Snoopy play Uller a couple weeks ago up against Renegades. I believe that was last week. And it just did not look particularly good as Herwin in trouble here in the mid lane. No beats for him, but actually is able to jump away.
Yeah, it's a decent Rivers rebuke, but Hurrywin leaps on out of it. The stun is there, but Variety saves the life of Hurrywin this time around for a clean kill from United. Only WoW, he still has his ultimate online, and he's nowhere near the rest of that team fight. So bad to worse here for Obey, where they kept themselves in this early game so well. But you talk about, 2-for-1 trades kind of across the board. United really starting to pull away now at 13 minutes in.
Yeah, that's a pretty big lead for United at this point. Excuse me. And one of the reasons why I think that they've done so well has been the cooler in the mid lane for Herwin. 3-0-2, been a part of 5 of the 7 kills for United, been really across the map. And this is the adjustment that I was talking about, where Snoopy played this Uller against Renegades, and it just didn't feel super impactful. Certainly not as impactful as a lot of the Uller play we've seen in the duo lane or in mid lane. And I think a lot of people might forget that Herwind was one of the original Hunter mid players way back in the day in North America. And so giving him this Uller pick, he looks comfortable on it, he's played aggressively on it, and has gotten himself a really big lead, which is why you're first picking this god, is not to be, 0-0-0 15 minutes into the game necessarily. It's to get leads like this.
Well, that's Pyromancer for United, and are they going to be able to win the fight? Ionic is going to look to re-engage. Rivers rebuke, but inbound catches a little bit of damage on his way out. Ionic staggered down, stunned up against the wall. Maybe a nice setup kill there from Wowie, and it sure is. Some good healing to keep Variety and the rest of the team alive. Fear No Evil sends a few running here, but United, they're not worse for wear on the end of it. Ducky slams down Variety. It's a 2-for-none for Obey, but Scream will roll his way in. Inbound, finally back to base. It's a 2-for-1, make it a 2-for-2. Snoopy rejoins the fight. One final shot on the Weekend's all he needs. Unable to find it. Zahoon Bats will leap out and stay alive. Ducky burns the blink. It's a 2-for-2 and a Pyromancer for United.
Man, that was close. That was close to being really, really good for Obey. Weekend had a phenomenal Fear No Evil there. Waited until Variety stepped up, blinks behind him, separates Variety, gets him killed, but then the rest of the backline just can't get away from Obey. And now with the overstay here by Wolfie in the mid lane, Snoopy with that nice wrap around, this is going to open up even more buff invades for Scream. It's going to make sure that he can't get pressured on that left-hand side. And it's just another unnecessary death by Obey. But, look, we expected United to come in and look pretty good here. I think that this is a team that after beating Rival Week 1 has a lot more eyes on it. And Obey is a team that has struggled so far. I think Obey has done things much better, as we've talked about, but United still looks like they're returning to form a little bit here up against Obey.
I think that's a great point to make, because you look at United and they come out of the gate swinging week 1, 2-0 Rival, slip up against Radiance, and we talked about it in the pregame interview a little bit. They seemed okay with that. They realized that they were playing well, and some calls maybe through a couple of those games. Then they lose 2-0 to Renegades. So this is a team that started off as heavily on the tracks as you can be, and then came off a little bit in the last couple of weeks. So I think United have to be thrilled with the way this game has gone 16 minutes in, just slowly building up on some of those leads. I mean, if you're looking at Obey, you have a couple of kills and a couple of assists on Weekend. The Hoonbats is really going to start to swing here as you move into the late game, and it's been a different look, I think, to be fair, at Weekend, and we've already touched on it, but the aggression has been there. I think a good Fear No Evil can maybe help Obey find a grasp here.
Yeah, it's really contingent on these big ultimates coming from Weekend, and frankly, he's found them so far this game. He's had a lot of really good Fear No Evils, but Hunbat's damage, Hunbats is a character that I feel like in the early game, it's, okay, I'm doing not great damage, but I'm great setup. And through the mid game, you're like, okay, I can do some good damage, but it's not going to 100-0 anyone. And then all of a sudden, you hit 5 items or 6 items, and you just one-shot everybody. It's a very steep curve for Hun Batz is the way that I always feel when I'm playing that character. And so until Weekend hits that point, it's really contingent on how many people he can get in there to help him. And the way that Variety and Ionic have been able to create space, probably a little bit too much space because they're dying for it sometimes, is going to be difficult to get past and go in and help Weekend. But that's what he needs.
Inbound looking for another Rivers Rebuke engage, and naturally Scream has to use the ultimate to disengage from Ducky, who's found the opening kill here in this fight, and a good knockup will return some damage as Snoopy drops down the Sunbreaker. 4 or 5 members of Obey backpedaling away from this Primal Fury, and looks like they're just going to take that, get a kill onto Scream, get ourselves out alive, take these small wins where we can find them.
That's huge. I mean, that Rivers Rebuke from Inbound was certainly not what he was looking for, but Scream just takes too much damage from Wowie's ultimate. Wowie and Ducky combined right there to do some great work and put Scream down before he can get away. And now in a 5v4, United still feeling like they can fight, knowing that every ultimate is down on Obey's side.
Not shaken by a numbers disadvantage. Primal Fury reset, but it's weakened to even up the numbers here. Life of the Party pulls an Inbound, and he's an early exit from this one. See you later, and now there's 3 members of Obey on the run, and somehow E-United turn around that fight, and maybe you look at the ultimates, not a lot were left online there from Obey, where E-United, they had a few.
That is huge, especially when E-United has these characters that punish you for not having beat so well in Baron Samdi, or Hurwind, who's just always down to fight on the Uller as a stance switcher. He doesn't care about not having his ultimate, because he never has one. So these extended engagements with the great DPS they have from Double Hunter, United leverage that on the objective well, and they're doing it again here, winning their fight and heading straight to Fire Giant. Obey likely know that this is happening and just know that they can't do anything about it, so they do the right thing. They go to this Primal Fury and make sure they're at least getting something for themselves that United can't take.
And the power play begins for United, and just shy of 20 minutes into the game, the first Fire Giant is locked down. Still undying is Hurrywind in that middle lane. And he's going to add another kill under his belt. Now 9 affected kills, 4-0-5. Inbound, 30 seconds on the death timer. And aggro, this could turn into a Phoenix defense maybe earlier than Obey were expecting.
And that's going to be difficult because they have this Double Hunter composition. It's what I love about this comp for United. Not only are you giving Hurwin the Uller, but it frees Snoopy up to get one of his best gods, if not his best god, in Ho Yi, that is also a high priority hunter. It just leaves them with such a potent team fight ultimate now with the Ho Yi, which oftentimes you're missing in Double Hunter compositions. And Snoopy's looked very, very comfortable on this. The 2 hunters are top of the player damage charts so far here for United.
And it's a different look as well. Don't necessarily have to dive fully deep into it, but Devo's Gauntlet into the Rage, I think, is something that we saw very early on here in some games earlier this split, really even into SEC qualifiers. Some teams have kind of moved away from it. But Snoopy obviously realizing that a Rage in a game like this where you're going to be getting a lot of kills and assists can certainly hit its mark.
And it's not going to be easy for Ducky to build Spectral here necessarily, because he's already gone for a fairly offensive build with the Soul Eater into a couple shields. So he's not going to be able to build Spectral and feel super tanky either way. So it's not a big deal for that. I mean, you've got Inbound on the other side, who's Yamoja. He's going to try and prioritize making sure he's getting all his Omi up. He will with this build so far. But now, I mean, if he goes Spectral, sure, I'm just so far ahead, it doesn't matter. In fact, Snoopy backs and just buys Deathbringer outright because he knows that this game is likely to just be over before anyone from Obey can afford a Spectral armor.
I'm curious, kind of talking on that itemization really quick, are you at all concerned about lack of anti-heal? I mean, there's obviously a Divine Ruin for Wolfie, but you look at E-United and all the healing they're able to do. Do you need to see more here from Obey 20-so minutes into this game?
No, I don't think so. I think that they're in a good spot with their anti-heal. They've got a Brawlers from Weekend, the Divine from Wolfie. Variety has some good healing, and you want to get some anti-heal on it, but you don't need a 100% anti-heal Consigned Spirits. It's not that big of a deal. Eonic's got Protector Surge, but you know the Bancrofts is there as well for Scream. You don't need any more than this.
We stand about even maybe on the anti-heal conversation. Good Rivers Rebuke will split this fight, but United able to just leap out back to safety. Ionic is low. Here's Obey are going to step toe just outside of their left side Phoenix, but it's a big team fighting ultimate used. That's a 5 versus 4 ultimate advantage here, and United, they're just going to return right back to the left side.
I mean, Inbound is going to get it up fairly soon. He's got a lot of CDR, but feel like it might not be up in time. Variety is really just looking for healing on the enemy team, but a good job by Wolfie to pop his Magi's.
Variety, the one playing front and center, and he's going to look to pull a few in. Decent pillar will kind of separate the fight, but Weekend has taken so much damage. Wow, he sends the spears flying, and Iana catches them all. And that's the first kill of this one, but Snoopy turns it around. Ducky, the solo laner of Obey, takes a back seat as Scream will blink his way around the left-hand side here. 1-for-1 trade, but United, they're not dissuaded.
Not yet, but a good heal from Variety. That's actually a clutch one because there isn't a whole lot of anti-heal applied at the time. There's a big ultimate by Inbound.
Oh, and they're trapped in there, but Hurrywind does so much damage, he's actually able to find the first kill onto Inbound. Snoopy is low, and they're going to just finally start chipping away some damage at this left side Phoenix. Obey, too low to maybe contest here. They're going to give up the Phoenix, and finally, United will crack the base.
That was a great call by United to not panic too much when that Rivers Rebuke came down, because that was a strong ult by Inbound. It locks in Variety, it cuts off the Phoenix, but Hurrywind just goes right in onto Inbound, and Scream found him with a knockup as well, and those two together basically one-shot Inbound, and it makes sure that the rest of Obey know that they can't just step up now because there's still a lot of damage on the side of E United. They get the left side Phoenix, not a huge, big, game-winning Fire Giant there by E United. They actually end up being pretty close to even when it comes to gold, only plus 2,000 during that Fire Giant buff. That's not a lot at this stage, but they didn't have that much gold on the map to take because they'd already taken it all before that point.
It's 3 kills, a Phoenix. Just a little bit of gold here at this point, and this is maybe what I expect from United. The FG buff just falls off. It's going to be up right now. And I'm not sure Obey really, not necessarily don't care, but I think they're smart enough to realize that's not a winning fight for themselves. And again, they're going to pull out that Oni Fury, at least get a little counter push going. But it's Fire Giant, Oni Fury, and you get a tier 1 tower for Obey, so a little extra gold. But United, they're looking like they're on the hunt. Weekend might get drop shipped on. Suddenly, 4 members of E United back behind the Obey Alliance jungler. He'll drop down the Fear No Evil and will leap us up away, but look at the collapse from E United. Snoopy's right there to follow up. 1 kill down, 50 seconds on the Weekend death timer.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about when I'm talking about a character that can do something that no other god in the game does. No other god in the game, save maybe Giannis, gets them on top of Hunbats that well.
Variety might be the sacrificial lamb here as Obey have cleaned up 1, evens this one up at a 4 versus 4. Yannick running away from Ducky here, and he'll be able to do so just fine as the 3 versus 3 fight continued over in the mid lane. But we saw E United, I mean, they are not dissuaded from kind of fighting real close to these Phoenixes, especially not with these Fire Giant buffs on. And with Weekend gone, that's no Fear No Evil for the next 10 or so seconds. E United, they might just barrel down this mid lane.
Yeah, that was just a way overextension by Variety, just poor positioning and a good job by Obey to punish him. And no teleport for him either, so this is a 5v4 now in earnest on this Phoenix. And now that Weekend has respawned, not surprised to see United give this one up. Just go push out their waves, clear out some buffs, invade what you can, and then reset whenever Variety is back up and ready.
Yeah, that's smart. They will have Variety in 5 seconds, but Variety's teleport still down for about a minute and a half here. Pyromancer locked away. How confident are you, though, in that Obey Alliance Phoenix defense? It seems like so much of these fights have really stemmed from Inbound, looking for a big Rivers Rebuke, and to his credit, I think has found some. But I feel like E United have just been able to shrug that off, wait for the waters to fall, and then kind of just jump back into the fight.
I think Obey's defense is very strong, actually, on these Phoenixes. I mean, between Rivers Rebuke, Wowie's Pillar makes it hard to siege into it. Fear No Evil can separate a tank that's trying to tank up the Phoenix from their carries very easily. Merlin, one of the best in terms of Phoenix defense. Obey has a lot of tools on this Phoenix defense, but double Hunter comps are difficult to stuff on these Phoenix defenses because it doesn't take 2 of them long to chop down your Phoenix, and they might not win fights and end the game as easily as having a big mage ultimate that's going to just end it all. But if the ultimate goal is to just get the Phoenix, which it should be on most Phoenix sieges, then you're going to end up having a tougher time dealing with double Hunter.
Well, Hurrywind and Snoopy are certainly having themselves a day. Eonic, Variety, both locked into the River's Rebuke. There will be a couple disengaged leaps there. A nice bit of stun, though, onto the front line of Obey Alliance as Eonic moves his way back in. Scream will dash himself in as well. Ducky, three-manning the back line of E United. You're never going to win that one. Not when Hurrywind's 6-0-6. Left side, Phoenix looking nervous. Just needs a few more shots here. One back, and that's Weekend going for some healing. An attempted stun from inbound will not connect. Hurrywind still playing front and center. Axe no good. 1-for-1 trade, and the left side Phoenix falls yet again.
That was a really good defensive sequence by Wolfie. He put out a ton of damage on that left side Phoenix.
Snoopy is just going to move back to the middle lane. Watch out, United and Eonic might be looking to engage, but this time it's a one-man drops it just to turn some heads. Mobile Bay Alliance, Scream still kind of plugging away at that mid lane. Phoenix, Eonix will be tanking it up for the time being. Hurrywind wraps back around and essentially one-shots it. This time the River's Rebuke won't really disengage all that much. Scream taken low, some good damage from Wolfie. Will maybe make the United jungler think twice. Weekend finally capitalizes and puts Snoopy in the dirt for only the second time this game, and this is maybe the defense that Obey needed.
But it might be a little bit too late, Dave. I mean, they already lost both left and mid Phoenix, and Obey realizing that this might be their best opportunity, knowing that Snoopy's dead, but they have to worry about these waves coming down the left-hand side and where Variety is.
Scream might just roll on through. Hurrywind, he's dropped for the first time this game by Wolfie. Scream, though, we're getting to that late game point where this Hebo is just going to pour damage out on you. Ducky is going to try to get out and will take to the skies into his ultimate and leaps over the wall here. So Wukong's life saved for the time being, and losing Hurrywind for 40 seconds, I think, admittedly, that's huge for Obey.
I mean, the Fire Giant's going to be up fairly soon, so you think maybe Obey has a chance at rushing it down, but the front line is here for E United, and Scream is more than enough damage to keep everybody off of it. So I don't think Obey is going to have much more of an opportunity than to push out these waves, maybe pick up another Fury, because they've been trading Fury for Fire a lot so far this game, but this Fire Giant, at least the next one that E United's going to get, likely to get, is going to be enhanced. And that's going to make it much, much harder on these defenses. Now you don't have to worry about getting these waves into the Phoenix. It's going to be difficult to stop these back doors. In between waves, you could just pop your tank in, double hunter autos a couple times, and then that Phoenix down to half HP before you know it.
Unless the FG is burned down in the next 10 seconds, which actually could be, it will be enhanced here. Ducky realizes that United are doing the Fire Giant. Inbound will trap in a few, but they're just going to turn themselves back and walk away. A massive team fighting ultimate. Desert Fury as well, used by Wowie here. Only Sunbreaker from Snoopy dropped down so far in this fight. And that's just enough to make Obey think twice, but Eonic could look to engage. It's Inbound who's back behind him. Hurrywind is here as well. Blink forward. Ducky a bit caught out, will have the ultimate if he needs to get himself out alive, and that's all United need, and they're going to turn back to the Fire Giant.
And they're a little bit worse for wear for it, but not by much. And this Fire Giant defense from Obey is going to be difficult, knowing the relics are starting to come up now for United.
Variety playing frontline here. Life of the party is going to get canceled early. Ducky takes to the skies. Fire Giant has been locked down by E United in the meantime, but how will this fight go? A decent Fear No Evil sends Variety right back into the awaiting arms of Inbound, and Snoopy just gets knocked back. That's a decent portal there from Inbound, but it's 4 members of E United strong. Make their way back to a tier 2 tower that's no longer there, and the Alliance won't go fishing any further.
Man, that was a great Fear No Evil from Weekend. I mean, he's found these really, really good ultimates just about every single time. He blinks in, separates Variety completely, gets everybody else turned the other way. Snoopy has to use some relics. Obey is doing things well, in the consistency just has not been there. As soon as they get some consistency online, I think they're going to have a better time. It just feels like it's a little bit too late. I mean, they're down 10K, and against 4 members that have Enhanced Fire. Variety's been isolated a whole bunch this game. He's struggled to stay alive in the late game, but unless the Obey can actually kill Hurry and Snoopy consistently, I just don't see how they transfer this from a solid defense after solid defense to actually being able to win the game.
Yeah, that seems to be the key here, right? And Hurrywind and Snoopy have had themselves a game. It's 6-1-7. Obviously, 1 death for Hurrywind. Snoopy has only died twice. Combine those, and that's lowest on the team, tied with Scream and Ionic. So getting to these backliners has proven difficult for Obey. There is a Spectral Armor picked up by Weekend, so you can tell his mindset is maybe try to jump onto one of these hunters and just shrug off some of that damage.
It's just difficult, man, to try and switch gears when you've been losing for 20 minutes straight, right? I mean, 13 minutes in, it was a 4K deficit for Obey, and now you've done well to still be clawing into this game, but at some point, it's just difficult to try and turn that from, okay, we just need to stop losing as hard, to winning. You know, that actually is a conversation that needs to happen.
Well, this is an interesting look at things. A 3-man split. We're used to kind of seeing this 4-1 attack 2 lanes, but it's Scream on the right. Variety and Snoopy now in the mid. Right side Phoenix does get taken down, and I imagine we'll see both teams kind of meld right back into one another once again, with the mid lane Phoenix being quite low here. Really just needs 1 or 2 autos from Hurrywind or Snoopy. The duel on the right side, this one goes the way of United, and at this point you're just looking for an engaged Scream hanging out off on this right-hand side.
Knows he needs to be careful without beads. Didn't highlight it earlier, but a Polynomicon here for Scream means that this already difficult to stop siege is so much harder, and that's the reason why he split pushes that right side.
Weekend has found the engage maybe he was hoping for, but Scream, look at that lifesteal, is going to help top him off just a little bit. I don't know if it saves his life, but it definitely keeps him in the fight a little bit longer. Jungle ult for jungle ult, and Ducky has to pop the Wukong ult as well. Now mid lane Phoenix is going to be a little bit worse for wear, with Variety having to move his way out of it. Burns the beads this time to keep from getting stunned up by inbound, and River's Rebuke used as well. So 3 key defensive ultimates maybe now missing for Obey.
And that mid Phoenix is still on its last legs. 1 polyproc does it for Scream.
Ionic moves his way in. It's the front line now of Obey. They're going to move themselves out. Scream still kind of hanging in that back line. Weaken deleted by Hurrywind here. 4 members of Obey Alliance huddled around this left side Phoenix. Ducky, you don't have your ultimate to disengage from this fight. Snoopy, though, ends up falling, but that's a drop ship, a double kill for Hurrywind, and he's still swinging away as Wowie is going to finally leap back to safety. It's going to be 3 Phoenixes down, and the siege continues for United.
Good damage from Wolfie. It's critical to keep these health bars low, but with Fire Giant Sustain still on, only for another 5 seconds, I think United can just walk in. This Titan is too weak.
Well, you have both your carries and your Guardian, I suppose. If you want anyone to defend, that's one good way of doing it. Wowie gonna get locked down here, plugged some damage away. Titan under attack, United full strength minus Snoopy. Wowie takes a backseat to Scream as the Hebo will roll his way in. Titan being chipped away now as Ionic will turn his attention over to inbound, and Variety will continue plugging away damage. Once he falls, I think it's all said and done. Hurrywind, Ionic, Scream, all in range. Titan falls, and E-United strike first.
It takes them 35 minutes, though, in a couple of good defensive sequences by Obey Alliance, who did a lot of things better that game. But when you just are that far down that early, I mean, losing every single purple buff, Yamoja's there to make sure that your team fight is good and that your lane is good. That's what makes her so strong, is that she's really good at both stages of the game. It just didn't feel that way for inbound. It didn't feel like that Yamoja was impactful often enough. A couple of really good ultimates, but not able to find them consistently enough. And ultimately, Weekend, I mean, it has a bunch of really, really good Fear No Evils, a bunch of them. But then a really bad pathing mistake without his Fear No Evil going from mid Phoenix to left Phoenix and jumping into everybody. That decision was weird. We're getting there, you know, baby steps.
Right, I agree.
It feels like, but E United certainly just looks stronger right now.
Small moments better, I think. The early game, despite in the long lane, as you point out, not going fully in favor of Obey. I think still things to hang your hat on moving here into game 2. But as you point out, E United, they're the ones who strike first. But we're done talking about it. We'll let Finch take it away.
Thanks, Tolson and Aggro. E-United do come out on top, but I think I agree with the way that they just broke it down, those two casters. In particular, that Obey are starting to make the right steps. And this is the SPL, man. It's not going to be a switch that you flip on and suddenly that they're taking sets off these teams. It's too competitive. But these are the small incremental improvements, I think, that Obey have to show us for them to start getting there. So that's my piece about how Obey looked better. Now it's time to talk about how E-United bopped off. I did not think Hurwin was going to be piloting the Uller, but I apologize to my man Tyler because he popped off this game. I love him on the Uller mid.
Yeah, 9-2-7 at the end of the game. There's a point I took a mark at 25 minutes. He was 5-0-6. I believe he went up to 6-0-6 at least before getting eliminated, getting that first death is a better way to word it. And it's just, it's so much focus specifically from Obey. And this is actually where a lot of these team fights can really be broken down. Early game, it was, man, they're investing a whole lot and they're not really finding as many kills. Scream does too much damage. And then it became, okay, now Ducky's killing Scream, but Herowind and Snoopy are just monsters to deal with, and no one is looking at them. And so they shifted the dynamic. Scream early on was helping turn a lot of these fights because Hebo damage. It just does what it does, especially once he had a few items online. And Ducky started making that call. He would go into the backline. He'd use his ult to get over towards that Hebo and put him under duress. And then the two hunters would just be like, all right, now's our time to shine. Let's keep going, because no one's looking at them anymore.
I feel like this replay we're seeing right now is the backbreaker, though, Gore. If for me, this was where you saw Obey Alliance get that first pick actually pretty cleanly. It's a 5v4 in their favor around the gold field. Then they end up losing the 5v4 to E United, I think, because they're able to use their ultimates a little bit better. The life of the party was still there for Variety. Had a great game on this Baron Somni. And that's the kind of thing that I think that Obey have to make sure they're cleaning up. Sometimes they put themselves into the driver's seat and it feels like they just can't turn the key to start the car or something like that. That is a situation where your team should be up and favorable. At the very least, you can't lose a whole bunch of people and the theory on the back of it, right? At least get out of there and just give it up or something like that. Those kinds of mistakes are the ones that are head-scratching to me from Obey, and that just can't be happening.
And that fight, along with a lot of them around that time mark in the game, Obey are initiating the fights, and they are usually getting that first pick, and it looks really good. Right. The problem is they're dropping a lot of their ults to get that pick. I mean, you're talking Rivers of Buke and the Fear No Evil minimum to get one person on the other side. And sometimes it was just Ionic, which is a good pick, but it's not going to be game-changing for you. And so you have these re-engages from E United where they recognize, look, you guys don't have anything to fight us with. You might have a numbers advantage, but what are you going to do? Like, laugh at us? You can hit 4 all you want. Nothing's coming out of there. So they could use their ults and go forward with it. And enough of those fights led to the point where there was like a 4-level lead for the jungle. There was a 2-level lead in mid, a 3-level lead for the carries. Like, it was just too much to handle for at a certain point where Obey, you can jump in and fight, but the hill is just too steep to climb.
And that's what I'm trying to get to, right? It's not even that. Obviously you want to clean up the initial picks. You don't commit too many resources. But in a world where you've committed too many resources, the only thing worse from then on is to also lose a bunch of people in the team fight, right? And maybe you just have to give up on that fight at that point and leave with the one pick that you got. Someone on this team has got to recognize that state a little bit better, I'm thinking, so that they don't compound their losses. That's what it feels like, really, to me, is what hurts Obey.
Well, I'm excited to see it because, you know, we've mentioned it, and it is absolutely the truth. Obey have improved drastically from last week, and that was a drastic improvement from week 1, right? It's big steps from week to week. I want to see what their small steps look like, right? When it's going from game to game. I think banning off the Uller and the Hebo is like one of the best decisions to start this off with. Granted, it still leaves a lot open, but there's so much that's on the table. They can scoop up a good first pick and still have their, I guess, technically 4th and 5th pick in the game coming through in their favor here, depending on what comes up for United. So there's still a little bit of flexibility for some counterplay, and, well, depending on what they grab, it can look good for them. I don't know if Yamoja did so much last game that I'm like, yes, she's necessary.
There's a lot of dying.
But I still don't know if I want Ionic to have Yamoja either.
Right, so maybe that's the idea here, is trying to take out of his hands. It was uninspiring, though. I mean, I don't know any other way to describe it. I believe the Horus out-healed the Yamoja last game when we saw those numbers at the end of the game, too. I mean, it wasn't enough from inbound, and we know this guy's capable of more. It just wasn't there. But Obey, if they're top picking it, they clearly trust that he can pivot, right, and come back around and give us a better Yamoja performance here. You heard Aggro talk about it. Part of the reason why you pick her is that she's strong in your laning phase and then also almost unbeatable in terms of her team fight presence. But we didn't get either one of those elements from Bobby last game. One of those two, at the very least, needs to improve this time.
And the biggest problem I'm having is I'm having flashbacks to last week when instead of Yamoja up there, it ended up being the Jormungandr, where it was just like, well, you know, they're putting a lot of precedence on Ducky to be the one in that game. I'm just wondering if maybe Obey have this in their mind of, okay, you know what? Like, yes, it's good to look and find out when something maybe wasn't the problem, but maybe wasn't a helper either. But you have to push and pull with it. I don't think Thor and Merlin on the other side are enough on their own to say, like, okay, cool, you've lost the draft so far, But unless, like you said, there's a drastic turnaround for what we see out of this Yemoja, it might end up falling flat. I think you get weakened back on the Hunbats, so that's a good look and a good feel. And then maybe a little bit more damage now with the Raijin coming up in the mid. If you're looking at that 3v3 like we were talking about earlier, this is a very solid 3v3 combo. You've got
Agreed.
sustain, you've got CC, you've got damage. Everything you want out of it to control the game. They just have to play together.
Yeah, on paper, this fight's nasty, right? I mean, the Taiko drums, the Fear No Evil, and the River's Rebuke. That's too much control. It's too much to try and fight. You don't have enough. Yeah, you don't have enough relics. You don't have enough Aegis. You don't have enough to get away from it, in theory. But E United have kind of picked to bunker bust that team fight, right? With this Odin, with this Thor, with this Merlin. Before the fight even starts, in some cases, this Odin might have already isolated someone, the Thor there to dunk two, and potentially one of the key cogs of this machine might have already been removed. I like what Obey have if they get to that point where they get to fight as a unit. It's just a question of if E United might kind of fracture those pieces off before they ever get to form the puzzle.
Especially considering the pace of last game, right? By the time you're fighting as a unit, you're down 4k gold, and there's not much you could do about it, right? So you have to control this early game a little bit better for you. Depends very heavily on how the 2v2 goes in the side lane or the 1v1 for the solo laner. And realistically, how aggressive Weekend gets early on. I mean, he got first blood in that last game, but they immediately traded out 1-for-1. If you can slow down E United's answer whenever you throw out your call, there's no response, then maybe you start picking up those kills just a little cleaner. It's the disengage that matters the most for Obey in a lot of these engagements. And I think Hunbats as well as Raijin can both get out just as easily as they can get in.
Well, the ROM going to be picked up for Obey. I'm a bit surprised. I might not have minded seeing something a bit more pressure-oriented, but ROM should certainly be great as an all-around strong hunter. They're going to add the Achilles to it, and that is a bit more pressure, right? And tons of kill potential in their team fight when they group up two around that execute on that fatal strike. But the Xbalanque picked up for E United, and now this Sobek, to me, this feels more and more pick-oriented the more I see from it. I mean, they are really good team fight tools, but if you shut out the lights and suddenly someone's displaced, then suddenly you're in a 5v4 before you even really got a chance to start fighting.
And Sobek is such a beautiful double dip because it's going to give you a little bit of aggression to help fight in that duo lane, but it is also that 50% anti-heal that is something you can never overlook, specifically against something like Yemoja. Hey, there's 3 people in front of him. He's healing, and he's stopping you from healing all in one go.
Well, Obey looked better in Game 1, but can they look good enough to take down E United? Let's find out, Dulcet, with Game 2.
United took Game 1, but not without their struggles. It was a bit of a slugfest, 35 or so minutes long, and I figured we might be seeing this kind of picking up the conversation right where Gore left off. Variety playing this Sobek in the solo lane. I mean, I'm nervous if I'm Obey seeing that. I mean, you talk about Variety and how good he is as a player. Ducky certainly is as well. But the Sobek, absolutely a god. That's in Variety's wheelhouse and could be a big difference maker, especially if you're looking for picks, which United might just be looking to do.
And interesting that they actually decide to put the Merlin for Snoopy over there in the long lane and not in mid lane for Herwin. But you're right. To go with what you were saying, this is a classic pick for Variety. And he is one of the most impactful solo Beck players in the entire game. I think that anytime United gets this for their solo laner, they should be feeling pretty good about their chances. But putting this Merlin over there in the long lane means that they're basically conceding early pressure on that side of the map. And as a result, Ionic's actually here in mid to help fight.
We'll talk about early pressure. That's Wolfie who has to now disengage from this fight and will find safety beneath the Tier 1 tower. But it's so surprising, I think, that United kind of looked to forego that early pressure after what worked for them in Game 1. I mean, you look at the overwhelming presence they had in that long lane. I mean, I guess you're just kind of returning things to normal. Snoopy will be able to farm up just fine. But it really seemed like balancing out Weekend's early game was really Ionic and Snoopy in the long lane.
And that's just a different sort of style that they want to try and go for here. But I agree that I'm surprised when it works so well. Why change it? You know, why go with something different in this moment? But I don't think it's so different that it's going to really hurt their chances of winning here necessarily. I mean, they still have good pressure. Xbalanque brings better pressure in the mid lane than I think a lot of people give him credit for. He doesn't clear as well as a traditional mage like Raijin necessarily, but his kill pressure is high. He still brings that great team fight presence with that ultimate. And ultimately, Snoopy's going to end up getting a lot of farm over there in that long lane, especially if Ionic is not going to spend any time over there at all. This is kind of shades of Season 6, where Ionic doesn't even start over there and just allows Snoopy to free farm it up.
It's going to be a bit of a split in the long lane for Obey, as Inbound is still indeed hanging around. So maybe kind of looking to turn the tables a little bit from what we saw in game number 1, but the aggression continues here in the middle lane. Stun being held onto by Ionic. Perfect timing. The beads wear out from Wolfie, and Ionic lets that spear fly, and the rotation from Odin strikes for first blood.
That was so well played by Ionic. He knows that Wolfie has to beads or he's dead. So I'll just wait it out, because he's either going to get hit by the slow from Herwin's poison darts and get killed because of that, or he's going to beads early and I can just hold this stun and barrel stuff it. Unmissable at that range. And Ionic picks up that first blood and uses that Odin pressure that if it's not going to be in duo lane, at least it's doing something here in mid lane.
Yeah, I suppose that's true, right? I mean, I kind of give him a hard time. Well, why are you leaving all the pressure in the long lane? Well, it's still there, just on a different part of the map, and I think you could really feel the vibes of that first kill coming. Hurrywind and Ionic they kept finding presence here in this middle lane. It just seemed like something was bound to happen, and finally Ionic is the one who strikes for first blood. So now I'm wondering where Inbound goes, because he had been in this long lane for so long. Well, for so long, it's been 3.5 minutes, but through the first 3.5 minutes of this game. Now I'm wondering if he maybe starts to take his talents elsewhere on the map and maybe just try to prop up some of what's already happened in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think that you kind of have to. I mean, at this point, if you're Obey, you have to just try and find some weak point. And I don't know that Weekend trying to gank Snoopy is really going to pay off here, knowing that Weekend is going to hit level 5 right now, but he's only got boots 2. Snoopy's playing so far back in this lane. It's one of the things that makes Merlin ADC, so to speak, Merlin in the long lane, really good, is that it's a fairly hard character to zone at times. But a great dash catches Hurwin's Rising Jaguar. Well played by Wolfie. He was a hair late on doing that on top right, but then he gets it on the top left. Nicely done.
Well, and that just gets them right back in this game. Not that they were out of it, but kind of tilts things back to even. And I think what we wanted to see from Obey continue from game number 1, where Weekend did such a good job of finding presence on the map in game 1, and Obey were just unable to fully make those, one-for-one trades without, losing an extra member. So I like the idea of kind of returning back to that mid lane, and I guess if there's a bright spot for United, it's that Hurrywin just held on to his beads there. So Weekend showing that, yet again, he will not shy away, especially on this Hoonbats, now level 5, and might do so again. He's going to drop Fear No Evil, but Snoopy is going to walk away, and actually mid lane assist there from Hurrywin, so Weekend still looking for these early game ganks.
And that's a great trade for Weekend, to get beads out from Snoopy, open up that lane to be ganked again soon, and get Hurwin's ult all at the same time is huge. And I like what Obey's done. They put pressure on this purple buff consistently.
There's going to be a collapse here. Ionic taken very low. Execute just leapt away from. Ducky, though, still wants the kill, and Wolfie's going to be the one to find it. Suddenly, this Raijin has 2 kills under his belt, so the rotation from the mid lane to the short lane has been successful so far here from Obey.
And this has been good from them. They put pressure on the purple buff. They understand where E-Unite is likely going to go in response to that pressure. It's not great for them to try and defend those purples over and over again. Why not prop up variety on the Sobek? I mean, they've got good defense on purple if they want to use Scream's ultimate and rotate Ionic over. But if they want Snoopy to just get as much solo farm as humanly possible, then just using that kind of power vacuum that is created by all those purple buff invades by Obey makes more sense to go for blue buff invades of your own. But a good response by Obey. They understand that that's going to be their response, and they play around it well.
Wolfie's feeling confident, and for good reason. Suddenly the Raijin is swung for 3 straight kills in this game. Watch out, Scream has taken to the sky, but I think plenty far out of range now are Obey Alliance, so just a bit of mobility there from Scream. And Wolfie, talk about the turnaround. Game 1, it was a lot of Weekend finding kills, and Wolfie, despite dying first, has now turned it around for the killing spree.
And he's looked great so far on this Raijin, playing aggressively, and really where of all of his aggressive plays come, it's been around these mid-harpies. It's because Scream has not really been there for these mid-harpies a whole lot. He's been off farming elsewhere. Hurwin has been solo contesting them. Then he's been killed for it twice and nearly killed for it a 3rd time. I think there needs to be an adjustment by United's mid laner now to understand that Wolfie's going to be able to play up in these moments.
Ducky playing a little bit up here. Variety maybe considering a little bit more, but will, I think, smartly back off. And actually, it's Scream who's kind of wrapping around the backside there. But Weekend has found Fear No Evil that Hurrywin will be able to dash away from, but the up-down just gets a little bit of damage now onto the mid laner. Inbound is locked him in there, and Weekend rejoins this fight. Through comes the Hunbats, and that's the 4th kill of the game now for Obey Alliance. Ionic is in the fight, but I think he'll be able to get out alive, and great rotation from Obey to charge out their 4th straight kill in this game.
And Hurry is really struggling now on the Xbalanque. Now Snoopy, no flicker, but we can completely don't think he's going to be able to do a whole lot at this point. In fact, he has to worry about Scream's rotation.
Wow, he chunked down Scream, does plenty of damage up to the sky. Goes the Rom, and he'll be able to plug some damage down onto Snoopy, but right there, the Merlin is waiting, so United stem the bleeding just a little bit, get a kill on board, and I will say, despite that most recent kill, I do think Obey has done a better job here in this game of finding the picks and getting out. After what we saw in Game 1, you know, losing a member here, losing a member there, I think that kept United in it a little bit longer, and the gold lead still, in this game, technically in favor of United. But I do think Obey has done a better job, save just that most recent death, of in, out, get the kill, and stay alive.
And it's all been centered around this mid lane, and it really hasn't even been the true 3v3. It's been Hurrywin getting caught a couple times that has really plagued E United so far. And a lot of that credit does have to go to Wolfie and how well he has played these mid lane engagements in a 2v1 or a 1v1 where he's just jumping in onto Hurrywin, understanding the damage output potential. But if Hurrywin's going to keep getting jumped on, Scream it just has to be there to insta-kill Wolfie for it. You know, it's a pretty simple adjustment, it feels like, here for E United. We just haven't seen it quite yet. And that last death actually, I think, goes on to probably the worst member for Obey, because Wowie falling behind in this lane, all this fighting near the mid lane is kind of in the name of propping Wowie up to be a great carry come late game, and setting him behind a little bit, the fact that Snoopy gets that kill as well. If Snoopy starts to get some momentum and starts getting solid farm, if he can poke Wowie out, send him back to base, with this Merlin damage, it's going to be very easy for United to rush Gold Furies. That's a concern now for Obey.
Well, the discrepancy in that long lane is about 2 levels here, as Wolfie will continue his aggression there, and I agree. That's got to be a point of concern here with Snoopy already pulling ahead. A lot of it thanks to that one kill he was able to find. Scream actually taken very low here, and you're kind of getting the sense that Weekend maybe playing with a renewed sense of confidence here for good reason. He's 1-0-1. 1 level ahead of Scream. Obey are finding these not only small kills, but small map objectives, and if they're able to keep doing so, they might have a good chance. Unfortunately, Weekend locked in here. Inbound is there to maybe help out his jungler. Stun is down, but the leap right on out from Ionic. Well, at least save the first life in this fight. Scream slams down the anvil of John. Will rejoin the fight, and a stun onto Weekend, but a kill onto Scream. Variety has joined the fight from the short lane and gotten a kill. Both junglers down for either team. Hurrywin somehow stays alive here, and Variety might be able to get out alive as well. Wolfie does not have the ultimate and somewhat low on mana here. It's just going to rely on sidesteps for Variety, but no way, I don't think he gets out. But that's a nice dash underground, and Variety stays alive. At the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, everything's going so much better for Obey. I mean, they play that fight really well. They turn when Scream dunks and finds a big one, and they collapse very well. Ducky keeps everybody else at bay, and then it's just too much gets missed in that engagement. This is not genius level analysis or anything like that. They just missed too many abilities. Ducky misses Fatal Strike, and then the combat dodge onto Hurrywin. He had both chances. Goes 0 for 2 on those to kill him. Variety takes too long to die and ultimately gets a chance to get his ultimate up and his pluck back up. They just miss too many things, and it's situations like this that good SPL teams just don't let you get away with. You don't get many chances to hard win team fights at this point in the game very often, and teams will not give you chances like that again. You know, they don't feel bad for you or anything like that. You have to be able to capitalize when teams make mistakes, and I think that E United made some mistakes that fight, but ultimately that was more Obey playing that team fight well, and then they just couldn't capitalize on their own solid positioning and communication and target selection and everything else that was going well for them that fight.
Seems to be kind of the theme, though, right? I mean, with this team, especially if you look at game one for Obey, and I mean, it's the conversation we've pretty much had up to this entire point. Good start, but maybe lackluster on the finish, and a fight started here. A Scream will Anvil of Dawn down. Wolfie forced to dash away, but Ionic waiting for the kill. Wow, he takes to the sky and will be able to barrage down some damage, but awaiting his Variety, and the rest of E United is Wowie will make his way back by his red buff. Ducky is close by, and Ducky will blink in, find a little bit of a stun. Ionic, the last little bit of tick damage from the stun, will keep one alive. A nice Aegis from Snoopy, avoids the execute and a flicker off to the side. A 3 for 2, and E United come out on top.
Ducky still in some trouble, but with that charge prey not landing there for Variety, he's going to be able to walk it out. And a good bounce back off by Obey after a great engagement by E United. That initiation by Scream was picture perfect. Ionic plays the jump well. Wolfie gets insta-killed, and Wolfie has been the main problem for E United so far. They identify that, and they eliminate him instantly. But Wowie buys enough time, is able to take himself out of combat and get some damage off. Ducky, that time, is nice and accurate in everything that he does. Aegis for Snoopy, can't do anything about that, but is still there and putting in all this damage with this runic shield early on. This adjustment that Soul Laners have made to going a lot more hybrid. They don't build full tank these days. It's a lot of shields, a lot of hybrid damage. I know that the Soul Laners will all say it's because going full tank means that you still die anyway, so I might as well do damage on the way out. But they're certainly doing damage, and Ducky and Variety are both near the very top, and I don't think they're doing a whole lot of damage to one another in lane. This is not a lane that you would expect them to be trading a whole lot of blows. It's not the old, Osiris Achilles or something like that. I feel like this player damage has all been very effective for these two solo laners.
And I think you kind of compare apples to apples across the board. The solo laners have been somewhat even. I think Weekend and Scream have found similar engagements, and might have to see how this Gold Fury will turn those tides. A Fear No Evil sends a couple running, and Obey has taken the Gold Fury away. The River's Rebuke might start off the fight well for them, but instead Hurrywin will send Wolfie to the grave. Wowie has made it a 1-for-1 trade. Obey take away the Gold Fury. E United left wondering what the heck just happened.
Man, this has been Weekend's best day in the SPL this year by far. He has just been very, very impactful so far on this Hun Bats, and he gets in there, and while E United has great objective DPS between the Merlin and the Xbalanque, it's not good secure. I feel like if I had a nickel for every time I talked about how Merlin has great burn but not great secure, I'd be a millionaire right now. But it's just a fact that so many objectives get stolen away from these Merlins, and I'm pretty sure that was that Fear No Evil coming in, or maybe it was actually Wolfie's Percussive Storm that actually stole that. Wolfie was able to snag it, I think, with that Raijin 1. Wolfie continues to have a really good game on one of his signature picks, but that is 2 fights in a row where he's been focused by E United. Now he's got his relics up, so it's going to be a lot easier for him to stand tall in these fights. But Obey, and Inbound in particular, has to do a good job of keeping him safe, because he is a lot of their relevant damage.
And even if it wasn't the Fear No Evil that secured it, it certainly sent the contesting members of E United to the other side of that Fury pit. So Obey Alliance still nursing a 1-kill lead, a bit of a deficit though in the gold, but that's kind of what we've seen, right? I mean, where E United have been down in kills, but have still carved themselves out about a 1K gold lead for the majority of this game. And maybe you look at the support discrepancy, Ionic a level ahead and 3 kills on the board. Maybe that's where some of this gold differential comes from, and it's a little bit more even across the board.
I mean, Ionic is pretty big right now at 3-1-3. Probably a few too many kills on the support for United's liking. They'd rather those have gone elsewhere, but their carries aren't hurting for farm either at this point.
Absolutely not.
Despite the early struggles for Hurrowwind, he's managed to stay pretty close to even. Snoopy, level 17, has been farming up a Storm, but not really farming player damage. He's actually at the very bottom of the player damage charts. Once he gets that Soul Reaver, I expect those numbers to get pumped up pretty quickly, though.
You're saying, just you wait until I rotate to some of these fights. Wolfie, speaking of fight, has been taken down very low. Anvil of Dawn to the sky, looking for the Raijin potentially in the back line, and he finds him. Stun is down, but Obey is there to save their mid laner's life. Fear No Evil sends Ionic in a couple, sending the opposite way. Scream hits the shot, and down goes Wolfie. Hurrywind is there for his second kill of the game. 3 members down from Obey. Wowie dashing back from beneath his tier 2 tower. Ducky maybe just now getting involved in on this fight. Snoopy suddenly on a killing spree. He said, wait until I join the fight, and look what happens. He's got himself a killing spree here. Ducky, maybe the last one alive, is tanky enough to get out alive, I think. That's a big fight for United.
Man, what a play by Scream. He plays that perfectly, basically from beginning to end. He reads where Wolfie's going to jump, does 1,000,000 damage to him, and then backs up, doesn't overcommit into the Taiko drums. Then he ults, waits for his cooldowns to come back up, and then dunks and doesn't overcommit onto Wolfie, knowing that he doesn't have a real chance to one-shot him from that position. I don't think he had the cooldowns quite back. So he goes himself into the purple buff, finds a wall on 2, and then a raw double tap, and it sets up the cage. That was sick.
Ducky close by. It need to be a miracle steal. Rivers rebuke United. Secure the FG, but Wolfie back on respawn has found a kill. Suddenly a double for the Raijin. A triple kill from Wolfie. And 1 kill from inbound will wipe FG off 4 out of 5 members of United. Scream still's got it. But suddenly this Raijin has picked up 3 more kills. Whoa, Scream could be looking for the dunk down, and he's found 3 stunts. He's gone back in. He might be able to double tap his way out. He has been able to. Wolfie on the chase. And Scream, a bit confident there on his dive, and might just have to give up this tier 1 tower.
Man, I thought that might have been disaster for Obey Alliance after a really great contest. United took too much time getting to Fire Giant, and really are fortunate that they got it at all, because if Obey get that Fire Giant, which they really were pretty favored to do, it felt like that was a pure coin flip on that Fire Giant, then we'd probably be talking about a Phoenix going down on a United side of the map. But Obey, watch out. They're in the lead right now.
Inbound has thrown up the Rivers rebuke, but this time looking just for a bit of disengage. And it's great for you to point that out, because just moments ago I'm talking about how Obey have had the kill lead, but not necessarily the gold lead. And really for the first time this set, Obey have both. Now they really find themselves in the driver's seat. Inbound has one-up Dionic, staying somewhat even kills-wise, but does have that extra level on the emoji. United will be able to pull back in Oni Fury, but I think the turnaround from Obey, from what we've seen in this game 20 minutes in, is unlike what we saw in Game 1. When we keep drawing comparisons to that game number 1, they've now kind of retaken control of this game, whereas in Game 1, they maybe sort of fell by the wayside.
Oh, they were down 5-6K at this point in game number 1. This is a very, very winnable game for Obey Alliance. 50-50 pretty much at worst. I mean, their composition late game is still very, very strong. I like United's comp late. I mean, Xbalanque Ultimate is so difficult to fight against. Odin Cage doesn't lose a whole lot of effectiveness as the game goes on. Snoopy's only getting stronger on the Merlin, but you've got Raijin who does great late game damage. Rom is a hyper carry come late game. Yamoja isn't getting any worse when it comes to team fighting. I mean, I think that Obey is in a really, really good spot to be able to find their first SPL game win.
They're in a spot now where they just need to continue the trend that we've seen throughout this game. And I like the way you kind of bring up Inbound and this Yamoja. Some more vibes, I think, again, comparing to game number 1. But the Rivers rebukes, do you call them more on point or maybe more of the same from what you saw early on in game 1?
Yeah, I mean, it's harder in the lane fights to find them at times. It's really the jungle fights where they matter. I thought that the one by fire was important and was really good, but if he does that perfectly, if he actually walls off Fire Giant and makes it so that Wolfie's the only one who can hit it without using an ability, that might have been completely game-changing. That could have gotten Obey that Fire Giant, but that is such a small, he almost did it. It was just a really, really small margin where it doesn't end up happening. I think they've been fine so far, but they, you're really looking at his damage output being higher this game. How well is he going to keep everybody up with those Riptide portals in the healing waters? Those are huge in order to get yourself in a better position in these team fights. The Rivers rebukes have been good, and he's got better targets to land him on this time. I think locking in the Sobek and locking in the Xbalanque are going to be pretty critical as we go into the late game here.
Well, the ultimate certainly is big, but finding the perfect execution, definitely not easy to do. And I think you bring up the Xbalanque. That's been a good turnaround here from Hurrywind after a rough early game, and has sort of continued here into the mid and into the late game at 2, 5, and 6. But your slash line doesn't care once you start to get some of those big items online. Fully stacked Transcendence, into the Executioner. Now we'll have a Rage online as well. I mean, despite how, much trouble he had with Wolfie, Hurrywind is starting to get to that point, now building a little bit more crit to round out his build. This Xbalanque, despite 2, 5, and 6, I think is going to start putting out some good damage. I mean, he's third on the damage charts, right? I mean, it's not that he's been scoffed at. And I think Hurrywind only gets better as these items start to fill out.
Completely agree. It's not like he's been completely ineffective. I think it just feels a little bit more that way because Wolfie has been so impactful on this Raijin, where everything that Obey has done well so far has been centered around what Wolfie's doing on this Raijin. I mean, he's got kill participation on 12 of the 13 kills that Obey has. That's not a coincidence.
And this Fire Giant respawning here. Ducky in the front line, Wolfie hanging back just to the left, kind of protect the president, if you will, if you're Obey. So you talk about kill participation, Wolfie's almost got it all, but it's United who are actually positioning themselves a little bit more aggressively around this FG. Sort of note that Weaken is off to the side. Might look for the collapse here. Rivers Rebuke traps in a couple. Weaken is dropped down the Fear No Evil, but shrugged off by United. Ionic, a great cage to lock in, kind of a follow-up engage there. Scream drops on down to the tune of 3 stunned out, and Variety will look to follow up. Nothing to be said. Big engage from both sides, but enough disengage keeps all 10 members left alive.
It feels like Obey kind of went a little bit too ham on the initial engagement. They blow a lot on trying to get these picks with having relics and ultimates up for E-United. E-United feel just a little bit more measured in that moment. They only lose beads on Snoopy in a couple ultimates, sure, but you look at Obey Alliance, Weaken loses his beads, and Wowie does as well because that huge dunk coming from Scream. And I like how E-United's playing it. They're playing it nice and slow, but Obey has this healing coming from inbound, so they're more than willing to stick around.
Ultimates will be coming up shortly as well. About half on the ones from Obey that are down, and then half to 3/4 for United. The dance looking to continue here, and I'm wondering if it's still going to be Weaken that tries to find those aggressive jumps. I mean, you won't have Blink here for another minute aggro, but it's really been this Hoonbats in inbound, that 1-2 punch that's trying to start these fights for Obey.
And that's what you expect. Anytime you've got a Hunbats on your side, he is the one who's either coming in to clean up with that Fear No Evil and getting lots of kills or starting it off.
And Scream can engage on a fight as well, and Bill of Dawn will drop down onto Wowie, who hasn't taken all that much damage, but it's Wolfie instead who catches a shell, and the shielding might be enough to keep him alive under the duress of Ionic, who does end up falling. Ducky finishes off that kill, the first blood in this fight over to Obey, and the United will take that as a sign to disengage. The peel for the mid laner was big in this fight for Obey.
Huge, and that's what we want to see when we see Yamoja. That play right there. Inbound plays that so well, turns and heals Wolfie, keeps him up against all odds. Healing plus shielding is really difficult to deal with. And I think Scream again plays that engagement so well. He waits out the Aegis and then immediately turns his attention towards Wolfie, knowing that he can't use an Aegis while he's up in Tycho drums, but just a little bit short on damage. Was so close.
Leave it to E-United to still feel confident despite being down a member. Fire Giant taken low, Variety close. Obey have secured the FG, but how about the fight afterwards? Scream knocks down Wolfie. Weaken a backseat as well. Obey starting to crumble under the duress of the 4 United members that are still in this one, but Wowie has turned it around. A double kill of his own. Hurrywind in the mid lane trying to get some action going for himself. Will get rid of Wowie. Ducky low health. 2 members down for United. Ionic might be here for the stun. The ultimate just going to lock Ducky in. 2 members left alive. Make it 1 with the FG. It seems like neither of these teams, aggro, can keep more than 1 member alive with the Fire Giant after the secure.
Yeah, it's not been good for whatever team ends up getting Fire so far, because the other team has really capitalized nicely. Just great work by Scream again on this Thor. He's had just an A+ game on this pick so far, and now we're reaching the promised land for the Xbalanque, where Hurrywind is just doing so much damage it's hard to ignore him. Snoopy does a lot in that engagement as well, finds a big arcane combo that pulls inbound back in and kind of seals the exit for both Ducky and Wowie. Make sure that they can get Wowie for sure. Wowie was doing great work in that team fight, is backpedaling, putting out a ton of damage to those auto attacks, but ultimately the rest of the damage dealers from United caught up and put him in the dirt.
And the United are going to grab themselves a Gold Fury with 3 of the 4 members of Obey just now respawning. That graph is nuts. Talk about how far ahead United were at one point. XP-wise, it's been somewhat even, 3K now for United, but gold up and down throughout this entire game. And it's been Obey that early to mid was kind of in that driver's seat, I think, dictating a lot of pressure. But United, I think, stalled out just enough. Hurdy when starting to get in line. You bring up the promised land. And I like what I've seen out of United, where they're not, scared of taking these 4v5 fights, especially when some of Obey's big team fighting ultimates are down.
It really has opportunities now for United to blow this game wide open, because they've reached a couple big power spike items. Staff of Mirrodin in there for Snoopy, an item that I love on Merlin because you get to proc it really, really often. It has that internal cooldown, of course, but you always will have chain stance up whenever you're ready to use this proc. Gives you a whole bunch more damage. You can double fire 1, which is a whole lot of damage. You can drop down a blizzard, and then when they move out of that, place the next blizzard. There's just a lot of versatility in the Merlin kit already. This adds even more to it, and it's CDR and pen and power. Where's the problem with the Staff of Mirrodin? Deathbringer now done for Heroin. In Obey Alliance, have a lot of power spike items completed for them as well. Heartseeker for both Ducky and Weekend. But I just feel like their late game is a little bit more contingent on these big ultimates that they have to find.
Weekend is lurking, and I think smart to be kind of tense on throwing down that Fear No Evil, but he has Kadionic. Wolfie dashes in, and Weekend finishes off the kill. But look at this, 3 members of E United have made their way to the right side Phoenix. Can Variety stop the members of Obey Alliance from backing? That's not the goal here. We're going to take a free right side Phoenix. We're going to lose Ionic, but E United, they break open the right side of the Obey base.
Just perfect. I mean, no frontliner, you feel like you're not going to be able to get anything going, but clearly not the problem there for E United, as now it's Weekend in trouble.
Whoa.
Variety is even teleported behind him and is going to set himself up for a nice kill off of Scream's dunk.
And this could be big aggro. Ionic still 20 seconds left on his respawn, but Weekend has been so much for this Obey team here today. And whereas all the presence felt like it was Obey for the last minute and a half, they technically still had the Fire Giant on inbound. The map presence was on the left-hand side. It's United who have ripped that away. And I love the rotation there from them. They realize, hey, we might get tower dove beneath this tier 2. We might lose a tier 2. We're going to send enough people through that right lane to get ourselves a big map objective. And now United, or now Obey rather, have to be concerned about these big waves that are starting to form.
It's going to be difficult without Wolfie there, because Wolfie is really the guy who's going to be clearing these waves the most quickly, but you need him in these team fights. You just need him in his damage. Wowie has gotten a lot of player damage as of late. He's really surged towards the top, and now he has his Deathbringer. So just talk about power spike items. Deathbringer for Wowie, Spectral for Ducky, which makes him able to tank Heroin so much easier. I mean, you want to talk about a big deal. It's you double dip on getting some health and physical protection, which helps you already, but then a passive that mitigates a lot of this crit damage that's coming through. That's a massive deal for Ducky now. So maybe Obey, with their front line a little bit safer, can start to create some more space at this point.
It is a double Spectral for E United, though, as well. Variety has picked one up, as well as the Onyx. So if the goal is to just kind of zone out Wowie, and that might be what it is, E United are certainly in a healthy enough spot to do it. Enhanced Fire Giant bursts from the earth as E United again position themselves aggressively. Ducky stunned down, might need a little bit more armor in order to stay alive here. Scream, watch out in the backline, is taken to the skies. Wolfie burns both actives from the mid lane. Ducky has found the first kill. Variety the second. Tycho drums rolling through from Wolfie now, and just around the right-hand side goes Variety. Ionic finds the big stun, and Wolfie re-engages here. A one-for-one trade continues to be so. Snoopy down in exchange for Ionic.
But Heroin is still up with both of his relics, and this is going to be difficult, I think, for Obey, unless they can turn it around. Scream takes too much damage on the hammer in. Weekend going to be able to put him down, but Hurry's branching Bola claims Wolfie.
Wow. I wonder if he thought he might be able just to get the 2-tap there. Variety stays alive. Ionic very low. A 2-for-2 fight. All where we stand, weak and low. You'll have somebody to deal with this right-hand side. But this is, pretty indicative, aggro, I think, of the fights that we've started to see build up in these games. A pick here, a pick there. One team kind of overextends. The other team pushes back. Oh, I got to admit, I'm pretty surprised we haven't seen a massive 5-man sweeping team fight yet, really, from either team with how aggressive they're both willing to be.
Both teams have been pretty consistent in these team fights in finding what they want. I mean, Weekend's been able to get into the back line basically every single team fight and find solid Fear No Evils. He's not been able to find the player damage necessarily, but his impact has certainly been there. The fact that Ducky survives as long as he does, a test with the spectral armor for sure, but that sets up Weekend to get in there and find that kill onto Snoopy, which was huge.
Ducky will be plucked back by Variety as Enhanced Fire Giant has been started by E-United. Despite both teams being consistent, both teams equally tense to really start up that FG, and I think you probably realize as a team at this point, and I say I'm surprised that there hasn't been a big 5-man sweeping fight. I think both teams realize if you lose one, that's probably just the game.
At this point, absolutely. If a team gets decided here and there's 3 members up on the enemy side, unless it's, Sobek, Odin, and Thor, I don't know. Even that combination probably ends the game. I mean, this is endgame now. You're going to lose if you lose a team fight handily at this point.
What is it, 1 out of 14 million that Doctor Strange
what was it, 16 million? A lot of possibilities here is all we're saying.
Aggro's eyes twitching around trying to figure out the Obey path back into this game. It gets a little bit worse now that E-United have snuck away the Fire Giant without any duress from Obey. Scream looking for a target, and he goes to the back line, but Wowie is taken to the sky and plugs some good damage over onto Snoopy. Eonic has locked 3 in here, and health bar starting to melt down a little bit, but Wowie has turned around the damage onto Scream. Ducky looking for an execute, but it's just disengage. A nice pull back in from Snoopy might open up the doors to the rest of this fight. United rejoining 4v5, now making a 3v5. Health bars maybe in favor of E-United, and Hurrywin agrees. Snoopy, Hurry, both adding some kills. It's suddenly a double for the Jabalanque. Make it 3 for Hurrywin around the stretch. E-United, they take down 4. You might not need all 5 to end the game.
Yeah, I don't think you will. I think this should do it unless Weekend can make some sort of incredible hero play. It's just that Obey do so well at killing the front line here, but Scream and Eonic are making so much space. It's really, really easy for Hurrywin and Snoopy to just go in and clean up after the fact. Now it's up to Weekend, 1 man against 3, to see if he can keep Obey's dreams alive.
And one of those men is now Hurrywin, who's really come online. I like the idea from Brady, but it won't connect here. Hurry can just attack the Titan, plug damage onto Weekend, dash back to the rest of his team. Decent Fear No Evil, but I don't think it's going to be enough aggro. Titan will fall, and E-United complete the 2-0.
Man, better for Obey, and I'm sure that the platitudes don't help a whole lot, but as far as a viewer should be concerned, you're just hoping that Obey can continue to improve and find those victories, and we certainly saw the first step of that, which is improvement. I think E-United didn't look their strongest today. I think that Hurrywin in particular really struggled in the early game on the Gibalanque, but you see this team fight coming together for this team. I thought Scream was really the MVP for them. I thought he kept them in this game when it looked like they might not be able to, and Variety was solid as ever on the Sobek, but United has got to be a little bit concerned. I'm a little bit worried about the consistency of this team right now. Their back line is playing really, really well. I mean, Hurrywin and Snoopy are peeling for each other effectively in these fights. That's usually what that means when you see both backliners 100% HP and their front line's totally dead. It's that they're playing those backline fights well, but I think that the team cohesion still needs to come together a bit for these boys.
Oh, it's better and maybe not just enough from Obey to find their win here today, and better but not consistent enough maybe from E-United. But E-United are the ones who do it better here in a 2-game set where E-United end up on top. And that's it for set number 1, which means we'll go back to Finch to break it down.
Thanks, Tolson and Aggro. Great set there. Unfortunately, Obey couldn't find the win, but congrats to E-United. One way that you all can win at home is to pick up that Totem Collar Tier 5 Ho Yi skin. Sometimes you need to let your opponents know that you're better than them, and what better way to do that than have a giant hulking behemoth walk into the side of the map and roar death down onto your opposition. That is what this Totem Collar Ho Yi skin will allow you to do. Make sure you're picking it up along with some of the other cool stuff in there by going in to the Grim Moments event, clicking that buy all option, get the exclusive skins, the other unlimited reward skins, and plenty more content. Appreciate you all for sticking with us here at the SPL. I'm here on the desk, joined by Gormizer And Gore, Obey did look better here, but better wasn't enough in this case. United were able to seal the deal.
Yeah, and a lot of it early on was exactly what I wanted to see, right? It's just like, cool, you're still as aggressive, but you're not giving up anything in retaliation. I mean, Wolfie had 3 kills very early on, was I think 3 and 1, had that one death kind of mar him down, but that was really good focus from United. And then the game kind of transitioned, and it became this game of cleanups more than anything else. It was just, cool, we're going to take a huge fight over here, and then you're going to come wipe us, and then 5 minutes later, we'll do the same thing, but opposite, and then 5 minutes later, we'll just see what happens, right? And I think the big turning point in my eyes, it's maybe the Fire Giant where United are able to get the buff and Obey win that fight, but it's actually just shortly after where United recognized like a call, I guess, from Obey, and they push down the right side Phoenix, right? And it's just opening up the base. It caused a lot of response from Obey, where I think they weren't ready to react to the calls Obey or that United were making in response. So they were playing catch up after a certain point, and they never were able to. You know, United was in their full-on sprint, and Obey were just lightly jogging.
You're not wrong with this analogy here, Goremizer. It just feels like Obey are getting to the finish line, but they just can't cross over, right? They're doing a lot of the correct elements, but not all of those correct elements. And the Fire Giant fight you mentioned is one that kind of comes to my mind, right? Where Obey win a fight around FG. They've got just about everyone there. They don't have Wowie. Maybe that's why they hesitate and they don't pull the objective. And by the time they do end up pulling it, United, they say, who cares who actually gets the buff? They storm over them and win the fight pretty handily. It's just Obey getting caught in these weird spots where they're not quite making the correct calls, where they're not securing the objectives. And any really good SPL team, especially one as talented as United, will punish them for it.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, I have to give credit where credit's due, because a lot of the Fire Giant fights ended up in moments like that, right? Wolfie gets a triple kill, or you turn it around, and United is wiping Obey, and that kind of went back and forth. But you don't get to that point if you're United if it's not for Scream early on. Actually, some of the highlights reminded me. I have the note over here, but I mean, single-handedly, these Anvil of Dawns, there were 2 times early on where he gives up his own life, he dives in with the ult, but then United are just able to come through and dunk down the rest of Obey. I mean, it is a clean sweep after that. And it was those moments that fought United back into the game and kind of slipped up and tested Obey more than anything. And unfortunately for Obey, the test continued from that portion on. They weren't prepared for it. They didn't study enough. And, well, United take the win.
And they improved to 2-2. That's good enough for 5th place. Obey dropped down to 0-4. But I don't think that quite tells the story of a team that has improved each week. I doubt that Obey are going to end this without finding some success at some point. The squad has looked better every time we've seen them. Here's the schedule, though. We just finished the United Obey set. Sanguine and Renegades are the next match that's coming up. And really, just look at the rest of this week. The Knights rival, SSG and Radiance. It is hard to call. Those are all toss-ups in my mind the whole rest of the week here now, Goremizer. I mean, the SPL is just too competitive, and the team in 8th, I just said, is getting better every time we see them. I think that the SPL right now, you cannot afford to count anybody out.
My eyes are on these teams, you know, like Obey or some of the other teams that have either had some role swaps or something fresh coming into Season 7, where they're just trying to get that teamwork and meld it together, right? They're still getting there, if in some cases. In other cases, you know, you're starting to see Rival shape up into what we expected out of them. So I'm anticipating a big sweep. It's really competitive now. But imagine in 3 weeks when the teams that are maybe falling just slightly behind the others are at the level they wanted to be at the very beginning of the split. There's still so much room for improvement for some of these guys. It's literally only uphill from here.
Yeah, and no one's playing perfect, but it's easier to go from 60% to 80% than from 90 to 95%, right? I think that the room for growth that's there for some of these bottom-end teams is a little bit easier to attain than what's still yet to be seen from some of those top squads. But speaking of some of the best, my man Herwin is standing by for an interview. Let's hear some of his thoughts.
Thank you, Finch. Herwin is here with me, mid laner for E United, the man who goes 2 for 2 on mid lane hunters here today. And I am curious, kind of from a big picture perspective from you guys. You guys are now 2-2 here in the SPL, and I think you've played some teams that a lot of people would consider all the way at the top, some teams a little bit lower down. Where do you guys kind of see yourself now, 2-2 up to this point? Have you seen an improvement from previous weeks up to this point here today?
Yeah, I think we definitely ran into a bit of a rough streak ultimately, but I still consider us to be a team that should be on top. We should be in a running for the best. Last week was rough for us, and we had a couple rough weeks of practice, but I think this is a good stepping stone for us to get where we need to be. We expect ourselves to be.
I agree, and I think good vibes coming here out of this game, 2-0 for you guys. I am curious, though, what's kind of the team's mindset, and maybe even your mindset there in game number 2? Obey start off hot. Wolfie gets a few kills under his belt in the mid lane. Obviously, some jungle focus, gank focus, really on you. What's the team mindset and maybe your mindset to kind of leveling things out, staying into that game to the point where you get to the late game?
Yeah, well, I started off the game 0-4, but my mental was as strong as ever. I don't know. I just feel really confident when I think we're significantly better than the team we're playing against. And even though we made like a lot of mistakes, and I personally made a lot of mistakes, I never felt like we were in a position to lose that game. And you could just kind of feel that in the team morale as well. Like no one was ever feeling like the game was out of our own hands.
Yeah. Well, you love to hear that, and I don't want to look too far ahead, but next week, first matchup up against Sanguine. Quick thoughts on those guys. How you feeling going into your matchup next week?
I actually have a lot of respect for that team. I think some people are surprised. Some people aren't. I'm personally not surprised to see them doing so well.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going to be a tough matchup. I think they have a specific way they play, and I think that we can easily prepare to beat them and look like a better team than them come next week. But we're definitely going to have to use the next few days or so to prepare for that. They're definitely a strong team.
Well, confidence is key, and you guys certainly have it, and for good reason. Hurrywin, congrats on the 2-0 here today. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, Sanguine up against the Renegades.
Thanks, Wilson.
is all we really need to know.
Oh, break away, oh, break away, oh, break away from the chains, from the pull. Oh, break away, oh, break away, oh, break away from the chains, from the pull. The truth is running in our blood. The answers are lying here within.
Welcome back to SPL Saturday. Dolson and Gormizer on the desk to talk about what should be a pretty good matchup here for game number 2. But quick thoughts on how game number 1 went, Gore. I know you and Finch kind of broke it down on the desk. I think good improvements from Obey.
Yeah.
And I think if they continue that pace, they'll be on their way to finding a win.
And I honestly think we're going into a game 3 if it weren't for the fact that Scream got some of those really remarkable ults early on, right? Like that's the thing that keeps E United alive in that, and then their play for the rest of the game was what gives them that win. If it's not for Scream finding some of those big turnarounds, I think we're looking at something potentially different for Obey there. And I think that levies the conversation of how important Thor can be, and maybe just specifically how important junglers can be in this current meta.
Absolutely, and I think that's going to be a big talking point actually for this specific matchup. Sanguine up against the Renegades. Sanguine looking to stay towards the top. Renegades looking to kind of get themselves back into the middle. Because you talk about Sanguine and Panatom, a guy who is close to top of the league in kills. Yeah. I mean, you look at Sanguine really as a team as a whole, and I think if you're measuring expectations with them, people probably started towards the bottom and have really started to measure them up towards the top expectation-wise. And I think up against the Renegades, expectations will be high here for Sanguine, and more specifically to bring it back, Panatom in the jungle.
And honestly, like you had mentioned it, Panatom, in terms of where he is in kills, Sanguine have 2 of the top 5 kill leaders in the league as of right now, including those last couple of games. Snoopy just took over first place by 1 kill with 35. But, you know, you have Shinto and Panatom who have both been very aggressive. And with the way that they've been playing, and I think the dynamic Sanguine have, it's very difficult to call for me, right? Because, like, in some games...
Yeah.
I'm like, man, your early game is insane. And in some games, I'm like, man, your late game is insane. You guys obviously have the history of a team that has been playing for a year, and it shows up in their team fights more than anything. I'm very excited to see what they're going to be able to bring and maybe kind of shift into for today. Because yesterday it was, you know, maybe the most important learning experience for them. It's one thing to win a bunch of games and continue trying to do well, but to lose one, how you bounce back from that and what you learn from it, in my mind, is more important than anything.
And I like the way you kind of talk about that. It's kind of been hard to nail down Sanguine outside of the fact that the chemistry is there, and when you can get to these mid-late game team fights under a long lane or a mid lane or a jungler who's already fed, it just makes that consistent chemistry-based team fighting so much easier for Sanguine. But looking over at the Renegades here today, I think the objective maybe is clear now on what you need to do up against Sanguine after what we saw in their previous game, where if you can make Netrioid, make wrong, you feel uncomfortable in these early games, again, it will stifle, I think, a lot of what they look to do, they being Sanguine, in the mid into the late. So I think Renegades maybe now have a clear path moving forward on what they need to do up against Sanguine here.
Yeah, it's really awkward because, you know, my mind, much like yours, almost immediately goes over to trying to handle Netrioid on the left side of the map.
Right.
But some of the, and I would argue maybe most of the success that we've seen lately, specifically for Renegades, remarkably last week, Barracuda just had some insane moments. Like some moments that if you watch them back, you take the nameplates away, then you're like, man, that's Season 3's Atman. Like, that's not Barracuda we're watching right now. That is someone else playing in a different time, even, for how aggressive he was able to be. So I think Barracuda is going to have a pretty interesting dynamic trying to keep that down, but Lasber is actually the person I've been looking at. Coming into today, he was the #1 in the league in terms of kills, and he has gotten me to stop questioning any god that gets picked up for the jungle, right? And when it comes down to Lasber, specifically his Pele, but a lot of the other gods that he brings, he's a very versatile god pool that he's bringing into the jungle, and I think that is making it much easier for Renegades to find themselves leads.
Yeah, Snoopy just upends the top of that kill chart at 35, but he's played one more game, and Lasbro Shinto are going to look to take that mantle back. We've talked a lot about Lasbro and what he needs to do here today to find a win over Sanguine, but let's hear from the man himself and see how he's feeling.
All right, joined by Lasbro, the jungler for Renegades. Last, congratulations on a big win last week. How good did it finally feel to get that win last week, breaking the Barra curse? I know I talked to him a decent amount about it, but I want to hear it from you as well.
Yeah, I mean, it felt really good. It feels even better. Like, I don't know. I feel like we could have won against Space Station Gaming when we played against them. I mean, Rival, we had one good game, and then the second game we got kind of outdrafted. Not really much to do. And then we get to play against United. I feel like we played really well into them, so that felt really good.
How important is it for you guys to keep that momentum rolling? Because obviously getting one win feels very good, but just one win every so often isn't going to get you to the top of the standings. Do you think it's critical to start a win streak here this early in the season to build some momentum?
Yeah, I believe so. Like, we're a pretty new team. We have a player who hasn't played in a spell before. I know when I first started playing competitive in like minor league and stuff, like I started on getting like a 14 win streak or something. I don't know, it's just easier to get everything going when you win instead of having to like figure out all the mistakes and stuff. Not saying that you like, it's probably, yeah, I would say it's like really good to win. But also with Barra last year, he didn't get any wins on the last squad, and I know like if he gets like the momentum going and everything, I'm pretty sure he's gonna be like the top AD carry in the spell.
He's been playing well. Really, everyone on your team has been playing well. For you personally, you know, you're coming into this team, you're going to have Jake in that 3v3 with you and Ven in the mid lane. What were your expectations, and how has this team exceeded them or met them or not quite met them yet?
Expectations? Honestly, I think they're pretty good, because I think he's like probably one of the best mechanical player support. He has like a bit of learning with like listening and like probably like shot calling and all that, but like that just takes time to learn when you play like in a high competitive team. But yeah, definitely need to work on some stuff. But I think that goes for all the players on the team. So
Maybe
yeah,
not
I mean,
diving in quite as many tier 1 towers.
yeah,
right?
he's doing some
we're
crazy
reining that
stuff.
back.
Yeah, he's doing some crazy stuff, and I mean, sometimes it works out, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, sometimes that little dash of crazy is what you need. But you guys have a tough
Yeah.
matchup. If you want to get a winning streak going, it's Sanguine for you this week. This team has looked phenomenal so far. What have you seen from them that's made them look so good, and how do you think you match up against them?
Yeah, I mean, they have some pretty good individual players. They also stick together as a team for a pretty long time, so they have the synergy going and all that. Yeah, they're a pretty good team. I actually think they're like one of the best teams in SPL, like at the top 3 at least.
Wow.
But we look back on some of the games and prepared towards that, pick and bans and all that ready. Just gotta go in there and do our stuff, go to our plans. I don't think we should focus too much on them, but focus on what we want to do.
Fair enough, Les. Good luck, man. I think it's going to be a great set to watch, Renegades versus Sanguine. Thanks for taking the time.
Thank you.
I couldn't help but chuckle a little bit there down the stretch when Aggro brings up Sanguine. Lazarus kind of thinking on it like, yeah, wait, these guys are a good. Yeah, wait, these guys are a good team. They're like, I think that's what everyone's reaction has maybe been through the first few weeks here.
Yeah.
Like, you can't quite put a finger on it, but everyone's starting to realize that Sanguine are a great team here in this league. And I like the way Lasbra, I think, and the rest of Renegades are going to be approaching this. Let's play our game. Let's focus on what we want to do, and then maybe adapt depending on what Sanguine bring to us. But I think one thing they touched on in that interview is Jake, and
Yeah.
mainly because one of the replays was him on Horus, but I think Horus might be a contested pick here in this matchup.
Yeah, especially considering what we saw out of Sanguine last week when they were playing it. They like to hover towards this one, and I think what we saw out of Jake, what we've seen out of it today, I mean, it has become a pick that it feels essential. And admittedly, I always loved Horus just because when you look at it, he does kind of everything you want as a support. Plus, he has that little bit of a buff that's going to be coming in pretty soon with that Baba Yaga update, too. So you're looking at him already taking some precedence. It's only going to get a little bit better from here. I mean, prot shreds, healing, as well as a little bit of kind of set up and disengage for your team. Like, it's everything that you need. Maybe not as potent as it could be, but that's just because if you dial it up anymore, he becomes busted, and you don't want that in the game.
It's so fun looking at the stats. I mean, you look at the assists record right now in the league. Rongyu on top with 73. Awesome Jake just 3 spots behind, 10 less assists at 63. And we talk about kills in the jungle. Shinto right there for Sanguine, and Lasbra tied for second place. I mean, these are teams, that specifically Renegades, that Renegades have only won once, but they've been doing a lot of fighting and have found a lot of kills in the games in which they've played. Now we move into picks and bans, though, and I wonder, with Horus, where that maybe gets prioritized, and B, in the jungle. I mean, I think both teams are going to want to mitigate what the other jungler is doing, because I think a lot of the success, you point out, Barracuda has been a big point of it for Renegades, but you can't argue against a guy who, through 3 games has 34 kills, or 3 sets, rather, has 34 kills. So I'm wondering if Sanguine have something special, maybe a game plan prepared to go up against Lasbra.
That's the interesting thing. I think both junglers in this set can change the dynamic so much. I mean, again, and I'm going to harp on this just because it changed so much, but look at what Scream did on Thor in that last game.
Absolutely.
Right? That can be equally applied to Lasbra. That can be applied here for Sanguine. One of them either given Thor or someone else that they're very comfortable with. My mind immediately goes again to the wide god pool that Lasbra brings into the jungle. And you're talking about something completely different in terms of dynamic. Barra on something comfortable, the same thing with Netriot on something comfortable. That's going to be an interesting 1v1, but the way the team fights are going to be won is going to go around that 3v3. Yep. What's your mid laner doing? Where's that support going? And that kind of brings in the questions, you see a Circuit locked in, and my mind starts worrying because it's just like, man, is that even jungle? Do we know? Can we guarantee it? Because of how we've seen it, either looking at last year's play, looking at some of what like Obey bring when Bobby picks up the Circuit, but it also brings in so much versatility on its own. I'm really curious to see game one, yeah, sure, 20 minutes in, how these teams are adapting to
Right.
each other. I think game two of this set is going to be ridiculously good.
Well, hey, the talking points we bring up, jungle priority and support priority, and we've already seen that we'll assume Circuit is going to be in the jungle there for Panatom on Sanguine, and I think safe assumption that Hunbats will be for Lasbra, one of the gods that Lasbra's found huge success from. But I think a very, I'm not going to call it perfect, but I think the right two picks here for Renegades to get this pick ban phase started off properly for them. Let's take away not only something good for Sanguine, but give Jake something he's comfortable on, and give Lasbra the playmaking ability that he's done so much with so far.
And I think it's a huge deal just because, again, a lot of the questions coming into this that really aren't there anymore were how is Jake going to perform, right? Are we expecting a neat support that we could see in a ranked queue, or are we going to get something that is standing up to and being able to go beyond what we saw out of this team last year? And I would say that Jake right now, especially in the duo lane with Bara, has been able to knock it out of the park so far, and I think this Horus is just an easy setup, especially for the Hu Yi that we saw Barracuda dominating with last week. The combos that they have, the ability to stun, the boxing that Hu Yi brings into it as well. It's just a lot of control in the duo lane, which allows Lasbra, more than anyone, to ignore it. He doesn't have to come over because Jake and Bara should have a pretty good grip on things. That being said, Netroid does have a fair amount of First Bloods, 2 First Bloods, but considering how many and how often that gets spread out across the team, there's a lot that goes on in that duo lane, so they'll have to be a little careful on Renegades to make sure that they don't give up too much early on.
Well, at this point, I think Renegades have to assume that they're going to be going up against the Jingwei if she's left open. Been a favorite of Netroid. Second wave of bans starting to come in, though. Hell, again, whether it's in the mid lane, maybe more so often than we've seen it in the solo lane, some of those extra healing output gods have been favorites here for teams to pick up, and now for Renegades to ban out Hebo. An interesting ban, though, from the Renegades. Tier locked down, and maybe that's to prevent any funny business there with Horus somehow not going to Jake, and then a Sobek, presumably, to take that out of the solo lane. Who did you vote for in this one, Gore? I don't know. When you were doing your in-game picks back and forth, do you remember?
I honestly can't, and even right now, I couldn't tell you who I would want to choose. I think I want to lean and just err on the side of Renegades, but it's more because they took a good win last week. The way they looked in their win, to me, is something that I think could continue to dominate for them, as long as it wasn't, and I don't want to call it a fluke, but as long as it wasn't like a slip up by the other team, right? Was it Renegades looking as good as they did? My answer to that would have to be yes. I think you get a lot of the same gods that compromised their success, or that gave them that success, composed their success. The Hu Yi specifically for Bara, I think, gives him a good trade against the Jingwei. And while there's maybe matchups that can come forward, like Odin more than likely opening up a lot of aggression that might make it a little hard for the Horus Hu Yi to hold up to, I still think Renegades are playing the long con. They're looking at 25 minutes plus, and that comp is nutty 25 minutes into the game.
That's true. Raijin starting to see a resurgence of play as well. Jormungandr kind of on the fringe here and there. Achilles, kind of the same idea. We've seen him in the solo lane more. Discordia, maybe where my eyes go, 4% pick rate, but 100% win rate. What are expectations for this Renegades lineup?
Well, honestly, I think Discordia is in that area where, like, she herself is going to be just good, right? Like, she's not going to come up and get a triple kill every time. You're not looking at it. A good apple from her can absolutely change the course of a team fight, but you're also having to pay attention to that passive. Whoever happens to have the most damage, and my eyes immediately shift to, Hunbats is in this game. We have Lasbra potentially being able to run things. That becomes a very dangerous thing to play around.
Well, Lasbra, the quote from the man himself is, yeah, I think winning's better. Let's see if Renegades can get it done in game number 1.
Thank you, Dolson, on the desk. It's Finch and Mifflin here for Game 1 between Sanguine and Renegades. And this should be, I think, a pretty good one here at Mifflin. I mean, I love these drafts that we're seeing. Lasbra has looked excellent on the Unbot so far. No reason why that wouldn't continue to be a strong pick for him. Netroid is on his comfort pick here in this Jingwei as well. How do you see, just based on what we've seen drafted here so far, this game kind of shaken down?
I think it's definitely going to be decided by the junglers in the duo lane. Both of these teams have been historically playing off the back of their hunters and their junglers. Panatom picking this early aggressive Circuit. It's going to be able to rotate throughout the jungle, maybe facilitate Netroid a little bit in that long lane. But by that same note, Barracuda and Awesome Jake on this Hu Yi and Horus combo have been so dominant. We've seen them go first bloods against these top-tier teams. They've been consistently being able to put out all the damage, as well as the fact that Lazra is on this huge AoE jungler as well. It's going to be very interesting to see.
It feels a bit like Renegades are kind of in that driver's seat, though, as long as they have that Fear No Evil, as long as they have the To the Skies. Remember how wrong you played with this pick when he had it? He was able to use this ability very aggressively as a reinitiation tool often, as a chase tool as well, to sort of suddenly move the entire team or cut off escape paths. I think that Renegades have, between that Fear No Evil and between that To the Skies, potentially some of the biggest team fighting ultimates here on the map. I mean, there's some big ones on Sanguine too with their ultimates are there for the Cage, for Odin, but it really feels like to me Renegades should be able to kind of decide how these fights end up shaping out, as Venenu takes a lot of poke in mid.
They should have the 3v3 advantage as well, but right now in the duo lane, the brawl continues. Rongyu chasing out Barracuda, forces the jump. Not too bad. Sanguine was on the back end of the beginning of that fight, but is able to fight it back themselves. I mean, this is indicative of what we expect to see. Panatom already starting to hover towards this side of the map. He knows that Netrioid is their gateway to victory, and I like this rotation.
And look at this positioning from Renegades. I think they have a sense that there's some trouble potentially happening. Perhaps some information came from the mid lane that Panatom was coming this way. So for the first time in this lane, they're kind of stepping back a bit, and that means there's really not much opportunity there for Panatom, so he can come back to grab those oracles. And that's exactly the mentality, Mifflin, I feel like you can kind of get into for me there. I mean, that's a bit of an early duo lane gank. There wasn't much there. Panatom just gives up on it. Do you like that call?
Absolutely. When you're rotating towards the duo lane as a jungler, I've got a lot of experience with this, you're really looking for them to move up towards that center of the lane when the waves meet. And if they are at that point, that's when you can look to go for the gank, especially if you know your team has fighting potential, which they absolutely do. Rongyu on this Odin should be able to instantly clear the wave. But you can hedge your bets by sitting in that Gold Fury pit and just clear out the oracles if you don't think the fight's going to go your way and not give up too much farm.
That's what we see Panatom do as he regroups back, grabs his speed. Sure, you wouldn't mind if they can give you a call that one of those leaps are down or something like that too, and then you're really feeling comfortable pulling the trigger, but I don't think they liked what they saw there, so they just gave up on it, and that's going to be, I think, fine. I don't think either one of these teams necessarily has to rush their pace. I think both of these drafts are ones that do fine when they get to that late game team fighting stage, so I don't think that either one of these squads needs to feel like they have to force the issue, they have to act or anything like that. If it's not there, just go ahead and back up and start farming.
Absolutely, and they don't have to feel rushed either because both teams have very equal comps come late game. Neither one is really early game focused nor late game. These are completely standard drafts. So as long as the game maintains a sense of medium where neither team's pulling ahead, I think both are comfortable just waiting to get one of those huge decisive fights around this Gold Fury, even around the Pyromancer. They are on a bit of a timer, Sanguine, for Lazarus level 5. The second Fear No Evil comes online. It's a fantastic gank tool. He's going to be able to blink in, get all this huge CC out. And it's going to be very difficult for Odin to escape it if he decides to go into that long lane.
It could be potentially problems for Sanguine, so they'll have to make sure that they're being cognizant of where Lazar is when he has that cooldown available. You mentioned it, the blinks are both the junglers and supports on both sides here in this game, which means they are going to both be looking to be active, and they'll both be a bit more vulnerable if they're the ones that get aggressed on him. We don't have... Yarkor is our only guardian on the map, and Yorm hardly counts in that category to me. He's basically a magical warrior over there in the solo lane. So this is going to be aggressive from them. I don't think we're going to see a lot of sitting back once they do decide to start acting. This isn't so much about, peeling for my backline. It is about getting in, being aggressive, and being the one that sets up for your team's dive.
Especially when both teams go for these aggressive support picks. I mean, the second either one of them hits 5, or even beforehand, they've got so much CC, so much damage split between this Horus and this Odin that they can honestly play effectively as a secondary jungler once they start to leave this duo lane alone. And even once that happens, I think I would give the edge to Barracuda in the 1v1, simply because he's playing Hu Yi, has that huge AoE ultimate to deal damage. So both teams are going to be sitting comfortable. The 3v3 is really where we're going to see the first decisive play of the match, I believe.
I think so too, and that 3v3 brings up one more thing to kind of keep in mind, right? Which is this Discordia passive that Venenu will be applying on his team, whoever's leading in player damage right now. That's one more element that can help you decide where you could start moving or choosing to be aggressive, right? Play around whoever has that extra slight edge in terms of their current damage output on the side of Renegades. And right now that's on SOT. That's not too surprising that your solo laner has it. But if that's something that Ben can get back, or even Lasbra, then that could potentially set up for even more favorable 3v3 fights, because both these teams have good control tools in their fights, but Sanguine's feels slightly more pick-oriented to me than on the side there of Renegades. Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. Horus is single target, right? That's always feels pick-oriented. Both these teams are capable of killing someone if they're left on their own, though. You got to be careful.
You really do. I mean, not often am I feeling confident when I stare down a Surket in my own jungle, so that kiss of death is going to be completely decisive in these fights. It's whoever decides to engage first, I think, is going to get the edge on this first initial battle. If we can get Awesome Jake rotating in, find the ultimate, or even just a knock-up, they should be able to blow up just about anyone they can find contact with. If Panatom starts the fight, that's where we're going to see a lot of it.
It's SOT, though, that's been made the target. He's locked down in the cage. Fatal Strike, though, has an extra rider. I don't think he was expecting. It was Panatom that hopped on board with that last breath. Solar Troll ends up dropping, and Sanguine find first blood. We were wondering where this action was going to happen, but I don't think any of us considered solo lane, and that's a great call from Sanguine. I don't think Solar Troll was expecting it either.
I mean, I certainly wouldn't be, especially considering Goldfree is available, and there's a huge stack from Renegades on that side. Maybe if they were a little bit more cognizant of it early, they could have tried and aggressed towards that Goldfree. Getting your solo laner ganked, not the biggest deal in the world. You can easily recover, especially considering Jormungandr isn't the most aggressive god. Even with a slight lead, the most he can really leverage is proxying between towers or rotating out to try and put some pressure towards that mid lane. I don't think SOT is really worried about getting soloed at any point.
No, and that's not normally Jormungandr's specific specialty either, right? So Solar Troll should still be comfortable over here in this lane. It is one more thing you have to consider, though, where SOT is going into he went to the Runic Shield first item, didn't quite have the boots online, so that means when a Serket and an Odin suddenly show up in your lane, you really don't have much at all that's preventing their damage. I mean, you're probably going to die to a 3-man gank there, no matter how it ends up shaping up in terms of that itemization, but every bit ends up helping for Sanguine. They get the kill cleanly, and they're able to start moving on around the map.
Only about a 2,000 gold lead just about for Sanguine. They're playing the map incredibly well, finding all these neutral objectives. 1 kill 7 minutes in. I mean, that means that they're clearing their buffs very efficiently. They're getting these mid-harpies on cooldown. They're finding the oracles as well. I mean, if Renegades wants to continue this pace, they need to start slowing down this bleed slightly. Normally, you wouldn't be concerned about only 2,000 7 minutes in. However, considering the pace of the match and how nothing really has happened, that means that Sanguine is passively gaining more gold.
And it's impressive, I'd say, because I think that this was part of Sanguine's weakness. I thought they were really good scrappers in the early game, like they would win their skirmishes. But remember their space station set, they were ahead like multiple kills, but behind in terms of farm. I think that this is a marked improvement for Sanguine. I would say that not only are they still having their aggressive early game here, but also that they're just using the map a bit more efficiently. And I think that's what's scary about Sanguine, is that their late game is really strong, their team fight stage is strong, but they've got a lot of areas to improve, and it looks like they're already doing it.
Yeah, a lot of feedback from Sanguine has said that you guys are the best scrappers, the best 5v5. I think the takeaway from yesterday is we said if there was an arena league, Sanguine would go undefeated. Maybe that didn't sit quite
Untouched.
right with them, so they're going to just continually farming out. Wrongyu finds the big cage.
And has locked down one member, but the Horus ultimate gets everybody out. Fear no evil from Lasbra is that last bit of insurance to ensure there is no further aggression from Sanguine there in that middle lane. But they got the beads out from Venenu. I got to think in a lot of cases that's enough for them. They'll be back, I think, to collect later on when he doesn't have that extra safety measure.
And they absolutely should. I mean, Surket's going to be very easily picking out this Discordia with the beads down. There's a lot that he has to be worried about. Renegades are playing a lot slower than we're used to seeing. Usually we'll see Lasbra look for some early aggression, or Barracuda is recently playing some of the most aggressive Hunter play we've seen in the league. This seems like a very subdued start for Renegades, not something I'm used to seeing from them this year.
That's a fair point, Miff. I'm actually a bit bummed I didn't notice it. These two teams, I would say, have kind of had opposite trajectories, haven't they? Renegades are a team that usually does really well in the early game, and they make one or two poor decisions right around the 22 to 25 minute mark, somewhere in that range, and everything drops off. Whereas I would have described Sanguine the complete opposite, right? I would have said Sanguine can sometimes be a bit slow to start in the early, but it's their ability to fight as a team in that mid to late that's really strong. But we're seeing something different here this time, aren't we? Renegades are kind of on the back foot. They're not really looking for any aggressive opportunities, and Sanguine are the one rotating around the map, finding a nice early lead to move into their elite late game that we've already highlighted.
And then it is going to be an elite late game indeed. Shinto now 2 levels up over Discordia in mid. If they decide, Sanguine that is, to move in towards the Gold Fury, they could easily leverage that lead. That's a ton of damage, and they could just force the fight around the gold if they choose to. They have this fantastic pick comp. If Circuit sits around a corner, no one's really going to be able to deal with that. If anyone steps too far out of line, Rongyu could jump in with a cage. They have a lot that they could use to force out this early, but it seems like they are comfortable just sitting and farming up and waiting for any sort of opportunity to come their way. Every fight that we've seen taken has been on that solo side. Not too much to contest over there, which means that if a fight does go poorly, not too much lost either. It seems like hesitation from both squads right now as they feel each other out.
Yeah, I feel like it's a missed opportunity if we don't see at least a little bit more pressure onto this middle lane from Sanguine here in these next few seconds, right? While they know Venenu still doesn't have the beads. But look at this pathing he's taken. It's not just that Sanguine maybe are being cautious, but Renegades are as well. He goes all the way around the backside, Venenu does, to make sure that when he comes back in, there's virtually no chance he can get punished. He knows those beads are down. He knows Sanguine's looking for it, and Ven is not giving him that option.
Yeah, this style of play is telling me full-heartedly from both squads that they're 100% confident in taking team fights around that level 20 phase, and they're comfortable just waiting for it. Normally, I would like to see them leverage the lead, but if both teams, as we have seen, are so comfortable waiting for that mark, there's no reason to force it out. Just wait until you can get a clean objective, find some clean picks, and then move in towards some more permanent objectives. Maybe pressure out a mid tower, or even try and swing your pressure over to this long lane. But as for right now, I mean, this is a distinctly European play style that we're seeing of just waiting it out, trying to get your gold online, get some items, and then maybe if you feel like it, attack an enemy.
It's old school, right? Like we used to see Energy do this a lot back in the day, right? Where they would just they would flip a switch, it felt like around 18 minutes into the game or something, where they decided, that's enough, we're ready to win now, and they would suddenly start winning. I mean, perhaps it is a call back to that old play style where things could be a bit slower throughout the start of the early game. But I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Not only have they picked for really strong team fights in the late game, no one has picked a particularly early game focused god. I mean, you always think that way when you think of these warrior supports and how their early game feels really strong. But these are two who I think their relevancy moves into the mid to late stages perfectly fine. I don't think that anyone is misplaying, so to speak, that they draft early and aren't playing to it. I think this is fine.
It absolutely is fine. I mean, I imagine we might see some more aggression once these supports hit level 12, then get that secondary relic online to facilitate some more elongated fights around these objectives. But as of right now, I mean, both teams have not aggressed whatsoever short of that one engagement in the short lane. I mean, maybe if Sanguine goes for something like that again, Renegades could immediately move in towards the Gold Fury. Renegades have done a very good job so far of maintaining this 2,000 gold deficit. They haven't bled out any further. They started to clear their buffs a little bit more quickly, as well as getting their neutral objectives equally as well. Sanguine, I'm sure, feel just fine sitting at this gold deficit. I mean, being in the lead never feels bad.
Not at all, and I'm starting to wonder how these fights are going to be breaking down as well, Mifflin. Like, who's going to be the initiators here for these squads? For Sanguine, I feel like it's a bit more clear-cut, right? Like, you want Rongyu to get in there first with the cage and lock people down, but what about on the side of Renegades? You can start off with the Fear No Evil, but that tool so often, to me, feels so much better when it can be used on someone you know doesn't have beads, or you know doesn't have their leap or something like that available, and it can be sort of your secondary wave. So who's in there first for Renegades? Is it SOT? Is it Awesome Jake? Who are you sending in first?
It depends on where the fight really erupts. If the fight happens in the jungle, I imagine we see Lazra blink in and engage with Fear No Evil. But if it's going to start off in a lane, it's very easy for Jake to move up, find the stun into a knock-up, and immediately blast someone out of the water. So it really depends on when and where they decide to take these fights.
Yeah, I got to think if I'm Renegades, you'd love to be able to, because there's not a lot of extra pressure, to be able to kind of hold that Fear No Evil and really wait for that perfect ultimate and not feel like you have to maybe take a subpar one, as they've got a 3-man grouping here in mid. but not considering trying to start anything around this Gold Fury here just yet, even though Lasbra will take a bit of a step forward. But this is still more about having vision, more about trying to control this neutral farm on the map than really look to try and get anything started just yet.
At this point, the deficit is so large between the mid laners. It's only about a level, but Spear of Desolation and Divine Ruin are online for Shinto, and we haven't seen him use it even a little bit. That's such a huge power spike for Raijin, who has a traditionally weaker early game, but really starts to strive once he gets to these 3 to 4 item mark, that I would like to see some aggression come out. They have this fantastic pick comp in Panatom. You might as well leverage that as well. I mean, nothing ventured, nothing gained is the age-old adage, and it seems like both teams aren't willing to venture or gain at this point.
Well, it's kind of like you mentioned earlier, right? As Sanguine get to passively gain, it would seem, as they are out in front about that 2,000. So they're perfectly fine, I think, with this pace that we're sort of seeing. And I think that this is showing some maturity here from these squads too, both that I think is really important, because what was the aura around Renegades and Awesome Jake in particular coming in, that they were sort of this unknown quantity? Is Jake going to play the same way that we all know that he does from ranked, or is he going to play a bit more of that SPL style? Where this is showing me that Renegades are willing to bunker down when they need to. The Gold Fury was started for a moment and then dropped. Wrong You takes a little bit of poke, but he should be out of there. I don't think we're still seeing that skirmish quite yet.
I like the cheeky play trying to sneak away the Gold Free, but now Renegades have the defensive positioning around it, and Frenzy's popped.
That means that they're all in committed to make this happen. Tycho Drums is happening way in the backline, and Panatom gets isolated. That means Venenu gets an easy kill. Wrong You gets executed, and the re-engage, I think, is on. The To the Skies ultimate has gotten some aggressive positioning, and here it comes. He's bringing the entire cavalry, and Netroid won't even get off the ground. That is 3 unanswered from Renegades, and now this could be trouble for Yarkor. He still has his ultimate, but he wants to go in aggressive. The Gold Fury's not even low. This is potentially risky from the Sanguine solo laner.
When him using his ultimate there, the Yorkor, it means that he can no longer contest this Gold Fury safely. He almost has to give it up. If he moves it at all, he has no escape tools, and they're 5 strong on the side of Renegades. That seemed like a bit of frustration on the first fight there.
Yeah, I don't know if I love that call from Yarkor either. Renegades are able to get the Gold Fury, and now Yarkor is a bit of a sitting duck. He's stuck inside the slow field, but he's really not taking that much damage, but it comes all at once. Yarkor ends up popping Shinto aggressively with the Thunder Crash. Does at least get the kill on the Lasbra to answer, but Renegades got what they wanted. A 4-for-1 and the Fury. There wasn't any action, and all of a sudden there was a ton of it.
They close up the gold lead, but take a peek at the experience charts. They close that, if not even pulled ahead a little bit there. Now the mid lane deficit's only 1 level. We got to level up on your support for Renegades. I mean, that is a huge swing in their favor. And now that that Gold Fury is removed from the map, Pyromancer's available, but Sanguine going to beat them to the punch, steal that away real quick.
Renegades steal the Pyromancer too. Solar Troll was just kind of hiding over there inside the Fire Giant pit and steals that one away pretty nicely too, as yet another little bit goes in Renegade's favor. And this is one of those things that I think that instead of taking these small incremental engages, when you just take one big engagement around the Fury, then you have put all your eggs sort of in that basket, so to speak. And Renegades did that fight really, really cleanly. They've got, I feel like, the best zoning sort of tool in that Fear No Evil. So those prolonged engagements around the objectives, as long as that is up, probably will favor Renegades.
And immediately off the back of the re-engage, Jake dropping his entire team behind them to find 2 swift picks. I mean, that's clean play around the gold. They didn't even truly choose to force out that objective. That was an engagement chosen by Sanguine. Unfortunately, they decided to immediately give up the defensive positioning around gold, so then Renegades were in the driver's seat from that point forward.
Yeah, Sanguine started the Gold Fury, and they didn't like it. They thought they could take their ball and go home, but Renegades were absolutely not going to allow that to happen. They kind of forced Sanguine into that fight. Maybe a bit more than Sanguine even really wanted. They were looking to pull the robbery and not have to actually have a shootout with the cops, and unfortunately, Renegades turned it back in their favor.
Now a slight gold lead for Barracuda means that he finishes his rage a little bit more quickly. We might expect to see him rotate out and try and get that stacked as quick as possible, but Jake engaging in mid.
They end up stacking the CC. I thought that's exactly what Lasbra was waiting to avoid doing. The beads on the side of Shinto allows him to get away from the Fear No Evil and from the stun from Awesome Jake. The fight continues for a moment, but really nothing more going to happen from that. It's odd. It looked like that's what the patience from Renegades was meant specifically to avoid, was that overlapping of the control.
It seemed like it. I mean, both teams seem like they're just still biding their time. Yes, that was a huge engagement, but it's the only one we've seen. We haven't seen any sort of lead leveraged by Renegades at this point. They left Barracuda alone in this lane so that he could continue to farm up, potentially even look for the solo kill against Netrioid. I would like to see Renegades just choose a side of the map and start applying as much pressure as possible and leverage this lead. At this point, their team fight should be vastly superior. Venenu is going to be scaling a little bit better at this point. Lazra's huge AoE ultimate is going to be able to control the team fight fantastically. SOT is so tanky and does just enough damage that he can't be ignored in the backline. Whereas on the other end, if the initial engagement from Sanguine doesn't go well, if Panatom doesn't immediately find his full combo on a priority target, if Netrioid doesn't get behind the team fight just right, that's really going to fall apart for them. So I think Renegades has a little bit more to play with, a little bit more time, a little bit more leeway in their engagement.
And Renegades have hit, some nice power spikes here. So if you want them to apply some pressure, this certainly is a good moment. The Erendite just got finished for Lasbra. That's an expensive item where the tier 2 is not great. So getting that finished always feels really good. The Rage finished for Barra, and he's looking to get aggressive, but Netroid avoids that by using the Airstrike, the Armored Cloak. Not quite the same as having it finished off there for Solar Troll, but I think that it is a decent tier 2 to kind of chill at for a little while. This is not a bad time for Renegades to start looking for some action at all.
Forcing out that Jingwei ult for absolutely free means that Lazra can circle back, try and force out the beads, or even force out a kill very easily. I'd like to see some continued aggression.
There is more aggression, but it's on to Awesome Jake in middle lane. He's been locked down. That forces Venenu to respond by dropping his own ultimate. Hits Yarkor. Not tremendously impactful there. Really the biggest headlines is Awesome Jake has to head back to base and heal for a bit. But there's not a lot that's up on the map. We're still 30 seconds from this next Fury from spawning back up. The Pyromancer's not there. With those two main neutral objectives down on the map, I doubt either one of these teams want to too heavily commit to a fight right now.
I mean, that's fair analysis. From what we've seen, that's all we can know about these guys, is that they are just going to continue to farm up. 6 kills, 22 minutes into the game. The gold deficit is non-existent, not even worth talking about, at about 900 in favor of Renegades. I mean, the XP is about even as well. If they could have loaded into this game at this point and been completely even. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, what if we just start the game from 22 minutes is basically what the spot that we're up, because there aren't any real true significant disparities or anything like that to sort of harp on at this point, which is why I was asking earlier on, kind of how you thought that these team fights are going to be breaking down, because that is clearly going to be the thread here, is that there's only going to be a couple of these big fights, and that will be our decider. Renegades are hovering down near this next Fury. They've got all 5 members on the left-hand side. Same for Sanguine as well. No one will be stealing this objective away because everyone is here for this part.
Looks like Renegades are trying to catch lightning in a bottle twice around this gold free fight. They know that they do have the superior team fight at this point, simply off the back of Lazar with Fear No Evil. Simply off the back that Jake can chase out anything that immediately goes their way. If Sanguine have to back up even a step, Jake can go to the skies and bring his entire team with him.
The fight does start for a little bit. Awesome Jake takes some poke, but nothing too crazy. The Oni Fury has been brought down to right around half. That's a good strife, though. You love starting fights off that way. Wrong You is the one who's been positionally committed. He makes it back out, but that's all their leaps at this point used defensively on the side of Sanguine. So Renegades re-pull. They pop the frenzy. That means that they're all in this fight, and Lasbra has hooked around to the side, waiting on his moment, but still patient. Now he starts to step in. Fear No Evil committed solely onto Wrong You. I don't think that that's what Lasbra was particularly looking for there, but they do own all the positioning around the Oni Fury. They should be able to grab it. Wrong You reinitiates, but Renegades secure the objective. The execute comes through for SOT as well. They get their pick and the Fury.
That's the second time that Sanguine has completely given up presence around the Fury, allow Renegades to pull it, start fighting their way in, and then Sanguine, almost like clockwork, once that gold free is at 10%, they start to move up themselves and get picked instead of actually defending the Fury when it's available. It seems like they just don't quite understand the burn potential. Maybe it's a lack of vision or communication from the frontliners on Sanguine, but they need to start getting involved in these fights a little bit more quickly. Every time a fight actually erupts, it's off the back of Renegades choosing it. Yes, Sanguine does take the aggressive positioning around gold again, but that's twice that they immediately back up and let Renegades do it themselves, and then they choose to take the fight. They take the driver's seat. They get the initiative, if you would.
Now that's to the skies down for Awesome Jake in mid. It's the Pyromancer down for Renegades as well. And they're going to start talking about this fire giant. So we have these big plateaus, then sudden valleys, it feels like, as the action has suddenly kicked off. Fire giants at half HP. Fear No Evil doesn't find much. That's 2 in a row that I don't know if I'm particularly ecstatic about on the side of Renegades. And they have to drop the fire giant off the back of that. Panatom did use beads and blink, though, so he's a lot more vulnerable the next time around. But look at Sanguine. They're pulling this fire giant. It's down to half. They would certainly like to party and force the Renegades in, but now they're the ones that are going to drop it. They don't feel comfortable keeping this party going here either, and so Sanguine end up dropping it.
Panatom, without his ultimate and blink, has lost just about all of his kill potential, especially considering how tightly woven Renegade's positioning is. They're always grouped up as 5 once these engagements start. I would have liked to see them maybe put their back into it, dig their heels in, Sanguine that is, considering the fact that Renegades didn't have Lazarus' ultimate, Venenu's ultimate's down. They know that Horus' ultimate is down as well. There's a lot over there that they could have used to their advantage, but showing the level of discipline to just back off a Fire Giant, knowing that Renegades couldn't move in themselves, means that they're not going to lose out on too much. They'll just return to a state of farming.
It's been a bit odd, right? I mean, if you're going to wait and wait and wait before you finally pull the trigger, then it feels like it's got to be a shot that you know you're going to hit. But what we've seen is that they've been waiting and waiting to pull the trigger and then just settling for mediocre shots. I don't know if it's because both teams are playing so passively that the other side's never going to be getting a perfect fight or anything like that, or if it's just a case of maybe these teams getting a bit antsy and feeling like they've got to try and go at some point and then settling for less than ideal.
I've played plenty of slow matches in my day, and it's just around that 30-minute mark where not too much has happened that's when it really starts to weigh on your mind. You really start thinking, man, this isn't going my way. If I'm on the side of Sanguine, like, you think, well, nothing's really gone my way. I have to make a heroic play because nothing is changing in my favor. Or even Renegades, like, they have a slight lead, but it's not really amounted to much, so maybe someone over there gets a little bit aggressive as well. The mental fortitude is starting to come into play now. It's whether or not these guys can maintain the level of discipline that we've seen for the last 26 minutes. It's not easy as an athlete to focus for that long.
It's tough, man. It is. You're basically just strung out that whole time, right? Hyper focused, and at no point has the shoe sort of dropped. I think it is worth mentioning, though. It looks like these crit builds for these hunters are going to be going largely unchecked. I don't see any thorns or spectrals at this point, so these hunters should be swinging with rage and wind demon and all the like are available for both of them. The one in trouble first, though, is Rongu. He leaps away on the Odin, is able to reposition, but there's aggression to Awesome Jake as well. Ultimate lands on the Panatom. That's well placed for Venenu. Fear No Evil dissects the fight as well. Finally, the cage ends up dropping for Rongu, and that does prevent the chase. It actually locks in Solar Troll, and Netroid picks him off. It's further aggressive from Awesome Jake to try and stop Shinto, but Awesome Jake has just become the target. Yarkor dies in the back, but Awesome Jake has no one to run to. There is no friendly target. He ends up getting blown up. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Sanguine.
That was the first time this game that I feel like Sanguine was fully on board as a group of 5 people that this is the time to attack. We want to dig our heels in and fight, and it goes their way wholeheartedly, only trading out Yarkor for 2. They found the priority targets in SOT and Jake. A lot got to be used there. Shutting down Jake early in the fight means that they don't have that re-engagement tool. He never even got a chance to use his ultimate. I like this play, but off the back end of it, they don't get anything. Gold Fury's already dead, no towers were pressured out, and it's just going to return back to this neutral state again.
Beads were used on every carry except for Venenu, though. Shinto, Netrioid, and Barracuda all going to have to wait for that extra CC immunity. That's why Lasbra is pulling the trigger. Netrioid did not have the beads, so he was a sitting duck. And they're on the left side of the map, but this Fury about to come up here in 8 seconds. They could even rotate all the way over to FG because Netrioid's 50 seconds away from relevancy. There's definitely opportunities for Renegades to capitalize off that kill, and it is going to be this Primal.
That's the difference. You take a fight when you know there's an objective you can get. You get a free gold free off the back end of it, which is only going to make your next fight easier once you back and spend up all that gold. They could even leverage this towards a mid tower now. I mean, Netroid is dead for a full 30 seconds, and it looks like that's what Renegades are going to do. That's going to open up the map a lot, completely remove that bastion of safety for Sanguine. But instead, it looks like they're going to move into the gold or Fire Giant pit, maybe pick up this Pyromancer instead.
That is going to be the call. They're positioning like they want to start up this Fire Giant. At the very least, like they want to force Sanguine in. Rongu is topside. Lasbra has the information, but the burn onto the Fire Giant continues. It's slow. Renegade's not all in committing. They'd love to instead isolate Rongu, but Rongu able to reposition with the leap, and Renegades have dropped the Fire Giant.
These bounces from Barracuda are absolutely insane, consistently
been
finding
nuts.
the third one to just get the stun. Not a lot's happening off of it, but just that raw mechanical skill is something that is very nice to see. Now, Renegade's backed up a little bit too far. The Fire Mist is going to get picked up by Sanguine.
And the fight continues here around the Fire Giant. Wrongview blinks in aggressively, drops down the cage. Doesn't find a whole lot. That wall cracks it in a minute, and everyone's back out. But that is SOT's blink down as well as Wrongview's. Look, they both initiated kind of at the same time and didn't find a whole lot on the backside. Barra will have his beads back shortly as well. So Renegades can certainly feel comfortable in this next engage. There's really not a lot down on either side except for that ultimate for Wrongview.
30 minutes into the game, the gold deficit still remains at 3K. At one point, Sanguine was up 3K. Now Renegades are, and it's maintained at that point. 30 minutes in, it means a lot less than it did 10, 15 minutes ago. This 3K is nearly negligible as both teams are starting to finish up, starting hitting level 20, starting to finish out their builds as well. This first Fire Giant fight is where we're going to really see the map open up. Whoever gets this Fire Giant has plenty of towers left on the map to clear out and get some additional gold and get those elixirs online a little bit earlier.
And there's two different kind, Mifflin, of Fear No Evil ultimates, right, to talk about. There's like the pick ultimate on someone you know can't get out of it, you just want the kill. And there's the big team fight ultimate where you're looking to hit 3 members plus. Which one do you think Lazarus should be looking for a bit more? Would you rather just get someone on Sanguine out of the equation, or would you rather have that big displacement in the team fight?
It depends on how this fight around the Fire Giant goes. If it looks like the team fight's going to erupt or whether or not both teams are just going to dance around it, Lazarus could try and pick out the enemy jungler Panatom with his ultimate and find that one-for-one trade as easily as just about anything else. Or if a fight is forced out by Renegades, you're going to need him there.
It was good work from Awesome Jake to get back. He takes a ton of poke for it, well over half his HP, but he is able to make it out safely without really committing any resources, and does have a little bit of healing at his disposal to get back to the point where he could fight back in. And Sanguine don't seem to be in a rush to pull the trigger here either, so it's not as if Renegades really have to worry. They have plenty of time for Awesome Jake to kind of get cozy, heal up. He's going to full-on back to base and then rejoin this fight as Panatom gets the Magai's cloak from Lasbra there in mid.
I imagine at this point, nerves are starting to settle in for these players. You've already committed 31 minutes to an incredibly slow match. You kind of feel like you have to win it at this point, or it's all that effort, all this level of focus and discipline that both teams have been displaying. If you lose, that's a huge sunk cost. Maybe that mentality starts to set in on these guys and they try and make some more aggressive plays or even buckle in further and just play as passively as possible. It looks like neither team is willing to make a mistake ever.
Well, the mark lands wrong. You still manages to avoid. I have to think that if I'm Renegades, you really want to get Shinto out of this fight on this Raijin, right? He's so much of that poke potential for the team that makes it so hard to do this dance. He's a lot of the burst potential as well. He's able to do both quite well, is Raijin. But that's the thing, is how do you get past Yarkor? How do you get past Wrongyu to get back there to Shinto? They have not been able to create that space yet, as it's Wrongyu that wants to be the one that's aggressing. Cage is in 2 members. The walls fall down, though. And all that happens is SOT takes some poke, but Lasbra's in trouble. Panatom gonna dive the tower to keep up the chase, but Lasbra survives it all, keeps the Magai's cloak intact, and now Sanguine pull FG.
Forcing Lasbra back to base does give them a good opportunity here, but it looks like the fight is still on. Renegades not willing to give it up.
But this could be nice. They finally start this off with a big knock-up. Shinto is there with the Taiko drums to bring Awesome Jake down low as well. But this is a good use of the Suns from Barracuda. That basically cuts off all the chase potential. It's saying we have to come back towards the FG and start it up, but Renegades still have low health bars, Myth. It'll be tough for them to contest.
They still have Lasbra's ultimate available for them to move in. They could just defend this tier 1 tower very easily, and they're grouped up, almost fully healed from Horus. He's in the sky.
Ooh. Yeah, perhaps Awesome Jake considering a dive. He'll have Solar Patrol with this, so the front line heading to the back line, and maybe they're looking for Shinto. Wrongyu gets in the way, though, to look for the block. Shinto outputting plenty of damage, though, to keep himself alive. Yarkor even comes in for the peel by using the World Serpent ult, and I like the idea from Renegades. They tried to brute force their way to the back line, but there was just too much protection.
I'm looking at SOT's build now. He's so damage focused. He's not even as tanky as you would expect. Heartseeker coming out for that 6th item. He doesn't really have any stacks on his Urchin just yet. Has 2 shields available as well. It seems like he's trying to be a secondary assassin for his team.
And he recognizes they got a bunker bust to some extent, but Awesome Jake has taken too much damage. Fear No Evil from Lasber, though, prevents the follow-up and very nearly gets the kill onto Shinto. Beads allows him to get into reposition, but now he's been caught by that last breath, so he'll die in trade. But look how low Panatom is as well. This is room for Renegades to start acting to try and capitalize, and looks like the capitalization will be on the Oni Fury. Awesome Jake will get into zone position, dashes in, but doesn't find the stun. He serves himself up on a silver platter. That means the Oni Fury no longer an option. Sanguine start to step forward now, knowing that they're the ones with the advantage. They grab the Oni Fury and start to retreat.
And then we see another swing here, a baby swing, 700 gold now in favor of Sanguine, what was a 3,000 gold lead in favor of Renegades, but still, nothing huge has been contested at this point. The only fights we're seeing around these Pyromancers, around this Gold Fury, anytime Fire Giant actually gets pulled, immediately, if any opposition shows up, either team's willing to give it up. At this point, there's not much to farm for. You have to make a play. You have to do something to change the dynamic of this match. They're
Right,
only
and
truly farming to sell these boots.
Well, Renegades are trying, Myth, right? They've tried now twice in a row to make this Shinto dive happen, right? The first time was when we saw Awesome Jake and Solar Troll dive in with it to the skies. The second time, just now, was when Lasbra heavily committed on the backside of Fear No Evil once Awesome Jake became that frontline target. The problem for Renegades is how do they make that backline dive onto Shinto successful when Sanguine are willing to commit every resource they have into keeping Shinto alive on the backside? They might not even get a chance to answer that question, though, Myth. The Fire Giant fight is starting up instead. It's Sanguine finally being proactive, but perhaps it's a bait. They're coming to the aid of Panatom, who's aggressive on the front line, and Wrongu gets the cage down on everyone. Taiko Drums is chewing through as well, brings Venenu down quite low. Yarkor wants to try and put in the last bit of damage, but it's Shinto on the Raijin who gets that job done. They get that kill. It's a 5v4, but Sanguine are so low, they can't feel comfortable starting up FG here.
They can't at all, but that pick is huge. 50 seconds left until Ven respawns. That's a huge team fight asset lost on the side of Renegades. And at 50%, Netrioid could very easily lifesteal back up off this Pyromancer. Shinto is also full health as well. They could easily pull out this Fire Giant and at least try and force out a fight. Lasbra is lurking and his ultimate's coming back up soon. They have to be cognizant of that. Instead, it seems like they're going to back up, spend that little bit of gold they got off the pick and the Pyro, leverage that passive that they got to get out of base quicker, and try and get some vision coverage around this Fire Giant.
And you saw some of why Renegades have been gun-shy on their initiations up until now. The counter initiation from Sanguine is so strong. When they got clumped up in that choke point, that's an easy 5-man cage for Wrongu to be able to find. Yarkor is knocking everybody up. Shinto's hitting everyone on the team with the Taiko Drums as well. Renegades are playing it a bit slow, but they can't afford to step out of the line even a little bit because this re-initiation, this counter-initiation from Sanguine has been so strong, and now they're leveraging it. They're pulling the Fire Giant yet again, and Renegades kind of afraid to walk into those choke points because they know what'll happen. Sanguine waiting for them, dropping the FG and forcing the issue, caging in 2 members and into the Taiko Drum yet again. Solar Troll gets chunked too low. Awesome Jake can't make it off the ground either. Shinto the one that comes out with the kill crate, and Yarkor stepping on the gas, diving all the way underneath the tier 2 tower. Fear No Evil, a desperate last-ditch effort isn't going to do enough as now Barracuda is stuck in the line of fire, and Shinto gets the killing spree.
I wish chat could see the huge smile on my face having seen some aggression. The second Sanguine identified that Ven was trying to defend the Phoenix on the other side of the map, they immediately gas pedal in, pick up another kill. Only 1 member left is Lasbra. No ultimate available. 5 strong are Sanguine. This could be the game.
I'm thinking it should be at this point, right? There's no way Lasbra without Fear No Evil can do enough to defend. It's slow going, burning down the right side Phoenix, but they should be doing much more damage to the actual Titan. 38 minutes it took to get to this point, and Lasbra all alone, 1 lone monkey to try and defend, but Yarkor and Wrongu too weak to try to absorb any more damage from this Titan, but there's just no way to defend. Sanguine have done enough, and they take down Renegades in game number 1.
A slow match, but decisive to say the least. They played that completely at their pace. Sanguine chose to play slowly. They chose to wait for this point. And the second that Renegade shows them their back, shows them their throat, Sanguine's at it immediately. Only 1 opportunity is all it took around that Fire Giant where Renegades weren't standing as 5 strong. And immediately Sanguine optimize on it and win the game.
It was really strong execution there from them, and that's kind of what we were talking about. I think both of these teams had really strong team fight presences, but they were balanced on this knife's edge. It was the Fear No Evil on the side there for Renegades, and it was that Odin cage on the left-hand side for Sanguine, and I think that's what ended up being a little bit stronger there for Rongyu, catching them in those narrow choke paths without the numbers advantage there in their favor, too. They were down a bit without Venenu in the right positioning as well, and they managed to punish them. You got to make sure, if you're going to play patient against Sanguine, your team fight has to be almost flawless.
That's true. They're so comfortable playing as 5 and off the back of each other, Sanguine are. And we saw it. Rongyu really was the engagement factor the majority of the time, and he itemized towards it, had some CDR in the build, had the Relic Dagger, so his Blink was always available, and he was able to find these huge, impactful cages on teammates that didn't have any way to get out. Anytime SOT got caged, immediately Netrioid's in there with them, just swinging with the autos.
Well, it's a strong game number 1 from Sanguine, but Renegades are right there with them, so I don't think that you can write off this set at all just yet. I'll get it back over to the desk, though, and have Dolson and Gore break it down.
Always appreciated, Finch. And Goremizer, game 1. It's a bit of a slow burn. I mean, this one goes 38 minutes, not necessarily the longest game we've seen, but as far as kills, aggression, team fight presence in this game, it takes kind of a while to get to that point where both teams are kind of in full team fight mode. And I echo what they were saying there to kind of wrap up that cast. You better be ready to have the cleanest team fight of your life if you're going up against Sanguine in a potentially game-ending team fight.
And that's realistically the way this entire game went, right? And that was just looking for favorable fights, I would say, for Renegades. And a lot of that was, how can we bait you away? Are you going to be greedy? Can you come try to defend this? But their one fight early on was pulling Panatom a little too deep and then being able to get rid of him and then slowly but surely steamroll. They turn that into a 4-for-1 that ends up getting them a Gold Fury as well. There's a time they go and they steal away the Pyro. They just slowly but surely tick away and chip at the small lead that Sanguine was able to cultivate as they went forward. And it was almost excruciating for Sanguine. You could tell Sanguine wanted to fight. They wanted to go in. The problem is that not all of them wanted to go in at the same time, and so Renegades kept pulling them into engagements where they didn't have control, and then they finally got one fight they needed, and that's realistically all they needed. One fight. They are able to take it a 2-for-1 trade. It doesn't really lead to anything afterward. There's no objectives available for Sanguine to pick up anywhere on the map, but it gives them just that small confidence boost I think that you need in that position to say, you know what, yes, we can still win these fights. We just have to take it on our terms, not theirs. And that's where Renegades, my issue came down from them. They spent so much time trying to isolate Shinto, trying to isolate Panatom or Netrioid, try to get to the back line that they weren't able to lock him down, and Sanguine started expecting it. Whereas Sanguine, especially at the end there, they just melted Soloer, Troll, and Jake, and then they were like, cool, we win the game now.
In much the same as what we've seen really in the individual player stats is now Shinto after that game has supplanted both Lasbra and Snoopy as the killingest player here in this league at 39. Lasbra still just behind him at 37. But this Raijin, I mean, obviously Shinto specifically here in this game, but Raijin as a whole has started to become such an important pick. And you look at what we saw from Wolfie in our first set of the day, despite losing, it was Raijin that kind of extended out these games and kept, well, then Obey, but now Sanguine in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, I think my eyes will be on Raijin, especially versus Discordia in that one. In my eyes, at least Discordia's passive makes me want to fight a little bit more often because I'm getting a damage boost, and that didn't seem to be the case for Renegades. They played it and slow-rolled it as best they could. I also will, I have to say, I think some of the engagements for Renegades probably could have led to a much higher lead if the Fear No Evils were hitting consistently throughout the game. There were just a few too many, I would even say, that were off the mark just enough to be able to say, yeah, that was not good. It wasn't worth throwing out the ult for them. There were times where it was maybe timed up with other CC, so Beads was able to purify everything, or times where it just wasn't connecting either A, on who you wanted, or B, on anybody. So I think if you can shift that dynamic around for the Renegades here, I think it would open up the door, let Lasbra be as aggressive as Lasbra wants to, and start taking up those kills that the jungler wanted to see.
Yeah, I think that's entirely fair. I think Lasbra had a good game, but maybe not the same impact that we're used to seeing him have here for the Renegades. Look to bounce back in game number 2. First 6 bans, though, they've waved their way in. Sanguine going to take away the Camazotz. I think we are used to seeing that at this point. Xingqian as well. Persephone, Yamoja, Merlin, nothing to be surprised at there. So by all metric score, we're pretty standard, and Sanguine actually liked what they saw out of the Circuit enough to run it back for the first overall pick.
And, I mean, it did what it needed to. Again, a couple of times where Pentaton maybe goes a little too deep, but Circuit is highly mobile. So even if she does end up biting off more than she can chew, most of the time she can get back out. And in the rare instances that she doesn't, then yeah, maybe he'll be taking up another death on his name. But for the most part, it worked out really well. I also think it helps handle just certain aspects of what Renegades were pulling that, in my mind, were a big aspect specifically of Horus. There's a lot of healing, something that we've kind of seen a little bit of yesterday. Circuit gives you that anti-heal almost immediately, so you do have that to play around with here for Sanguine. It maybe wards off some of those more Healy-oriented gods.
Look at these next 2 picks from the Renegades. Kind of a show me something else in Netrioid as they're going to take the Jingwei, lock down the Odin for themselves as well. I like the mindset. I think Jingwei, not only as a god, is so impactful and tends to be pretty important, but Netrioid has proven that you either need to have an answer to it or you need to take it away from him. And so, Renegades, rather, they're going to do the latter, take away the Jingwei, but that's going to open up the Horus, of course, for Sanguine. So we've seen Horus Jingwei as that kind of standard duo in that long lane for Sanguine. We're going to have to get a bit of a different look here, but they're going to run back the Raijin as well. I think both teams probably happy with what they've gotten throughout their first few picks.
I would argue Sanguine, though, maybe feeling much happier in my mind, just because off the tier list, they're knocking off a few that are really solid. The Jingwei, I think Bear is going to look good on it, but it also does feel very much like a let's just take this away kind of pick. And Odin's falling in that case in my mind right now as well, just because of how good a lot of the stuns and cages were in that last game. Those controlled a lot of the flow of the fight. And for Renegades, that was the difference between, oh, we're winning this in zone out Sanguine, and oh, never mind, Sanguine have now locked us in here with them, maybe cutting off a fight and allowing them to re-engage. But the Agni, as you kind of pointed out with your noise, is interesting. I love Agni. I think he's going to bring, again, everything he brings to the table is solid. He's got decent damage. He's got good CC. The question that always comes down specifically in mages, because of how many there is, are you doing something someone else can do better, or are you going to bring anything special? I'm curious if they're going to have something that, in my mind, sparks up a conversation that is, this works perfect with Agni, or maybe Vin's just feeling the Agni right now.
Yeah, maybe he's feeling good about it. I'm excited to see what Veneno can do. Plenty of damage, some lockdown as well, good escape. I mean, when you look at what you want a mage to have, I mean, I guess technically Agni has it. So Veneno, sort of a show us game here. For the first time we've seen Agni in the SPL, and I like the way Renegades have gone with their final 2 bans here, realizing Netrioid still need to lock in a hunter for himself, take away the Hu Yi, and then the solo laner still missing for Sanguine likely, so take away the Jormungandr. Tier still a heavy ban here for Sanguine, maybe realizing that awesome Jake on the tier is just not something that Sanguine want to deal with. But Susanoo Gore, that's a jungler we've started to see a lot more play out of.
And I think he has a lot of potential here. I'm interested to see what he's going to be able to do. Susanoo, in my mind, is going to be able to keep up with the Circuit and also kind of take away some of her mobility, very similar to Raijin, right? Their escapes aren't as safe because he can continue chasing them down. Or in the best case scenario, he just watches you run away and pulls you right back into the fight. So there's a lot of opportunities for him to take away the safety that is in Sanguine. I also think there might be something to be said that the minute a Horus ult is dropped anywhere near Susanoo, he can start charging up his ult and hope to get a pretty big knock-up on the team. And that'd just be an interesting little bit of counterplay that could exist here for the matchup.
Or Guan Yu for the first time as well in the SPL Renegades, tossing out some first picks. Do you like the Guan Yu?
If it comes down to it, the same thing I can highlight about Guan Yu is something I can highlight about Horus. It's going to be healing that both teams have, although Guan Yu's maybe going to be a little bit easier to apply, and the protection shred, which cannot be underestimated. Look at the solo laner opening up the door for the damage dealers.
Renegades looking to try something new here in Game 2 and push us on into a game number 3.
Thanks, Dawson. We are indeed moving into game number 2 where Sanguine hold the lead. We're going to see some picks that we don't get to see a ton of here, Mifflin. Some picks I think actually are plenty strong. Agni, often thought of as kind of that pillar of stability, right at A tier. And Guan Yu on the opposite side. But this is trouble for Wrong Yu, the other Yu in this game, as he has been caught out early. But it looks like Renegades are done with the chase. They didn't land the initial stun. You saw the back start to come out, and Wrong Yu makes it out of their A-OK.
You get the blink trade from the supports there. I like this draft from Renegades. Ven picking this Agni means that he's going to have that hail of fire up 3 times every fight, and if they want to play it as slow as they did last time, Renegades are going to have this long-range poke tool out of the Agni that's going to be able to maybe lean these fights in their favor as they dance
And
around the gold
initiation
tree as they did. And a fantastic initiation to a long-range stun as well.
Yeah.
Solo or Troll's going to have a very easy time diving into the back line with this Guan Yu. I like that Sanguine elect to pick up the Hachimon as well. If you can't get your most comfortable pick being Jing Wei, might as well pick the second safest hunter, which is Hachimon, that CC immune ultimate. Going to be able to ride out of the horse at a moment's notice. But he has to be worried about Jake once he hits level 5. No way to escape that cage.
That's a great point. That horse will certainly be locked down inside that cage, and the Odin on the other side for Wrong Yu last game, I feel like was a big difference maker. I don't know if I want to put it all in his feet because Shinto's Raijin was probably the heavy lifter there, but the cage facilitated it, so they certainly know its power and got to make sure they're respecting in that other direction. But we talked about the Agni a bit. I think it's a good time to talk a bit about what Guan Yu could do for the team, too. He has a really difficult to peel ultimate. I mean, if he just sits on the Shinto, sure, he can try and Thunder Crash away, but the horse is still up. He can follow it and probably get the stun if he's patient on that timing. The heal sustain is great for keeping the squad topped up as well, too. I think Guan Yu and Agni both could stand to see more play.
They absolutely could. I mean, Guan Yu is almost like a Vamana light once he gets into these team fights. He's going to pop his ultimate and try and chase down the mage as easily as you can. The additional speed as well as the stun on the back end means that his team's going to have a very easy time following up. He's almost like a spearhead for your team. You can immediately split the difference of Sanguine and make them feel uncomfortable in the engagement. He's got such a good gap closing tool as well. And Ven on Agni, that's a lot of damage to follow up as well as additional CC. They've got a lot of lockdown Renegades. If at any point anyone moves up too far, Jake's going to be able to find the cage. Barracuda is going to be completely safe in his lane on this Jing Wei, as well as he has decent trade potential in a Hachimon as well, so he doesn't even have to play it necessarily like we've seen Netrio doing it, which is playing pretty far back.
Barra does get knocked up, though, but he's Jing Wei. He's A-OK with the dashes right on out of there, and there is not much more kill potential there. I do wonder a little bit, Miff, are you worried at all that it's just Venenu for magic damage here from this squad and everybody else is physical? Agni can output the damage, but building physical protection is pretty efficient already as it is.
It is a little bit concerning, but Renegades does have that added edge of the defense shred from the Talu Assault off of SOT. Going to be able to make up a little bit of that difference. If they do decide to stack physical defense Sanguine, that just means that Agni is going to have an even easier time finding his own damage into this back line. If Shinto decides to channel his ultimate, that reduced movement speed means that Ven should be able to find a lot of damage very quickly onto him. That's with true. The meteors as well as Flame Wave. There's a lot going for Renegades, but it is execution heavy. It's going to be very difficult for them to leverage the fact that they only have one magical. But again, that defense shred is also going to help them towards these objectives. Agni and Guan Yu could very easily move in towards this Pyromancer and use that Flame Wave and Path of Flames as well as Talu Assault to burn that out very quickly. So they have options to pull a lead for themselves.
I think that they do. I agree, and I think that it puts a lot of pressure this draft onto Venenu, especially because it's not a particularly peel-centric type of draft, right? I mean, I think that there are some tools there as if Venenu's going to be completely alone, but it's not like he's got a Kepri or a Geb or anything there either, right? I mean, Venenu largely going to be reliant on that dash being used very well and not letting that get interrupted by the many sources that could potentially catch him out with that dash, and by finding those sweet spots in the fight where he's not overly committed positional-wise in range to still do damage, but he can also escape if he needs to, because a lot of the times he'll probably be reliant on his own ability to get out of these fights.
But only having your escape be on a dash means that Sanguine, on the other end, has a very easy time chasing it down. If the dash is forced out onto Ven, Wrong Yu could very easily ultimate past the majority of his Renegades and get his team back there onto a no-escape Agni. There could be Netroid has a very easy time chasing him down as well with his ultimate, applying a very long-range slow. There are ways to close the gap. I think the real decision maker is going to be on the back of Panatom. Whether or not we see him get involved a little bit earlier this game on this circuit, it's going to be a lot easier to gank out this Agni than it was last game, as well as Lazra playing this very aggressive Susano could set up ganks very easily for Barracuda in that long lane if they can catch out Hachiman with his ult down. They certainly have ways to try and leave their stamp in the game pre-25 minutes.
I'm glad you bring up this Susano for Lazra, because my read on this pick is that it's kind of like his one-on-one potential has gone up without having to commit the ultimate. It's kind of a little bit less team fight presence, but in the 1v1, he can kill you and still have the Typhoon potentially for later on engagements. This is trouble, though, for Yarkor. He's used the ultimate now, and that's just what Sanguine were waiting on. They lock him down with the stun. Now he's stuck in the cage. They pull him back in, and Renegades find an easy 3-man gank over on right and shut down Yarkor.
I mean, that's exactly what you need to see. You identify that the Odin cage is going to be placed very well here. There's no way for Yarkor to escape it. This early on means he's also not going to be too tanky. Gladiator Shield, the only thing that's really keeping him alive. And plenty of defense shred coming out of SOT, as well as Chain CC off the slow and ultimate. It makes it for a very easy dive to make. And at this point, they know that Sanguine really doesn't have the damage to immediately move in towards Gold Fury. So 6 minutes in, ganking Soul Lane with 3 members, not too much of a time commitment either.
Renegades has shown that they've got the potential to kill these members that can't get out of the cage. I'm thinking about Yarkor in particular. Netroid should find himself in a very similar position, though, with a bit more CC immunity, at least inside the cage. He wouldn't get pulled quite that same way, but still, I think this combination from them can work, and that was about as easy setup as you could ask for, too, because Yarkor, a lot of the times it's good setup for your own team when you take someone up into the air, but it's the same problem Najah has. We all know where this King Arthur's coming back down, so the Odin stun is right there waiting for him. The Odin cage is easy to line up as well, and that's just a quality punish by Renegades on the right side. Now the question becomes, can they continue to replicate this? Can they continue to follow up off that pressure that they just got?
I think it's nice. They have 2 options. They could go back towards that soul lane and continue trying to put Yarkor at a deficit, or they could start to shift their aggression towards this long lane. Netroid on this way less safe god means that Odin's going to be able to find some decent cages. If Susano rotates over, that should be an easy gank as well, which will open them up towards this Gold Fury. And Renegade's team fight is strong. They have so much damage in this early game, and they have the sustain off the SOT that they could take these elongated fights and try and play around the Gold Fury a little bit earlier on in the match. They could even look towards some sieges if they find some quick picks. At any point, this game could be blown out of the water if Renegades leverage that lead and get SOT to leave the lane and play with the rest of the squad.
And I don't know that the counter initiation is quite as scary from Sanguine this time. Barra, though, might be in some trouble. Has to use that airstrike defensively in order to get away. That's good work, though. He never uses the beads. He waits out the timing on the Cobra's Kiss there, then uses the airstrike. So he makes out of there while holding on to that all-important relic. Still, though, that's good work from Panatom. It's just so difficult chipping away at Jingwei's many, many options for getting away from these ganks.
And Panatom didn't have to commit any resources there. No ultimate was really needed. He didn't have to blink in to find the distance, so that's just a clean trade for him.
Looking for Yarkor again. The stun comes out for SOT, but this time the Odin's not here, so the kill potential has to be a lot less, you would think, but Lazra able to chew him up anyway. The Horus ultimate is here, blink in, but Solar Troll blocks the Cobra's Kiss. Lazra used beads anyway, but that's still a huge play, and now Awesome Jake is here, leap forward and drops the cage. I hope you guys are ready to rage. Able to make it out of there thanks to a nicely placed minion, but it doesn't get away from Beneni's Agni bombs. Lazra gets the kill credit. That's a big play in solo.
SOT completely changes that fight. If the Cobra's Kiss lands on Lazra, that's an easy pick for Sanguine, and then they can back up and take an even fight. But instead, SOT dashes in, blocks it out, buys time for the rest of his team to get that re-engage. And that's the same re-engage that Sanguine had last game in that cage from Jake. Can't get out of it, unfortunately, and then that's a quick 2-0 trade for Renegades. Now about 1,000 gold in the lead, but that's exactly what I like to see.
And I think that does hurt Sanguine's chance here in this game a lot, right? That is why I think they were able to be so patient last game, because Renegades felt like they couldn't start up any fight for fear of getting Odin caged into an absurd amount of damage from Shinto on this Raijin, and they still have that second half of the combo with the Raijin, but they don't have that first critical part. And I just wonder if Sangwon are going to be able to use that same slow, patient method this time, as Ven does a good job stunning out Rongyu and buying time for Lasberg to escape.
I imagine we see Sanguine get a little bit more aggressive again, especially since they're not the beneficiary of the slower pace. Now Renegades slowly picking them off across the map, get a 1,000 gold lead for themselves. It's a completely different start than we saw last game. But whereas Sanguine's comp last match was completely centric around the re-engage, around turning a fight once they've been engaged on upon themselves, Renegades has engagement tools in SOT, in Lasbra, and they have the same re-engagement tool in Awesome Jig 408 in Barracuda to close this gap. So they have two sides of the same coin. They can choose their fights, they can back off and then re-engage it whenever they choose. So I imagine we see some Gold Fury contention, and pretty soon we see some Tier 1 towers picked out, maybe even some fights forced around Soul Lane some more.
Well, this is bad news, Bears. The only problem with Last Breath is that you do drop in place, but Venenu didn't quite have the damage. I wonder if he only had one bomb there. But Rongyu in some trouble here on the left-hand side. Typhoon's not enough, but Awesome Jake locks Rongyu in again. Shinto does get the kill on the Lasbra, so support for jungle's pretty good, but not if Shinto is in trouble too. Airstrike to close the gap. They don't even need it. Awesome Jake, the 408 himself, finding the double.
He's getting so much value off these ultimates. Every time it comes down, whoever's in it is falling. Now a 2-for-0 trade, or 2-for-1 rather, in favor of Renegades. The Gold Fury is picked up. Netroid gets his beads forced out. He still doesn't have his ultimate available.
But Awesome Jake is in trouble now because Panatom rotates over to make it a 2-for-1. Meanwhile, Barracuda and Venenu don't have enough damage due to Fury by themselves. They end up with a fractured fight. If that was going to be the call eventually to just give up on the Fury, then I feel like they got to come out and back up their boy Awesome Jake. Instead, he ends up falling, and they don't really get that much on the backside. A nice play by Sanguine, though, to have Panatom rotate over and punish.
Looked like Jake moved up just a little bit too far to me. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like Barracuda would be able to get into in range in time to help him out, so they have to back off the Gold Fury knowing that they were going to lose their numbers advantage. It's still a decent play in favor of them. 1,000 gold still in the lead in favor of Renegades. 11 minutes in, we've seen way more action considerably, and that's to be expected with these drafts. Lasbra picked a god that is going to be able to make plays on his own, whereas Hunbots is a god that needs to play around his team, use that Fear No Evil, and have some follow-up from the rest of the squad. This Susano pick allows him to just make plays across the map, try and create opportunities, even just burn out some relics without having to commit too much himself, and then try and leverage that in a fight later on.
Awesome Jake continuing to step on the gas, though. My man only knows the W key. He'll turn around so W can mean escape at this time, and will start to move away from some of this pressure from Sanguine. Look at these builds, though. I mean, I made a big fuss about how Ven was the only magic damage for Renegades, but it is the same situation on the other side for Sanguine, and Renegades leaning into it a bit more. Both teams have the sovereignty ahead of the Gauntlet of Thebes you normally see, but it's just a chunky breastplate of valor from Solar and Troll, about as much physical prots as you can pick up from any one item to try and make sure this front line is shrugging off every bit of damage that isn't Shinto.
And every bit of CDR and SOT is going to help out, as he's going to be able to heal up his team and take these fights a little bit longer. That out-of-combat healing is a little bit less than hell, as he has to stack up his passive in order to get the full value out of his first ability. However, he's going to be able to just completely use it as often as he wants, and any fight he takes is going to reduce that cooldown even further. It's going to be very difficult to shut down SOT once he moves into these fights, short of Shinto's damage. And if SOT is getting hit by Shinto, that means he's also in range to be hit by SOT, and that's a positioning that Renegades wants.
They also want to position around the Gold Fury. Rongyu nearby, Panatom and Shinto waiting in the wings, but they got to move quick. The Gold Fury being bursted. Okay, it's already done. Sanguine never make it in to really have any chance to contest, and Renegades have slowly amassed not quite 3,000, more like 2,200 in terms of their gold lead, but they're starting to pull away a little bit. This is still pretty close, though. It was the same story last game. Yes, they're getting some small wins, but they're not really pulling that far ahead.
It seems like it's a lot more decisive play. Once these Gold Furies are pulled, they force the fight without fail. A lot less dancing around this game. It seems like Renegades is really sussed out what Sanguine is up to and how they want to play around it. On the other end, Sanguine playing a little bit more reactionary, but slower at the same time. They aren't quite able to get into that Gold Fury pit in time to contest it even a little bit. Instead, they were farming up their own camps, which is a bit of an unfortunate timing, as that red buff spawned around the same time they were contesting that Gold Fury.
It has been more decisive, though, from Renegades. I think I agree with you, at least on that call. It feels like they are making these calls and they've decided they're sticking with them. Either that or Sanguine, when they see the calls, aren't particularly stepping up to contest them. I mean, that last Gold Fury, Wrong, you had the information that it was happening, but they must not have liked their chances really moving into that fight much closer than what they did, and they end up giving up the objective. Look at Panatom's build, though. This is not a particularly aggressive build. It's the Jotuns, which is nice for Pan in your CDR, but then to the Talari, into the Relic Dagger, so that he can blink more often. I think we've seen this from Panatom. When he plays this Circuit, he really does like it to be a bit more on the facilitating side than on the outright damage. As Awesome Jake steps up the front line, Pyromancer goes down in favor of Renegades, and now Yarkor is taking too much damage. I should say Wrong You, rather. He gets caught in the cage. That's a nice cleanup kill for SOT.
Again, Renegades pulling an objective and Sanguine coming in just a little bit too late, getting caught out by the cage by 408. Now Rongyu's dead for a little while. Shinto no longer has his ultimate, neither does Yarkor. Netrioid on the other side of the map. Renegades can move in towards this tower or even try and contest out this Fire Giant. There's a lot of options available to them. I like the play. Ben hasn't been able quite yet to get super involved on this Agni, but it will soon. He's already got that Chronos Pendant online, so those meteors are going to be up constantly, as well as he's another source of healing for his team. Now he's going to be able to get the burst heal from that Soul Gem, as well as SOT healing off of his first ability. There's a lot of sustain coming out of Renegade's comp. Deceptive sustain.
Isn't the 1v2 you thought it was, fellas? It's actually the 2-on-2. Lasbra shows up, and Renegades turn the fight around. Meanwhile, in right, the 3v3 is happening, a war on two fronts, and Renegades are winning both of them. Venenu shuts down Wrong You quite nicely. Awesome Jake has the stun held, but he's looking to make sure no one's coming for Venenu rather than trying to help that fight coming. He steps over to try and provide some peel where it necessary, and Renegades come out on top in both little exchanges.
A lot of that damage was lost due to Panatom's build. You did say that he focused in towards utility, and he has. However, now he's not as much of a threat. He's only level 14, so even though he connects with Barracuda, the damage output isn't enough to really scare him off. And immediately, Renegades has plenty of time to rotate in behind them because of that lack of damage and get the re-engagement there. Then, on the other end of the map, the second that Renegades identifies that there's two members of Sanguine on the left side, they can move in towards this tier 2 tower in the solo lane, continue their aggression there. I mean, all in all, every single fight that Renegades has started, they've won completely. They can try and back up, get some vision around this Fire Giant, force it there. Venenu can poke out anyone that moves up too far. Jake can cage them. There's plenty of opportunity for them to continually force fights, especially considering the fact that Sanguine hasn't really itemized towards shutting down this cage. There hasn't been a Phantom pickup just quite yet. There's no real way for Panatom to escape after he uses his jump. Shinto is very easy to chase down post his jump as well. Netrioid, the only real saving grace for him is that he can use his ultimate to escape, but that doesn't get you through walls either.
No, this Odin cage has been great for Awesome Jake so far, and what it's really done is it's kind of taken this cautious play style. I know that you were calling it sort of indecisive last game, and I think that might be fair as well. But it's kind of forced Sanguine to commit, right? They poke their head in, they go, no, we don't like this fight, let's just leave. And they don't get to leave, right? The Odin cage locks them down, and Renegades say that you are here. I think that's why that last Gold Fury fight didn't even try and contest it, because they knew if they stepped up and didn't like it, they weren't going to get to leave. So instead, they just chose not to show up at all. And Renegades, I think, has really done a good job when Sanguine kind of hovers in that middle ground with punishing.
I mean, take a peek at these player damage charts. The top damage output for Renegades is only at about 6,000 at this point, but regardless, they found 8 kills. Every single bit of damage they do take, every fight they do take is decisive. They know what they want to do, and they play around it incredibly well. If they pull the gold free, they immediately pick out one, then back up and continue their objective. It seems like 5 stack from Renegades already ready for this gold free respawn, whereas Sanguine, on the other end, a little bit dispersed throughout the map.
Wrong You is here to try and contest, but it's that same decision they were stuck with last time. Wrong You does dash out, but they can't step in and contest. Another Fury goes down for Renegades without really much fight there from Sanguine, and that'll extend that gold lead out. I said a while ago it was 2,200. That's not that big a deal. That was around the 13-minute mark. Well, since then, it has shot up. Now it's 5,500, 5,000 experience, and this is starting to get into the range where Sanguine are going to feel it in these fights. So there are just a couple more items finished off there for Renegades that Sanguine don't have yet.
and Sanguine hasn't itemized even a little bit towards magic defense. Gauntlet of Thebes, really the only option they have to keep them alive. So Agni, Venenu is going to be able to pop off very easily, and he knows that he doesn't even have to itemize in towards Pen just yet, instead electing to pick up maybe a Book of Thoth or a Soul Reaver.
Wrong, you in trouble. Won't get that to the skies off in time. Barracuda is the one that cuts him down, and no hesitation, no surrender. That's what Thundergun would say, and that's what the Renegades are saying. They're pulling the Fire Giant, but perhaps they are showing a bit of hesitation. Sanguine are nearby. They don't want to all-in commit. Instead, that was the blink from Austin Jake looking to try and trap out a member. They're going to pop the Frenzy as well, but Shinto stops the party in its tracks, goes up to the Taiko drums, but now they're stuck in a narrow corridor. They turn around. They blow up Lasbra, and it looks like a pause has come out. Really, the only one that ends up getting blown up in that spot is Lasbra. The rest of the Renegades weren't quite there to back him up that time, Mifflin. We'll give them some time to get everything worked on, though, instead, and get everything right back into the action.
Yeah, now Sanguine have to back up. Panatom no longer has his ultimate available. He had to use his one to escape. That's a huge damage tool lost. And the entire time, Renegades is moving forward. It's going to be interesting to see how they would respond to it. They could try and look for the re-engagement once they get to a bit of a safety around these tier 2 towers, or Renegades might even back up and try and pull the Fire Giant and bring Sanguine to them. There's a lot of options going forward, but SOT still alive means that the heals are going to be coming through, and Sanguine are going to, or Renegades rather, going to be healing up and getting back to full health.
But talk to me, though, about why is this match going so much better for Renegades than game number 1? Is it just that they're being more proactive, or is it the Odin pick? What's got them looking better this time around?
I think it's a couple of factors. I mean, taking Netrioid off of his signature god can't be helping Sanguine even a little bit. This is one of the few times we see him play anything that isn't Jing Wei. Having that Odin pick taken away as well means that they don't have this easy engagement tool from Sanguine to rely on if anyone moves out too far from Renegades, as well as all this long-range damage kind of shifting the focus of the game. I mean, Ven just drops Netrioid to literally an inch away from death.
And they can head right back towards this Fire Giant. I'm a bit surprised that that's how that fight ends up going. You'd have thought that Renegade should have had maybe a cleaner fight there, but either way, it looks like they are still okay. They end up losing Lasbra. He's the only one that ends up dropping. The rest of Renegades now positioned around FG, but I don't know how confident they can feel starting this up without Lasbra here, but it certainly looks as though they're going to continue to be aggressive. Fire Giant down to about half. Really only Yar Core is in petition. Now Panatom has shown up, but Renegades just take the FG. Sanguine aren't even really there to contest.
Now 4 members strong with Fire Giant. Lasbra responds just a little bit too late. Unfortunately, they couldn't hold it because of the contention from Sanguine, but there's so many towers still left on the map. Tier 1 and 2 in mid, Tier 2s in both the side lanes. If Renegades don't even decide to pick up a Phoenix here, they can immediately just leverage this huge gold lead that's going to come their way, about 4,000 on the map available. Then they can back up to the gold free off afterward, get that as well. And they have these fantastic catching tools. If anyone from Sanguine decides to defend one of these tier 2s, or if they try and chase out into the jungle, they can immediately be caught out by Lasbra, or they can be caught out by Jake. There's a lot of options available for Renegades. Imagine we see them stack up in that long lane, or even move in towards this mid tier 1 first. They could even split the push.
Well, for now, they're going to group up over on the left. Obviously valuable, the furthest lane from the FG. So this is the good place to start. Only Lasbra will be missing that Fire Giant as a result of that last bit of action that we saw happening where he ends up kind of alone without the rest of the squad and gets picked off. So they'll start pushing down this tier 2. Sanguine are nearby, showing a little bit of a soft defense. I doubt they'll hard commit to this fight on the tier 2 tower, but only down 6,000. Maybe they do like it. Panatom's looping around. Wrongu steps in and gets popped immediately. A risky proposition, and it does not pay dividends. They're all still stuck inside the cage. The Thunder Crash allows for Shinto to reposition, but everyone else is running for the hills. The Yarkor quite low. Netroid stuck in no man's land, has to use Aegis, pulled back in by Lasbra, and Netroid's cut to size. It's a 5v3 in favor of Renegades.
Well, I was going to say that Sanguine actually has a very good Phoenix defense comp. Shinto would have been able to deal a lot of damage from far away. Wrong, you could lock down anyone that moves in too far. Instead, they decide to defend around this tier 2. Wrong, you moves up a little bit too quickly, a little bit too far himself, gets picked out instantly. That's the majority of their defense potential lost. Now they don't have that chase down tool into the skies either. And Renegades get to run away with a Phoenix and continue their onslaught towards mid.
This has been a much better game, though, from Renegades and Mifflin, really just from start to finish. They've looked a lot more decisive this time. They've looked clean, and I really I can't help but notice that Lasbra's on a god that, like as you mentioned, can kind of act a bit more independently this time, and it has made things look a lot better for Renegades. There was also a lot of solo lane pressure. They ganked Yarkor twice over there in solo, both times were successful, and that helped Lasbra get off to a good start here as well. Renegades playing much better this time around.
Now 12,000 gold in the lead. They can immediately back, spend all of it, move into the Gold Fury, and continue to push. They have plenty of time on this Fire Giant. Sanguine did put up a defense, but it didn't slow them down even a little bit. But that doesn't mean they can't try again once they get around this tier 2 or this Phoenix in mid. They can very easily try and do what I said earlier and have Shinto play in the back line, have Rongyu try and move up a little bit further and create space for them. As long as Sanguine can keep Lasbra out of their back line and make sure that Shinto lives, they have a very good shot of deflecting any sort of onslaught that comes their way. And they have a very decent chase down ultimate comp as well. If they are able to repulse Renegades off of the Phoenix, Netrioid can very easily slow them down for the chase, or we can use Rongyu to reposition the entirety of Sanguine into the fight again. They have plenty of options. They just have to get their discipline together, back up, play well around this Phoenix.
It was a risky proposition to defend that tier 2, wasn't it, from Sanguine, and it really didn't end up panning out for them. So they'll have a much better chance, I think, defending around these Phoenixes. But Fire Giants could be falling off in 15 seconds. The next one will be spawning about a minute after that. So Renegades might just decide to kind of give up this aggression for now and instead decide to prepare for this next FG fight. And it sounded like to me that you don't really want Sanguine to come out to contest that at all. They're better off just defending on Phoenixes.
I mean, 10, 12,000 gold behind. You're also at an
That's
XP deficit as well. Defending around that Fire Giant might not be the most recommended play for me. However, if Sanguine do decide to maybe commit Panatom to this and try and let him steal it, he's not as important on this Phoenix defense as the rest of the squad. He can try and go in with his high mobility and go for a cheeky steal. It's a little bit of a risky, heroic play from him. But at this point, 10,000, 12,000 gold down, with already a Phoenix down as well, it might be the way to go.
Well, they had some wards on the right side. I wonder if that's how Renegades recognized Sanguine weren't really in position in right. They start a push, but they're not going to heavily commit to this one, even though Sanguine were not really in position to defend that one. So this does kind of force Sanguine to collapse back for a second, but they really don't bite too heavily on that right side Phoenix push. I don't know the Renegades get a ton out of it. They do make sure that right side wave is pushed up, though, and that they'll have a lane to go to once they have this Fire Giant.
And that's important in of itself. Having that lane pushed up immediately means that they can almost instantly start a barrel down the jungle. They could split the push towards mid and have their jungler Lasbra try and solo out anyone that stops him there. There's plenty of options for Renegade going forward. Sanguine, however, have to play almost perfectly if they want to defend their Titan at this point. I mean, the gold deficit is so absolutely huge. Every relic available for both teams as well as every ultimate. So this is a true 5v5 for almost the first time this match.
They're grouped up all in the right side lane. Not even going to try the 4-1 split or anything like this. They want to force Sanguine to take this heads-up fight that Renegades knows that they're favored in. But you kind of highlighted it already. Sanguine have some decent tools to play defense here, and chief among those has to be Shinto on this Raijin. That's why he's so safe in the back. He knows that he'll become a priority target if he steps too far forward. Minion wave now here, which oftentimes is the go button once they're able to take some of that aggro. But instead, Renegades fall back for a bit. They don't like this look.
Yeah, it's really on whether or not Shinto can find his damage towards some high priority targets in the backline. It's whether or not Rongyu can stop this slight into mode that we've been seeing around these defenses and just play for peel. It's not on Sanguine. It's not, the ball's not in their court. They have to play defense. They shouldn't be looking for engagement. And at this deficit, normally you'd want to keep him out of the Phoenix, but it's not in the books right now.
Going to be an option for him. That's a good stun to start things off. Shinto has to use his beads almost instantaneously, and that will procure the Fire Giant, or the Fire Phoenix, rather, Fire Bird, on the right-hand side there for Renegades. They'll start to fall back. Phoenix is down, and it looks like that's enough there for them. They're going to back up, spend some of this gold, and they should still have time to make another siege happen on that left side Phoenix, that weakened Phoenix, that they should be able to grab relatively easily. Yeah, you saw a lot of them with over 2,500 plus gold in pocket. You want to get that spent.
I mean, spending your gold's the best way to get stronger in this game, unless your name is Fafnir, and no one in this game is that. I mean, Renegades has plenty of time to work with. Fire Giant's going to be up for a little while longer. They've got about 2 minutes on that timer. The Phoenix on the left side of the map is weak, so they could very easily move in there. And they have these huge solo agents. Lazarus decides to split off from the rest of the push with his team. He's going to be able to deal plenty of damage as well. Barracuda is going to be able to blow up anything that comes in his way. Normally, you would expect a crit build to deal a little bit less to structures, but at 30 minutes in with a Fire Giant, it's not going to be too big of a deal, especially considering the XP deficit. Rongyu's still level 17, and he's got just about no magic defense to speak of. Ven's going to have a very easy time dealing damage to him. Sanguine's got a lot to work through here if they want to keep their Titan alive.
This is the weakest Phoenix, the hardest one for them to try and defend. Another minute on the FG for Renegades. They've got time to go about this patiently, but why be patient when you can step in? Another big two-man stun from Venenu. That range initiation is strong, so Lasbra goes right to the backline, forces out the Aegis from Netroid. Left side Phoenix is already down. Shinto puts out some damage, but it's Netroid whose life gets claimed, and Solar Troll continue to look for more. They finally ease up. Renegades have taken both side Phoenixes and can now threaten mid.
And Barracuda was the only one that took any damage there. He's going to be able to heal up with Guan Yu as well as the lifesteal. Now one less member for Sanguine. It's only getting harder as time goes on.
Awesome Jake in first, but the mid Phoenix has already burned. This defense from Sanguine has been paper thin. Shinto is still alive. There's 4 members up for Sanguine, but Renegades are all inning onto the Titan. Yark Core ends up falling. The damage from the backline is too strong, and we'll have our second game number 3 as the Renegades force us to it.
I mean, that was clean play from Renegades. That was a much more decisive win. I'm a lot more convinced by that dub than I was the last one. It looks like they took control in the early, and at no point did they let go of the reins. Renegades continually pressuring into these objectives. They got 2 or 3 Gold Furies in the early game. They were forcing Pyromancers. They were forcing every single engagement on the map. It looks like they were just completely in control.
And I don't know, Mifflin, if I'm that big of a fan of this facilitating playstyle from Panatom on this circuit here either. I mean, I understand the idea. The Cobra's Kiss, the Last Breath are great tools to get the fight started, but I feel like you might need a little bit more from that out of your jungler. Maybe that's just not the pick there for him. But you and I have talked about it enough. Let's get it back over to the desk and have them break it down.
Well, get comfy, everyone. We're going to a Game 3 Sanguine up against the Renegades. And hey, if you need a new seat to get comfy, check out our chair sponsor, Maxonomic. $50 off if you use the code SMITE. Max, customize the seat with your gamer tag logo, whatever you like. If you're rooting for Sanguine here, maybe slap a Sanguine logo on there, or a Renegades logo if you're feeling them here in this matchup. That is needforseatusa.com. And go check them out. Goremizer still with me to talk about game number 2, Sanguine up against the Renegades. And this one, similar vein from game 1, where a bit of a slower burn. I mean, it's 11 to what, 3 or 4 kills kind of there down the stretch, 29 or so minutes into this game. But a little different in the sense that it's really the Renegades who are in control from start to finish.
Yeah, at the very beginning, I dubbed this game Renegade Strike Back in my notes because we watched the very first kill of the last game be a 3-man gank to solo lane to get rid of Solar Troll. And this time Renegades with a 3-man gank to solo lane, kill off Yark Core. That's kind of how they start off this game. And there's some interesting plays that happen in between the beginning and the end. But for the most part, Renegades have a cleaner play together as a team and as a unit. And because of all of the sustain they have, all of the stuns they have, all the setup potential that is there, plus, again, that healing, I cannot undermine the sustain. Poke fights were almost always going to go in their favor. They'll stun you, take you down to half or maybe 1/4, and then while you might be able to get the same amount of damage off, they'll take 2 steps back, Solar Troll will pop his heal, and then they'll be right back in the fight. And Rongyu has some sustain in him. It's just not the same as what you're getting out of the Guan there.
And I loved this. To start off this game, 5.5 minutes in, a slower start for really both teams, and Renegades find their first opening 5.5 minutes in. 3 men headed up over to the short lane, but that's kind of what we saw, right? I would say more focus kind of in these solo lane ganks than I'm used to seeing in a lot of these games, and it worked out. Lasbra, fun fact, now has retaken the most kills in the league at 42, 2 ahead of Shinto, so that likely will maybe tilt back and forth here in game number 3. But I liked what I saw out of Lasbra. The Guan Yu seemed to pay off. The Agni as well. So some interesting picks from the Renegades, and I think they all did what they were hoping for them to do.
Every single one of those felt better than they did in game one. They felt more comfortable, they felt more confident, and it opened up so much more in terms of play. I mean, you've got Agni stuns coming down around the Phoenixes that open up the doors for the team to get aggressive. A lot of those plays we just watched at the end there were centered around that Guan ult and how useful Solar Patrol was in that aspect. Again, then you add in the prot shred that he's bringing, you add in the healing that he's bringing from this god, and it just seems like a shoo-in, almost kind of like making you question, man, why haven't we seen more of him?
Yep.
Especially from this team. They've been working so well. And Lasbra on this Susano felt so much better than Lasbra on the Hunbats, which is weird because Hunbats, by and far, just on paper, has a lot more, I think, that applies to the team and does more for a game in terms of his kit. But just the level of play that Lasbra was able to come through, maybe it was Renegades having a mental reset, or maybe it was the change in the picks. It just worked better for them.
Agreed, and I think Finch was pretty spot on with one of his notes where it's like on a Susano, you kind of have this potential to 1v1 and duel, and you don't have to feel like you're suddenly losing a team fight a minute from now by burning your ultimate in the engagements, and I think it paid off well here for the Renegades and sending us only to our second game 3 so far here in the SPL. And honestly, I think that's fair point to some of your analysis before we got into this set and how a lot of people were feeling. This one, I think, truly, we say it often, but this one truly could go either way just based on the teams and how they're trending. Not surprised to see us headed to a game 3.
I personally, I feel like I want to throw a star on there because right now, just with the way the first 2 games went, Sanguine's win took a lot longer to get there. Right? Sure. There was a lot of back and forth between the 2 teams before they got there. Renegades, that definitely felt like they were in control almost from that 6-minute mark when they get that kill, right? They had that game, and there were some really good rotations from Sanguine, but we didn't see the same level of team play from them in the late game that I'm honestly used to seeing out of Sanguine. Yep. And I think, what Finch actually noted at the very end of that game might be part of the reason. That Serket, I like that they're going for, some utility. I don't know if Serket is the one that makes me scream, okay, this is my utility pick. They're building her to be able to kind of get in, get those ults off, and set up the team, but they weren't necessarily playing around it as much as they wanted to. So I want to maybe see a little bit of the change from Panatom in the jungle, and that might allow Sanguine to come back into this one and give us another lengthy game like we saw in Game 1.
And I think that seems to be where we're headed at any rate with how evenly matched these 2 teams are. Camazotz continues to be banned out here by Sanguine, no surprise there. You brought up Serket. I think that's what comes to mind here. One, if Renegades feel it's okay to let that through versus Sanguine then picking up Serket for their first pick overall. I mean, there's a lot to consider here with the way these 2 teams have been prioritizing. Obviously, heavy jungle presence for Sanguine, but remember, Renegades last game picked away that Jingwei, kind of a jab at Sanguine, jab at Netrioid as well. So you talk about first pick priority here, Gormazer. I think there's kind of a lot on the table for these 2 teams. Yeah. Odin, that's going to be what the Renegades reach for first.
And I love it because for Sanguine, it made, again, a lot of plays in that first game. The cages being in the right spot. Also, chat, just so you know, there's the birthday girl in the background.
She's what, 3 today?
The minute
Bellini's
I saw her,
3?
she had to come through. Bellini's 3.
She's all worn out.
Which works out perfectly because I can go back and talk about Odin's 3, the thing outside of the cage that comes through. The Gungnir's Might. It's the stun that comes up. And the thing that's been opening it so much more than what you've seen in the past is the fact that he can just channel it. And we've seen a lot of these plays where Odin's just standing behind a wall waiting. He's like, all right, if someone comes around, you're going to get hit with the stun. If you don't, then boo-hoo, I guess I used one of my cooldowns, but we win a fight. Who cares? So I think the play around this Odin right now is what is facilitating both of these teams. It helped Sanguine in the first game, and it was essential for Jake in that last one. I want to see if Sanguine can adapt around this Odin a little bit better because those cages, as well as those stuns, were devastating to them.
Well, already different priority for Sanguine. Serket, not the first pick here for them. Yorm locked in solo lane for Yarkor. I think that's a good pick up there from Sanguine. I think the Uller is an interesting pick, and Jingwei from the Renegades in the meantime, and that kind of plays into this conversation where Ull hasn't necessarily been in the long lane all that often. I feel like when we've seen him recently, it's been kind of flip-flop between mid lane and that long lane. So Sanguine keeping kind of both opportunities open.
And I like it because it's such an interesting conversation when you look at it. The Netroid pretty much played Jingwei and almost only Jingwei. Then last game,
Right.
you don't get the same essence from Netroid on the Hachiman. So maybe you go for the Uller so you can have something that maybe plays around the Jingwei a little bit better. Some stun, some aggression, some good clear.
Ooh.
Or maybe you just knock it out of the park and again
Okay.
keep pulling in things we're not used to seeing. Freya also falls into that category and more than likely could be the one to go over towards Netroid and be that boxer in that lane.
And if we are talking long game, if we're assuming with no
Yeah.
data to back it up that this one goes long, Freya moving into that late game, just going to be so punishing to the Renegades. But I think it's an interesting point where we talk so often about Freya and the scaling and the damage output she has in the late game. She's nothing to be scoffed at in the early game.
Oh,
and I
no.
feel like more often than not, we end up in a position where Freya somehow finds a kill or two in the early game, and it just starts that snowball so much earlier. So you talk about a team in Sanguine that has had a lot of success over their past few games coming out of that long lane, of the Hunter and Guardian role. Freya is one that will benefit 2 times from that, I think, if you look at sheer scaling potential.
And I'm so excited for this. And I'm going to say this one just because it came into my mind because my brain is wired to think this way from years and years and years and
Give
years
us a
ago.
glimpse.
So immediately I'm like, well, she could also technically jungle. Not something we see often anymore because that was man, those are days of yore when Freya was pulled off into the jungle. But it's one of those things like that would be enough to throw anyone for a loop, let alone Renegades here. But it's also the fact that if she comes into it, more than likely where we expect her, right, with Netroid going in there, then you've got the same kind of, I would argue, same playstyle mentality as a Jingwei, which is, cool, I'm going to pop my 2, and now we're going to fight, or now I can clear the wave. So it kind of centers around the same ability in her kit, same very similar playstyle, except the fact that Freya, especially late game in some one-on-ones, will decimate you with the right build. Jingwei would have to go into crit in order to be able to fight like one-on-one with a Freya versus maybe wanting to go pin to help deal with his Jormungandr and whatever other tank Sanguine end up picking up. So there's different builds and maybe flexibility for the Jingwei. Freya has one mode, and that mode is kill. If she doesn't get that mode going, then maybe we see it fall apart for Sanguine.
That's true. Jingwei certainly not without good late-game scaling. Renegades will need to take advantage of that here up against Sanguine. And the Susanoo taken over by Sanguine as well. So it's changing some things up from what we've started to see become the norm for Sanguine. Lock in the Susanoo. I like that from them. Another Agni from the Renegades. So we saw our first Guan Yu of the SPL in Game 2, our first Agni of the SPL in Game 2. It's not going to be the first Pele, but 3 gods at the bottom 3 there for the Renegades haven't been seen all that often. But I think the Renegades should feel confident in what they saw in Game 2 moving into Game 3.
And her win rate specifically for Pele is a little misleading because Renegades have played her a lot, and admittedly some of them have not been very successful in the past, right? With some of the games, they haven't been able to win all of them. But the Pele didn't look bad in those losses, and I think that's the thing to latch onto is how Lasbert did with that. You pull the Susanoo away if you're Sanguine just to make sure that they can't have the full run back, but I mean, you get 4 out of 5 that was just successful for Renegades. You get Pele, which I would argue for Lasbert might look even better. This is a dangerous game to be playing for Sanguine. This Freya, this Ganesh, they need to stand out.
I don't know. I'm waiting with bated breath. I think this one's going to be a lot of fun. Lots of fun gods to watch. It's 1-1. It's Game 3. Finch, let's break this tie.
Yeah, we got to here, Dulcin. Renegades and Sanguine are battling, and if you all are not as familiar with Sanguine, you might not know that Freya's kind of a pocket pick special for my man Netroid. He's playing Freya even when she wasn't good, when she was good, whenever. So I know y'all like to come at my man about their god pool, but I fear the Freya when it's in his hands.
And Freya's going to look even stronger this season now that there's lifesteal on the boots, but there's some aggression around this duo lane.
Yeah, an early invade. They don't want to let this Freya get off to a good start, especially not this Guardian support that's been picked up. That has not been the trend here lately, but it looks like Sanguine do at the very least defend their own buff. They get the farm. Now they're back in time, but Awesome Jake, showing no respect, steps in and takes a ton of poke for the trouble. He's got to get out of there as he's taking away too much. I like the idea of being aggressive, but maybe being a little bit too much so here is Awesome Jake.
Freya is hailed as this late game hyper carry. However, her early game damage is nothing to sneeze at. That 2's already
Not at
swinging
all.
for 70, 80 damage in auto. The second she hits level 2, she's going to be swinging for about 100 per auto. That's insane damage. The only trade-off being that she's one of the least safe gods in the lane, which is kind of counter to what we've seen from Netrioid picking before. Hachiman, Jingwei, some of the Hunter staples for him. Now trying to shift his focus for this late game unsafe hyper carry. But they covered their bases. Panatom on Susanoo is going to be able to put out an unmeasurable amount of aggression. Shinto is going to be able to deal a ton of damage out of the mid lane as well, trying to shift the focus away from the long. I like what they're doing with their drafts.
It's been working here for them so far. Awesome Jake does seem to still be okay here in lane Mifflin and will continue to try and step up with that aggression. But this is such a different look from Sanguine, isn't it? Really entirely. They're taking this Susanoo away from Lasbra, and instead they're putting it into Panatom's hands. And you're not going to be able to play facilitating with this one. I imagine he'll be looking for damage on this Susanoo. Shinto has an Uller mid. We don't see him play a whole lot of Hunters in the middle lane, but he's taking a really aggressive one and looking to make some plays. This is almost an entirely different look. And now Panatom showing some presence early, but that is sniffed out. A ward topside allows Renegades to get out of there. But even still, it's not enough. Continued pressure here from Panatom, and Barracuda's low, but great peel from the 408 gets him out of there.
Yeah, if that spear doesn't land, Barracuda is making his bed 6 feet under. Instead, makes it out with his life, gets to heal up with the potions. Netrioid, however, still has this level lead. That's not what you want for the Freya. Luckily, Barracuda is playing a very safe pick in this Jingwei, so even if she does get a little bit ahead, he can hold on out and wait for Lasbra to rotate over with this Pele, which should have a very easy time shutting down Freya once that ultimate is expended. Interesting to point out that Renegades elect to go for the 4 physical comp again, only 1 magic in Venenu. That Talu Assault is good shred, but I imagine it's not going to work quite as well as you have these squishy targets in Lasbra and Barracuda, not going to have quite as much pure aggression as we saw last game.
They were able to overcome it, but it could certainly still be an obstacle for them this time, as Rongyu is on the Guardian. Perhaps he'll be a little bit just sort of naturally tankier and able to deal with it and itemizing that physical prot a little bit better, but they didn't struggle last time, so I won't sound the alarm until things start to look bad for the guys. What do you think about the difference between Susanoo and Pele, though, for Lasbra? I feel like this still gives Lasbra plenty of room to be that playmaker, to be able to go in and try and make stuff happen on his own in those 1v1s. Do you think it's a significant downgrade, the same, or maybe even better?
Your team fight presence on Pele is a lot worse than Susanoo's simply because you don't have that safe long-range ultimate and the displacement tools. However, as far as solo agents go in jungle, these junglers that can play separated from the team and try and make plays on their own, try and pick out people, Pele is among the top tier. She's got this great gap-closing tool in her ultimate. She's got lockdown and burst potential in her own kit. So if anyone steps out of line or if Lasbra comes into contact with just anyone isolated on the side of Sanguine, they're going to be in a lot of trouble, especially considering Ganesh is not one of the safest gods possible. The Freya, the second her ultimate's down, is going to be very easy to dive. Uller, when his jump is down, is a very decent target for Lasbra as well. He's going to have a very easy time in the early. Once we shift to that team fighting phase around 20-minute mark or the 25-minute mark, that's when we're going to expect to see Lasbra kind of playing around the side of the fight, maybe rotating in a mid if they're dancing around the Fire Giant, then looking for picks on the back end once Sanguine starts their own engagement.
Lasbra has, for the most part, gotten the better of Panatom. Awesome Jake considers getting aggressive over there in the jungle, but gets banished by Freya. Still, I'd argue one of the best things about her kit is the ability to do that sort of safe initiation. And I don't think we talk about that enough, which is that not just how strong an initiation tool is, but how little of a cost that it can come at. And I think that's one of the strengths there for Banish, as Awesome Jake loops around to the backside. With the Valkyrie's discretion available, Netrioid shouldn't be in that much trouble, but Barracuda gets aggressive either way, forces the ultimate out from Netrioid, and means he won't have that safe option next time.
He does maintain his beads, however, but without that ultimate, it's going to be very easy for Lasbra to gank. Instead, goes over to solo lane. Now Yarkor in some trouble. That's 2 games in a row that we see an early rotation from Lasbra and putting Yarkor just a little bit behind, facilitating solo or troll to maybe put some aggression in that lane or rotate out. That's fantastic play from Renegades.
Did he not have enough mana for his ultimate, perhaps, there? Because I don't even think he tried to channel it to get out of there from Yarkor. Instead, just kind of recognizing that he really wasn't making it out with whatever other abilities were up at that time, and that is a nice first blood from Renegades. And I think that you've hit on something important there, Miffle, which is that Renegades realize they can start getting aggressive over in that solo lane. Lasbra and Solo or Troll working together have been able to find some really nice picks on Solo Island.
A lot of that is due to the fact that Yarkor was there. That's just fantastic rotation timing from Lasbra, identifying that ultimate wouldn't be available to get Yarkor out of there. It's not often that ganking Jormungandr is the best call possible, considering how safe he is with the ultimate. However, that timing was just perfect for Lasbra. He's able to rotate in, get the kill, doesn't have to trade out his own farm, gets to back up, farm up the left side of the jungle. He doesn't trade out anything himself. Yes, you lose the ultimate, but trading your ultimate for a kill, perfect every step of the way.
Yeah, you're certainly happy to make that play. So good work there from Renegades to get some action going. And that's exactly the discussion you're just having, right? Which was that Lasbra still had this ability to be a playmaker, even with that Susano taken out of his hands, because Pele, with that gap closing, with that sudden burst damage that he has at his disposal, can punish even something like a Jormungandr, as Yarkor just learned, unfortunately, in that last engagement. So this has been strong here from Renegades. A big sort of pacing shift from that first game that Sanguine won, where things were so slow throughout the first 25 minutes of the game. Renegades now getting aggressive onto the blue buff on the Chaos side of the map. They really are putting Sanguine to the test, but Shinto rotating over on this Ullr might get there a bit ahead of Venenu, but now Shinto is the one isolated there to the side. They get the beads out from him. He just barely makes it up and over the wall.
Now that Yarkor has that Jade Emperor's Helm available, it's not going to be quite as easy to gank him. Going to take that power away from both the jungler and the soul laner, but Rongyu left alone.
And has been locked down inside the cage, doesn't have the dash available for him, and Rongyu will end up falling in again. Awesome Jake gets the kill credit there in that situation. So Renegades continuing this pressure. This is so different. Even from Game 2, I do think they had more pressure in Game 2, but it wasn't all these invades. They weren't on the other side of the map quite this much. I think Renegades starting to recognize that this beginning of the game for Sanguine really isn't always their greatest strength. You want to break this team up before they can Voltron together in the team fight stage.
I love it when you say Voltron, because it's such an apt comparison for them.
Yeah.
Sanguine is most comfortable at that 30-minute mark once they're all fused up, fighting as a roaming 5-man death ball. And if Renegades are able to just take away these pieces, or at least slow down some of them, it's going to take a lot longer for Sanguine to really group and do exactly what they want to do. That's why in Game 1 we saw Sanguine playing so passive, so slow, because they trusted themselves to fight incredibly well as 5. Renegades, throughout this 3-game series, has identified that that's the strategy and isn't willing to let them do it anymore.
And that adaptation, I think, that's a big sign for Renegades. There are a lot of things this set that I think have made me a lot more optimistic about Renegades going forward. Their ability to adapt over these 3 games has been really strong in the picks and bans and in their execution. I also think that Awesome Jake has just flat out looked good. By the way, there were a lot of question marks about him, what kind of player he was going to be. I think those question marks are gone. My man is certainly playing at the SPL level, and he's ready. And then the last thing for me is that Lasbra, it looks like he's here, man. Last year, he didn't quite step up to the level I think that we all knew he could play at, but so far, he has been the spearhead for this Renegades team in every meaning of it.
Lasbra is doing a fantastic job of controlling the map, as junglers are known to do. I think some of that adaptability you touched on is born from the fact that Barracuda has been playing SMITE since SMITE existed. He's one of the most veteran players in the league, and he's used to having to adapt. He's played against every style of game that there possibly could be, so there's nothing that he hasn't seen just yet. And that adaptability, that veteranship leading this squad of a relatively new put-together team, I think is not something that you can underplay even a little bit.
That's a good point, man. Awesome Jake, I think you say the same for SOT and Lasbra. These are all kind of young stars, right? And Barracuda and Venenu to some extent are sort of the veterans that they're coalescing around. And I'm not giving Venenu quite enough credit, I think, for being that constant there for them in the middle lane. I mean, I call him a role player a lot, and I hope it doesn't take it as an insult. I really do think that he's the kind of guy that will fill in whatever gap it is that your team needs. This has been strong from Renegades. I don't want to get ahead of myself, though. I'm not awarding them the medal. They ain't won this yet. Sanguine are absolutely still here in this contest and can win it as well. I've just been impressed with what I've seen from Renegades.
Now only a 1-level lead in favor of Barracuda. That's a huge shift from what we saw earlier. Freya hasn't been really put under any pressure from Lazra, which is fine. He's got plenty of targets. He's forcing out beads on Uller. He's been able to gank Yarkor very effectively. As long as Renegades can keep up the aggression and continually invade these buffs, try and lock down the enemy blue buff, try and move in towards these oracles, that's where you're going to see a lot of their leads start to accumulate.
Some posturing now around this Fury, but not really ready to start pulling this one just yet. As you said, Netroid really has not been under all that much pressure here so far, and eventually you're going to get to the point where Netroid is playing Freya with all those items online, and that certainly does get to be a bit scary. I know you were talking about how she benefits from some of this itemization, right? The lifesteal on the boots and how strong lifesteal is in general. These rings are a bit stronger too. I was wondering if that ring Akakate was going to be a strong pickup for Freya, but we just haven't seen her much, so it's been hard to say. I'm very interested in where Netroid is going to go with this build path.
I imagine we will see just a little bit more lifesteal coming through. Freya benefits so greatly from Bancrofts as well as Typhon's Fang for that additional penetration. So that lifesteal build means that he's very easily going to be able to solo out some of these objectives that some hunters might struggle with this double lifesteal focus and a huge amount of power. If he does get any opportunity to pull this Gold Fury on his own, Netroid will certainly take it. He's very comfortable fighting out on objectives. However, he hasn't been forced to use his ultimate even once, so that's a huge teamfight tool that's available at all times.
Wrong U has been the focus early on in this fight, but it's Lazra who ends up paying for it. Panatom gets to the back line and cuts him down, even escapes with a blink over the wall, and Barracuda can't quite punish. Venenu low too, and they've left Awesome Jake to the Wolves. What a response here from Sanguine. Renegades posture around the Gold Fury. They start up the fight, but Sanguine answer back nicely.
Only 1,000 gold in the lead in favor of Renegades, but now with 2 dead on their side, Gold Fury is picked up, but they think better of it. Netroid instead going to go ahead and pick up that Alpha Harpy. When you have this late game focus comp, when you have Uller and Freya on your team, you could very easily just buckle down and wait for the longest and just come into that 30-minute mark around the Fire Giant and start shooting your gun then. I imagine Netroid is just absolutely fine being left alone here. It's only a 1-level deficit for him, but Jingwei, one of the least aggressive hunters possible, isn't able to leverage that lead very well. Even if she does start to get a little bit out of hand, they could very easily shift lanes. Netroid could go mid, Shinto could shift over to that long lane and have a more favored matchup there. Sanguine's got a lot of tools they can use to just elongate this game as much as they want, try and farm up for the late and have that hyper carry come into full fruition.
Clearly, what Sanguine would love to try and play towards a bit here with the strat that they've got. Renegades now pulling the Pyromancer, but Sanguine recognizes it's happening. Yarkor is local. Shinto nearby too, and Renegades don't want to risk it. They just dropped the objective entirely. Sanguine do enough to get him back out of there. But I mean, I'm wondering how that fight goes so wrong for them. They try and catch Wrong-Yu early on in that Gold Fury fight there, Myth, but they just didn't quite have enough damage to lock him down. And it's worth mentioning that sort of that cage him in strat that was working so well up against Wrong-Yu last time isn't going to work. I mean, I wonder if that really is the heavy reason why we're seeing this Ganesh pick up here, so that he can, use that remove obstacles and get back out of there. I think this Ganesh has worked out well for him, and maybe that's kind of the idea.
Ganesh also one of the best peeling focused guardians in the game. He's going to be able to buckle down around Netroid and keep him alive. That additional defense from the silence, as well as the literal silence stopping any enemies from using abilities around them. The ultimate as a displacement tool. There's a lot of ways for him to create space so that Netroid can play a lot more comfortably. And I expected we see that group up. The engagement is what I'm worried about from Sanguine. Is it going to be Yarkor just diving into the back line? Is it Panatom looking for the pool? If Wrong-Yu is going to be completely focused on keeping Freya alive, they don't have very many tools towards actually starting up any aggression on their own.
And isn't that consistent with how they've played all set, though, right? I mean, Sanguine are very content to just sort of counter-engage, so to speak, right? They don't really have any big tools with this draft maybe to start the fight off, so they'll just use the Dharmic Pillars, they'll use the Typhoon from Panatom and Yarkor's ultimate to just do a great job of responding to this aggression from Renegades. I do think you've kind of hit the nail on the head here with what the idea is from Sanguine. It's not so much that they're affirmatively doing their own thing with this draft, it's that they've sort of drafted to answer back with what Renegades have done so well.
And that's exactly what they can do. Renegades has not been able to leverage their lead at all. Now it's been closed up just about completely. Only 700 gold in favor of them. And their late game, although still strong, doesn't quite match that level that Freya is going to be able to bring, that Yarkor's backline disruption and safety is going to bring. SOT is going to have to do a lot to keep it controlled under this Freya, and when she's dealing late game damage with additional lifesteal, it's going to be very hard for him to choose his opportunity to trade with her even a little bit. It's going to be whether or not they can burn out that Valkyrie's Discretion, get that beads off of Netrioid, and then blow him up instantly. That's Renegade's way to win a team fight. After that, it should all fall into place. But getting towards that back line with this reactionary comp is going to be incredibly difficult. Renegades has to force fights around Fire Giants. They have to choose their own fights. They've been given the reins, but it's not necessarily the driver's seat that you want to sit in.
Renegades still, though, feeling comfortable. Like minuscule lead. You covered this already, so certainly not as if that they're firmly in control or anything like that. But I think that Sanguine has sort of revealed that they're willing to let Renegades be the initiators. I think there is some sort of inherent strength in that for Renegades. They can kind of move around the map, feeling as though that when the fight started, will be on their terms, and that Sanguine are sort of trusting themselves as a goalie to play defense instead and be able to react to it appropriately. So maybe that can be the sort of case to which Renegades can try to play aggressive, can try and find these opportunities. Getting a Netroid going to be tough. He's going with that Hastened Ring as his third selection to give him that haste effect that's so strong on these mage ADCs. We were talking before about how you might not mind seeing a band cross, some lifesteal, something like that to give him some other ability to combat, but he wants the gas pedal instead.
That hasten pickup tells me that Netroid is trying to get involved sooner rather than later, and his damage output at this point is incredibly high. However, it's going to be very difficult for him to leverage anything as they don't have any sort of initiation factor. I would have liked to see them itemized towards that reactionary play that has been staple of this set so far. Instead, it seems like they want to start getting involved a little bit more quickly. However, on the same note, Panatom is already itemizing towards this Transcendence. It's going to slow down his build a little bit. Normally, you would see maybe even a Hydra's or a Crusher picked up here to continue that power spike very quickly. Instead, he's going to go ahead and elect to get a stacking item and slow down his own build.
Well, maybe going in line with the Hasten Ring pickup. Sanguine are aggressing. Barracuda didn't even have time to airstrike. He gets blown up while he's still touching the ground. Sanguine have the Fury pulled, and it is quite low, but they're dropping it for now, looking for this action here instead. I thought Renegades were going to continue to be the aggressors, but Sanguine finally liked their fight. SOT is right in the thick of it, though. Up onto the horse he goes. Sanguine with the Gold Fury, and Netroid from safety fires down shots, but SOT waits for him when he lands and cleans up the kill, so in comes the Arc, knocking up everybody that's in his way as Panatom desperately tries to flee. Renegades know they've lost the objective, so they want some blood on the back end.
I literally blinked, and then Barracuda was removed from my screen. He died so quickly. The Ganesha cage just frying him in his steps. He wasn't able to use his ultimate, as you said. Immediately, Sanguine optimized on that play, pick up the Gold Fury. But now Renegades, in return, going to go ahead and pull this Pyromancer. SOT did a fantastic job of diving into the Freya, not allowing her to play safely, not allowing her to use her stimulus items either. The second she popped her 2-in-1, she had to also use Valkyrie's Discretion, so when she landed, they weren't available either. That's fantastic coordinated play from Renegades on the back end of what was a poor fight.
And that was Sanguine, I think, recognized that they've got a little bit more burst potential than they have been playing around here this game. I mean, I think that they've had license to be that aggressive a little bit sooner than what we saw from them in that particular moment. I mean, if you're going to put Shinto on this Uller mid, a lot of the reason that you do that is to be aggressive for the preceding 18 minutes, not the following upcoming 18 minutes that are about to start happening. Certainly, Uller's still strong at that point, but a lot of his particular advantage over other gods is when you pick him now. And I think Shinto put that on display. The whole rest of Sanguine did at that Gold Fury fight is now they're pulling Pyro, Dharmic Pillars down for the confirmation, and Solar Patrol can't steal that one away. Sanguine show that this is the moment when their comp's feeling strong.
That is interesting to point out. They have these aggressive jungler and mid combo. However, when they pick up this Ganesh, it almost puts a complete damper on what that aggression could have been. Uller, one of the best gods at level 1 through 5. Panatom playing to Susano, another fantastic early game tool to displace the enemies and deal huge amounts of damage. However, the Rongyu's had to just completely sit in this lane and keep Netrioid up to farm. He started off very well. He had a slight level lead, but slowly Barracuda called his way back up. So Ganesha had to sit there and make sure that nothing went poorly there. It's a little bit of discontent or discohesion between this draft.
Yeah, between what we've seen from the entirety of the set up till now, from the way that they drafted and the way that we've executed it, I would say that it's been a bit different from Sanguine. I'm not saying that that's necessarily bad. I mean, obviously we saw in that team fight that the way that they're currently playing it could have worked. It does seem a bit odd, right? Like maybe with this draft it could have just happened a little bit earlier on here in this game, but Sanguine are happy to wait a little bit longer and know that right now is about their time when they're ready to start acting. But look at all this warding on the right-hand side from Renegades. If Sanguine do go look for anything over there, they're certainly going to know about it. So instead, they take a few backs. They'll wait a little bit longer before they kick up the next fight.
Now, True just finished off that Bancroft's talent. It's going to be a lot harder to kill her now. That lifesteal only getting stronger as her health goes down. And once she's in the air, which is generally when you're low health, you're going to get that additional power to strengthen her ultimate. This is a fantastic itemization. There's also a lot of aggression in the build with that early hastened katana or hastened ring pickup, able to chase down the enemies. If Pele gets whooped out, if anyone truly takes the whoop at this point, it's going to be a very easy target for Sanguine to immediately jump on. They have great lockdown tools for this long-range CC coming out of Netrioid. Whoop comes out, Ganesha gets the dash or even just drops the cage. Panatom can follow up with his own CC, and Axe can come out from long range. Sanguine has a comp that can fight from a distance and up close if they leverage Rongyu's defensive aura very well.
And you kind of sent me with that Hastened Katana. I'm still thinking about back when I was allowed to pick up Hastened on my hunters and have a really good time. It's no longer do I get to have that kind of fun that used to exist there, Mifflin, but you let me dream there for a little bit. But certainly accurate about your description otherwise, though, here in this game. Sanguine now in a spot where I think they can feel relatively comfortable, or they can feel like if they take some of these fights, they're in a pretty good spot. And Awesome Jake, last game we saw his ability to really kind of lock down Sanguine in those moments they were indecisive in between being aggressive and waiting to play for that later game stage. He hasn't had quite that same success for it, and honestly, they haven't pulled the trigger nearly as much. Lasbra hasn't been quite as active here in this game either, and I wonder if they're just kind of paying some respect to that damage output from Sanguine this time, and they feel like it's not quite as free.
It certainly has been a slower game from Lasbra. However, he is topping the damage chart for his team. It's mainly due to the fact that he's playing with an Agni. With his chain CC, you're not having that instant burst that a lot of other mages do. Agni's ultimate split up into 3 parts means that there's going to need a lot more CC to enable all of that damage. Pele, still a solo agent god, able to pick out anyone that moves out of line. However, Sanguine have been just completely 5-man grouped this entire time. At no point are they taking disjointed fights. They're not taking separated fights throughout the lanes. If the fight's happening on the map, you know that all 5 members of Sanguine are within 10 feet of each other.
If Sanguine are aggressive, then just assume everyone else is just out of line of sight, right? They are nearby. These guys have stuck together in real life for a long time, and they play that same way here on the battleground as well. And I really do think that that's a big part of what served them well. It feels like a team that really does play with a lot of trust and communication just from watching them. I mean, we're not in the comms with them, obviously. We don't know how those fights break down, but it just so often looks like these guys are all on the same page. And right now, that page has Primal Fury way up at the top. They popped the Frenzy as well. Sanguine secured, and Renegades never had a chance to contest.
That's a fantastic pickup for them. Now 2,000 in the lead, and they're starting to move into this late game phase. Freya's starting to work on her 5th and 6th items. That's going to be so huge for how this fight goes. It's really on whether or not Lasbra can find this backline dive, find one of these priority targets. Pele's one of the few gods similar to Loki. If you can get a 1-for-1 trade on a high priority target, you've completely done your job, and he has the tools to do it. The Volcanic Rift is going to gap close. The knockup is going to facilitate the team and also disrupt the entirety of the backline. It's such a huge knockup. There are ways that Renegades can get back into this. They just need to establish this defensive positioning around the Fire Giant and make sure that Sanguine doesn't run away with another sneaky objective.
Well, better than defensive, they get aggressive. Renegades take the Pyromancer, but look at that lockdown. Awesome Jake only barely gets out of there. That's a good cage to keep Panatom from finding the cleanup kill as well. Solo or Troll, the last one to exit. But Sanguine know a lot of Ultra just used by Renegades. They're going to start up this Fire Giant, and this isn't even necessarily a heavy commit. They want to force Renegades to step in to a fight that they just can't win. Yarkor's the front line, but he gets stunned, takes a ton of free damage if the Nenu doesn't let him get the ultimate off. What a huge answer back from Renegades to punish Sanguine at the FG.
That's exactly what 3 meteors are going to do to you. I don't care if you're Jormungandr. I don't care if you're using the command hook me up like some of the patch note shows we see. It's going to put you in the dirt eventually. Venenu, one opportunity to land all 3 shots, takes it and puts him in the ground.
And Renegades get the FG. They're going to get a kill on the Panatom here as well. Sanguine stuck around. That was that middle ground I was alluding to earlier where Sanguine seemed a bit indecisive that we hadn't seen for 25 minutes, and Renegades put them right back in it. They come out on top. A small gold lead, but they've got the opportunity to kick the doors wide open. 3 tier 2s plus the tier 1 that Renegades can now start to go grab. There have only been 8 kills in 25 minutes, but Renegades rose above it all, and now they're the ones in control.
And there's still 30 seconds left on Panatom's spawn. That's going to give them plenty of time to get aggressive positioning on these towers. They can push up the lanes very easily. There's a stacked wave in the long lane. I'm not sure that Renegades are even remotely concerned about it, as they're going to go for these high priority targets in the mid lane tower, going to open up the map for them as well. And this is part of the issue with Sanguine's comp. They don't have any fantastic engagement tool. We saw that they wanted to get aggressive there, but immediately got shut down because they didn't have a way to spearhead their way into the fight.
Yeah, Yorm slowly walked at Venenu, and you saw how that worked. He got stuck on the Fire Giant ring, too. I think they were a bit indecisive about how they wanted to play it, but that's in the past. Here in the present, the Tier 2 tower is under siege. Renegades do get stalled out, though. We don't see a lot of these Tier 2 tower defenses, but I think this is a decent time for one to show up for Sanguine, where the game is still relatively close, and Lazarus looping around on the backside. That is enough to force Sanguine to fall back, and the Tier 2 tower comes in favor of Renegades.
Did you see that damage chart just a moment ago? Ven was very close to the bottom, but one team fight is all it took for him to rise completely all the way to the top, 11,000. If memory serves, he was sitting at around 4 right before that Fire Giant engagement, and that's some of that Agni Burst coming to play. That's him abusing the fact that there's really no way for Sanguine to move into the Renegades comp. You drafted for complete re-engage. You drafted for reactionary play. I'm surprised to see them shift their focus and try and get a little bit more proactive. And as we saw, the second you give up on your game plan, the game shifts completely. Now 4,000 gold in favor of Renegades. The tier 2 tower in mid has been removed, and they still have plenty of time with this Fire Giant to continually take some more tier 2 towers, maybe back up to the gold 3 afterward, get some more gold. There's plenty of going on here, as well as Renegade's Siege is fantastic. They have long-range poke damage. Pele is able to throw out her first ability. Ven's going to be able to just use his ultimate as often as he wants with his cooldown stack. There's plenty of ways for Renegades to continue just aggressing onto Sanguine.
There are, and I think that Fire Giant fight is worth talking about more. I just don't know if Renegades are going to give us much more chance. They want to continue to get aggressive. They got the tier 1, tier 2 in mid, and they want to come collect here in left. But Sanguine, again, playing some defense. Lazarus lurking over the wall. He was on a ward, walks back into it, so they certainly know he's here. There's the Dharmic Pillars to try and punish the disengage. Odin Cage comes out in response. Rongyu goes right through it, and Panatom gets to Venenu in the backline. That Agni damage has been so critical, but Barracuda shuts down Panatom, but Netroid blows up Lazarus. It's a bloodbath under the tier 2 tower as Netroid finds himself a double kill. Sanguine coming out on top with 3 members still standing. They stand strong around the tier 2.
Ven didn't even get a chance to play the game for a second there. Panatom, with a singular focus, walks through the entirety of Renegade's comp. It's not like he just got there for free. He literally blinked past and just sat on Ven. The dash was used, but it wasn't quite enough. Pulls him back, kills him, trades out his own life, sure, but that's exactly what you're looking for from your assassin. Shut down that singular target of magic damage from the side of Renegades, and a lot of their draft falls by the wayside.
A lot of their potential does go the way of wherever Venenu happens to go. I mean, we saw it on that Fire Giant fight. We got the great punish on DR Core, on the mid-Phoenix fight when he opened up that space. He is the linchpin, it feels like, of this Renegades draft, and Panatom does his duty well, gets to the back line, and then in all that chaos, who thrives but Netroid on this Freya, finding tons of free damage. He is essentially online at this point, has the Demonic, the Telekines, and the Hastened, the Band Cross we asked for earlier, sells off his items to pick up the Spear of Magus for that last slot there as well. So this Freya is now starting to swing at this point in the game as well.
And we saw it come fully into play there. SOT tries to dive into the back, does find the kill on Shinto, but in the time it just took him to travel on his horse from the front of that tier 2 tower to the back, Netroid sunk 5 autos into him, and he was immediately dead. That's that raw damage output that you have to be afraid of that Freya brings. You don't often see her anymore, which is surprising to me because her damage is so insane. And at this point, now that she has Beads and Aegis available, the rest of her team's coming around level 20, that lack of safety that she has in the early game is mitigated a lot. That ultimate hasn't been forced to be used defensively around these sieges. He hasn't even been truly the focus of any of the aggression from Renegades on the offset.
Not at
I
all.
think maybe now they're going to identify that is slightly an issue. Maybe SOT looks at his death recap and says, hey guys, Netroid literally 100 to 0'd me in as much as 2 seconds flat. Maybe we just shift some of our aggression and leave Shinto alone, shut down this big raid boss that is Freya.
There is the small lingering question of is this 31 minutes into a game too late to start worrying about Freya? Renegades, though, have shown plenty of damage potential. They might not even have to kill Netroid if they continue to melt the front line as they've done up until now. Look at Yarkor's build here, Myth. It's not the tankiest in the world. He just added this mantle, which I think is going to add a lot. As Solar Troll gets grabbed by the Banish, and that's what I mean about safe initiation. SOT gets punished, and Netroid grabs the kill.
That is an utterly unfortunate turn of events. The Fire Giant just spawns. Now there's 5 members strong on the side of Sanguine. Renegades can't move in safely. SOT was the best diving tool that they had. Gets a little bit overzealous going for the ward, loses his life in return. Now this enhanced Fire Giant should be very easy for Sanguine to at least force a fight on. If anyone on the side of Renegades moves up too far, it'll happen again. Whoop comes out, chain CC, you're dead in an instant because this Freya is a literal chainsaw at this point.
Bera's the furthest member forward, and that's never gonna work. Panatom pops him nicely, and Bera ends up falling. Sanguine now in a 5v3. The cage from Awesome Jake does lock in 2. He jumps away, but Shinto has hunted down Benenu. This could be disaster. This could be the end now for Renegades. As Sanguine starting to storm on through. Shinto jumps over the wall. No axe to land, but he still puts in the bladed arrow. Lasbra barely ends up living, but the hail of arrows connects, and Lasbra's in a coffin. Sanguine heading right back to the Fire Giant off the back of a big play.
They had 30
Well, maybe
seconds
not.
left
Hello.
on the nearest respawn. They could have very easily at least taken the tier 2 tower, moved in towards the Phoenix. Instead, completely resetting. This should still allow them to get the Fire Giant, but slowing down the play like that is interesting. This is what we saw last time Sanguine played. A little bit of hesitation around the end. They get these huge advantages that they could leverage very easily towards some more permanent objectives. Instead, returning to base, maybe a little bit of a questionable play, but it shouldn't affect them too much as they have this positioning around fire.
Definitely still favored here, but Awesome Jake and Solar Troll have pulled off some heroics before. Perhaps they can find a way to make it happen one more time. Yarkor steps up to zone. Fire Giant down incredibly low, and SOT can't make it in. He does get up onto the horse, but Sanguine do manage to secure the objective, and now SOT, a bit of a sitting duck. Dash gets him around the corner, but further aggression from Wrongu. Hail of arrows lands as well. They pull SOT back in, and Sanguine punished. Now the rest of Renegades have just got to hope they can regroup and get in position in time to defend.
5 strong with Fire Giant. They already returned to base to spend their gold. They can immediately just abuse the fact that SOD is going to be dead for nearly a full minute. It's going to be very difficult for Jake to get a decent cage here. It's down as well. There's no defensive tools available. Renegades have to defend around the Titan or around the next Phoenix once SOT's alive. It looks like Sanguine instead are going to go ahead and move in towards these tier 2 towers, removing some additional health and defense from the Titan. It's disciplined play, but when you're 7,000 gold up with a Freya on your team at 34 minutes, I can't fault them for wanting to take it a little bit slower.
They know how favored they are in this position. They just don't want to throw it away. And look at these charts. Doesn't that tell this story? It's a slow creep up for Renegades, then back to even for Sanguine. Big spike up for Renegades, and an even bigger spike back down in favor of Sanguine. That's how this whole set has been. It's been such a back-and-forth affair here, Mifflin, between these two squads. And Sanguine right now are the ones that are on that upswing. But how do you feel about this Phoenix defense from Renegades? I mean, they've got some sustaining from Solar Troll. Venenu can clear some waves decently, but I feel like it's going to be a difficult task.
If I'm Renegades, my call is, look guys, our Phoenix defense isn't the best. Barracuda doesn't have any tools that can really keep the wave out. Jake's really only a CC tool at this point. He can't aggress very easily as he's going to get blown up instantly by Netroid. SOT is going to have a very hard time diving too. So the whole call for me is Lasbra, you got to blink in and we all just have to dive immediately onto Netroid. We gotta shut him down at all costs. I don't care if it costs 2 or 3 members, and then after that, it's a Hail Mary and pray that you win the fight. But letting them into your Phoenix, letting them into your Titan room is nearly a death sentence for Renegades at this point.
Netroid only needs a few moments. Rongyu buys him some time, sends in one shot, but not really much more than that. It's a full 5-man stack on the left-hand side here from Sengwon. Meanwhile, Renegades keeping topped off thanks to SOT, and all in is Awesome Jake. They might have a chance to lock down Rongyu. Awesome Jake makes it back out, but Rongyu is plenty safe. Barracuda, though, gets one. Solar Troll gets the next, but Shinto and Netroid answer back with 2 of their own to make this 3 against 3. But Ninu barely lives, but Sengwon controlled the space around the Phoenix. They're able to step in and burn down the left side burn. Meanwhile, the Titan was brought down to half HP as well. Sengwon coming out on top in an even trade.
I mean, that was the plan executed as nearly as well as you could want for Renegades. They dove the backline. They weren't quite able to find that priority target in the Freya, and that's reflected in the fact that even though it was a 2-for-2 trade, Renegades have to run with their tails between their legs at about 1/10 health each for each member. They couldn't defend the Phoenix. Now Renegades have to defend this tier 2 tower. They only have 1 Phoenix left available. It's not going to be easy. Fire Giant's also spawning in about 1 minute and 30 seconds, so if Sengwon decide to play it slow, they've already taken that most important Phoenix, the one furthest from the Fire Giant, so Renegades are going to have to tangle with keeping those minions out of the base as well. It's not looking bright for the boys in blue.
It is looking tough for Renegades. It's hard for my mind to not go back, Mifflin, to that tier 2 tower defense over in the left lane. It's still standing up there on the Chaos side with barely any HP, and Sengwon made a really strong defense there to force Renegades out. That was when Renegades had the FG, and they really only got the tier 1 and tier 2 in mid. It wasn't enough to really create any space between them and Sengwon. I wonder if they're going to look back at that fight, at that execution, as maybe their real last big moment where they still had a chance.
It certainly is. I mean, a lot of this failure is from Renegades is the fact that they haven't focused any aggression on the Freya or even Shinto, truly. I mean, both of them standing 5-1. They've been able to sit completely safe. A lot of that is due to the fact that Panatom's been engaging a lot of these fights, who's been absorbing a lightning rod, if you would, for Sengwon. A lot of the aggression that Renegades is able to muster. But at this point, Renegades, I don't want to stand near that Freya either. I'm sure that she could 5-6 shot just about anyone that walks her way, and with the attack speed in her build, she's going to be doing it pretty quickly. Fire Giant spawns in about 20 seconds, plenty of time to work with. Renegades don't really have the option to move up to defend it. They might decide to send one up to try and just steal it away, or they could go for the cheeky play and force the fight, pray that they win it, then immediately go for the end. But Renegades has got a lot resting on this next team fight.
This is critical for them. There will be fire minions to worry about in left lane where they can't defend, and they might be able to defend the ones in right. Awesome Jake jumps in, but they can't all in commit, trying to get Panatom. Lasper did a knockup. I wonder if he was trying to find a blink and couldn't get it, but they've got some members low on the side of Renegades. SOT falls first. Shinto is the other part of this two-headed snake that Renegades can't wrangle as he shuts down one. Lasper in trouble too, can't quite burn down Panatom, and so he gets his life taken by Netroid. And the last 3 members of Renegades go running back to base, licking their wounds. Sangren in position to take the set.
I understand where Renegade's head was at for that call. My heart goes out to them. They know that their defense isn't fantastic. They know that they can't let the entirety of Sengwon move in towards its Titan, especially considering it's already at half health. It's going to be a heroic feat for Renegades to deflect this siege, especially considering Freya will put that Titan down in 5 auto attacks. They have plenty of long-ranged engagement. Sengwon does. If anyone gets whooped, they're dead.
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised they even went for the right side Phoenix. That's how favored I would say they are on this Titan defense, but they play it patiently, dot their I's, cross their T's. Awesome Jake takes quite a bit of poke, but so does Yarkor. Perhaps not as free as envisioned as Renegade slow them down, but the question becomes, can they do that defense if Sangwon just jumps onto the Titan there right away? It's a hard call to make, but Sangwon still are in the driver's seat. There's absolutely no reason to panic if you're rooting for the Sangwon boys.
So much hesitation coming out from Sangwon there. They absolutely should have gone for the end call. They had 40 seconds on 2 members from Renegades. Knowing that the Titan was also on about half health, they could have immediately dove past. Venenu can only kill so many people. You have 5 members strong. Instead, They take the fact that they have 3 Phoenixes down on the side of Renegades. They back up. They're going to get ready for this Fire Giant, but they're going to have to start this siege again. How they've been playing, I expect this Fire Giant to go Sanguine's way, and they 5-man group and try and siege this Phoenix rather than move into the Titan.
Head over to the left and see if they can burn that Phoenix down. We're across the 40-minute threshold. SOT still going to consider threatening the Fire Giant, and honestly, they can't really afford to fight in their Titan room at this point, can they? So they must come out and try and take this fight here instead. Panatom goes right to the back line. Dharmic Killer's there too, but he takes a bunch of damage. Barracuda gets the first kill. This could potentially be problems now for Sanguine. Ganesh gets out of the Odin cage, no problem, and the disengage is here, but now Renegades starting up the Fire Giant. They're burning it quickly. Sanguine have to come back in. They can't let this go down for free. Sanguine steal away the FG. Shinto blows up Lasbra. Their last hope might have just gone away here for the Renegades if they can't hang on, but they're trying to collapse on the Netroid. He's alone here in the back line, goes up to the sky, but the Valkyrie's discretion returns the damage, but they keep him healed up. Barracuda finds the double kill. Shinto enters back, but that's the triple from big time Barra, and now they want Yarkor as well. Sanguine, we're on the precipice of victory, but Barracuda goes back in time for the quadrant, a deicide, and Sanguine, if they have to go back to the baseline, they have to defend their Titan.
No end available for Renegades, but what a heroic play from Barracuda. That's the only thing they could have wanted there. That's the only thing that could have kept them in this match, is if someone steps up to the plate, pulls the sword out of the stone, and that's exactly what Barracuda does. This is what we've been talking about when we talk about Renegades in Season 7. This is that vintage Barracuda quadra kill at a 10,000 gold deficit after losing the Fire Giant. There's nothing more you could want from him. That's perfect play. Just unfortunate circumstances stopped them from moving in for the end themselves.
That's a bit brutal, but still, it's about the best you can hope for if you're Renegades, if you're this far behind at this point, if you've lost this many Phoenixes, and this is why the hesitation on that right side Phoenix was questionable for us there, Mifflin. They're giving Renegades every opportunity to get back into this game. It's still a favorable game state for Sanguine because of these 2 Phoenixes down, but the mid Phoenix going to be back up shortly. The right side Phoenix won't be that far behind. No one has FG, and we're 3 minutes from that coming back up on the map here as well, so Renegades still have to ward up around their own jungle, make sure they're not getting anything snuck away from them by Sanguine, but that is a big time play from Barracuda. I don't know any other way to call it, man.
He single-handedly reset this game. Now Fire Giant no longer available for Sanguine. They won't have that to increase their chances of sieging. Their Phoenixes are on the way to being respawned. Mid's already back up. The right side Phoenix coming back up as well, but the fight starts in this long lane.
Oh, this could be trouble. Solar Troll is low in the back. He's got to make sure he's getting back out of there. The Phoenixes are all back up. The Titan will start to heal, but now they're in this tough engagement. Barracuda is low, and Yarkor pops the thorns. He can't kill him through it. Awesome Jake goes down too. There was a flash of brilliance, a moment of opportunity, but Sanguine snatches it right back. They're not willing to give this game up. It's just Beninu left, and he can't do enough to defend up against 5. He looks for the turnaround, tries to blow up Shito, but that's the deicide. Sanguine answer back. Right side Phoenix going to fall to minions, and now they can go on to end this set.
What a tearjerker, man. I mean, it's not often that you see such high-level play go unrewarded. It's an age-old adage of mine, played perfectly, punished anyway. Barracuda, my heart goes out to you, man. You earned that win, but Sanguine come out ahead.
They do, and that's tough, man. That's such a weird situation for a 44-minute fight to happen, right? Way on the left side, kind of near the Fury and the jungle, and the fight ends up being so disparate. But I think at that point they were warding around. Who expects Sanguine to be 5-man grouped over there, and they get a bit caught out by that. But Barracuda gave him every opportunity, and not just him. I mean, it's a great team fight, really, from the entire Renegade squad. But they had a chance to get back into that game.
And I think that is the takeaway. It's not often that Sanguine are going to get away with that. If you get quadra killed often while playing hesitantly around these Phoenix Sieges, around these Titan ends, you're going to get it taken away from these top-tier teams every single time. You're going to have to iron out that late-game shot calling, and you're going to see the Sanguine squad start to pop off.
I think that you are too, man. Renegades got to be frustrated with the way that ended. I'm sure Sanguine are glad to have the dub, but I think it's hard to feel comfortable with how close that game was. Let's get over to Dulcin, though. We'll have them break it down a bit more.
I mean, that just seems like the game 3 that we all deserve here between these two teams. And in no small part, Panatom on that Susano, I think, played a big role. And you can jump into game and play Susano now as well with his new skin. Knight of Storm Susano, jump in, take a look at the Sword Hero chest. Maybe you can unlock a skin and play Susano just as well as Panatom did here in game number 3. But what a blast that was to watch, Gormizer. A slugfest back and forth. Barracuda snags the quad, but unable to grab the win. Sanguine find a fight that works for them, get the deicide, and put this one to bed.
You know, I have so many different notes of like events that happen through the game, things that are turning everything around and changing it up. But at the end, I wrote one thing, and it's the unfortunate fall for Renegades, and that is that consistency is key. Barra is able to get back and punish Netroid and Shinto once, but unfortunately, it is just once. They had 2 deaths, I think, each at the end of the game, yeah. And considering one of them was in a quadra-kill in any other game, that means, oh, Renegades win. But because of the state of the map, that is the issue. Is yes, you were able to get back there, but then the second fight, well, Shinto and Netroid don't die, and while Sanguine are winning this fight over there on the left, kind of near the tier 2, Barra is getting dove and murdered on his own, right? And unfortunately for them, that was kind of the start of the fall. I think if you're able to replicate that, and granted, it's impossible to replicate a quadra kill, but if you can replicate, I should say, a winning fight, then it's something coming through. That being said, I will say, specifically for Barra, that play, I don't know if I want to call it like a comeback or a return anymore for Barracuda. This feels like a freshly forged and hungry Barracuda coming into Season 7, and I'm living for it if he can keep this level up.
Yeah, this Renegades team, despite, I mean, it feels so weird to look at Renegades and see them as a 1-3 team now. I mean, they've been performing, obviously not well enough to get the wins, but I think better than how some people expected. So I have high hopes for them. But I think the spotlight still needs to be on Sanguine, a team that coming in, I mean, it's the same storyline, Gore, and I think week after week, it just keeps getting reiterated to us how good this Sanguine team is. And how seriously they should be taken. A lot of it, these big team fighting plays, so much team chemistry, the calls are consistent, and I think a good magnifying glass on that is at the end of this game, where you just get quadded by Barracuda. The mental fortitude is strong enough, the mental is strong enough from Sanguine to stay in it, and they turn it around and get a deicide 3 minutes later, 2 minutes later, and they win the game. So I think while I'm excited about how the Renegades are playing, and I think they'll continue to improve, Sanguine, they're 3-1. They are second place in this league, pending, tied for first technically, pending a Radiance game tomorrow.
And honestly, I'm looking at them and the success they've had. And even in that game, like, it's pulling out something that you haven't seen in a while. We've seen Uller twice today in that mid lane doing incredibly well. But Netroid kind of falling back, having a good game on the Jingwei, not quite as good game on the Hachiman, and then being like, okay, you know what, lock me in that Freya, bringing it back from something we've seen him do in the past, but then kind of purchasing some items that we haven't gotten to see, specifically the spear at the very end of the build, just one of those things that, hey, now my pulse is going to hit you even harder with every shot. It plays into what you expect out of the Freya, and in my eyes, the team play that Sanguine were able to bring to keep Shinto and Netroid alive in a lot of those engagements and just let them pour out their damage is a testament to how good the jungler is, how good the mid and the solo and the support are playing, how they play as a team, because you don't get them to carry that hard unless you're able to put up a shield in front of them.
And I like the fact that you bring up Shinto. It was quiet, but top damage in that game on the Uller, so nothing to scoff at there. And you brought up the solo laner Yarkor in this game. I think on the Jormungandr played a big role as well. You got to open up that space for your backliners to do their job. The big winners today, Sanguine, they take it over the Renegades, and Yarkor himself is standing by to let us know how he's feeling.
Thanks, Dolson. I am indeed here with Yarkor, and there's a lot I want to get into in that game. There was a long set, a lot of stuff happened, but the first thing is, just how does it feel for this team to be 3-1 to start this season off, man? You all were unproven coming into this, a lot of questions around you guys, but I think you're showing people you're ready to play.
Yeah, it actually feels pretty good to be in 3-1 now. It feels pretty good to win before we lost yesterday, If we have like the chance to get the second game against rival, we should like secure that win and maybe go to a third game, see what happens. And just winning today, even this hard how it was, it feels pretty good.
Well, I got to go back to that last moment in that game where Barracuda, with all the history behind him, gets this big quadra kill around the Fire Giant.
Yeah.
It looks like Renegades are right back in this game, and maybe it's not as secured for you as you like, but then you guys make that big play over there around the Gold Fury. I mean, did you all know they'd be in the jungle? I mean, just what were the comms like? Just taking through that whole moment and how the team was feeling.
We were expecting that. We were expecting them to group and look for a pick because this is like the classic call when you are like that ahead of the game. And then I think they were in different pages. They didn't want to hard commit on the Ganesh, and the Ganesh get a great ult into Jing, and it was 1 HP. And then I Yorm ulted and just killed her. He hard carry, and then they all dead because of that. So.
That's right. You seal off Barra's big game by killing him with the
Yeah.
thorns, I believe, right? You make him kill himself, so to speak. We'll talk to you about game number 1 as well, because that one was a much slower pace than those other 2 games. Is that an intentional decision with you all? Are you comfortable taking those late game team fights as a team? Or talk to me a little bit about some of the decision making for those.
Yeah, I think that our biggest strength is the team fight factor. Like we're a team fight team, and we always like aim for that. But we're trying to figure out different type of playstyle in order to like play against different teams because all the teams not gonna allow us to go to the team fight stage. So we're trying to figure things out. But I think that is like how we feel more comfortable when we play as 5.
Well, I've been impressed with what you all have done here, Yarkor, man. I appreciate you taking the time to talk with me, and I'm looking forward to every other chance we get to watch you guys. I'll get it back over to Dulcin, though. They're going to close out the day.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Always appreciated, Finch. Thanks to Yarkor, and congrats to the rest of Sanguine as well for sweeping this one up in 3-1 fashion. And I like the way Yarkor kind of talks about that, Gore. He's like, honestly, in a way we kind of expected what the Renegades were going to do there, and it shows. The communication from Sanguine reflected that, and they were able to turn it around.
Look, I think the days of looking at like a team Barracuda's on specifically from last year and being able to glance over it as a win are absolutely over. And realistically, this is something that we kind of touched coming into the day, me and Finch, where it's just everyone's so close in this league. Yeah, you're going to see the scores, especially in the standings, maybe dictating something otherwise, but a lot of these games have been very close, even for Radiance, even though they are so far untouched in terms of defeats. It's just so impressive to see what these teams have been able to bring and the level of play here in Season 7.
That's right, and the last 4 teams yet to reach 4 games, and that is Knight's rival SSG Radiance. They will be playing tomorrow in that respective order. So tomorrow morning, Gormizer, we get though a different org for the Knights, a World Championship run back, except the junglers have swapped this time around, and then maybe some mid lane, some role changes there for rival, and then SSG Radiance will round out our week. How excited for you or for that Knights rival matchup are you?
That one honestly might be, it's hard to call it a highlight of the day considering both sets being as amazing as they could be. But I think it might be a good tell. If I'm rival here, not only is it your chance to go back and maybe rectify what you wish had happened in history and take a win, but it's also your ability to showcase what you have in Season 7, that these role swaps are working for you, not just 1 win against Sanguine, but 2 wins in a week would absolutely kind of solidify that things have settled for you and you are the team everyone's expecting to be. It's going to be an exciting one to watch.
Absolutely. Knights rival to start off the day, SSG Radiance to round out the week of SPL action. But that's it for us here today. Thanks so much, everyone, for watching. On behalf of myself, Gormizer, everyone back in production, we'll see you at 3 p.m. tomorrow for the World Championship Runback.